next 3 minutes. Vamos a comenzar en 2 minutos. 2 minutes to start. One minute to the start. Twenty seconds to the start. Attention riders, count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So heat number 1 of this men's repechage. Round 3 is on. We have in the red jersey, Logan Nicol for Team Great Britain. In blue, Timothy Tuitabuki, Team Fiji. In green, Yago Dominguez, Team Spain. In white, Apisaiti Binaliva, Team Fiji. We're going to make the call for our next heat number 2 to please check in at the beach marshal area. That will be Khalil da Silva for Team Italy, Neil Sanchez, Team Philippines, Pajar Arijana, Team Indonesia, Theo Galegrani, Team Panama. As we have an opening ride for this heat number 1 with Team Spain in the green jersey. Y tenemos la primera ola que abre el marcador de este hit número 1, ronda 3 de repechaje de los varones. En verde venía Yago Domínguez de España. Y aprovechamos de saludar a quienes están sintonizando nuestra transmisión en vivo a través de ISAsurf.org y escogieron venir a apoyar a sus surfers favoritos acá en el podio de El Sunzal. Estamos comenzando el día 6 de competencia. Esto es Surf City, el Salvador World Surfing Games 2025, haciendo un mejor mundo a través del surf en una alianza positiva que viene desde el 2019 junto a Surf City. La ISA está desarrollando ya su 10º mundial en las costas salvadoreñas y esperamos, tenemos miras de que vengan muchas más. Así que gracias por estar aquí sintonizando nuestra transmisión. Principalmente las cámaras están enfocadas en lo que está ocurriendo en el agua y el audio que están escuchando en sus casas es la locución técnica de playa. Eso es lo que hacemos nosotros los beach announcers para que los competidores tengan esa información, esos puntajes, el tiempo, las prioridades a cada momento. Así que no van a escuchar tanto de entretenimiento, no va a haber tanta información extra si es que tenemos mucha acción en el agua, pero en los momentos entre olas vamos a poder también contarles un poquito más de Surf City y de la ISA. Estamos esperando puntajes para rojo, para verde. Priority goes to blue as we watch wide opening ride. Second priority goes to green. Third priority red. We're just under 17 minutes. We're waiting on the first of red, first of green, and first of white. Estamos aguardando por esos puntajes para entregarles situación, muchachos. Por ahora les comento, la prioridad la tiene azul, prioridad 2, verde, prioridad 3, rojo. Restan 16 minutos con 40 segundos. Time call, 16 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority blue for Team Fiji, second priority green for Team Spain, third priority red for Team Great Britain. We're waiting for scores. Fourth priority goes to white. Time call 15 minutes and 35 seconds. Y esta mañana, mientras esperamos esos puntajes, voy a saludar a nuestros auspiciadores que hacen este torneo posible. A nuestra hidratación oficial Gatorade y Gatorlight, a Pepsi, gracias a Suprema, gracias también a Pollo Campero que ayer nos vino a visitar, gracias a Del Sur, El Urbano, Publimóvil, Cabal, Internet que nos mantiene a todos conectados, gracias a Bambú Centro Comercial que está con muchas actividades para poder nutrir este torneo. No se olviden de ir al escritorio de información que tienen en la entrada del Club Salvadoreño, gracias a Vodka Misata y a Uffizi. Aprovecho también de saludar al Café del Salvador, que nos mantiene a todos con esa energía rica del café salvadoreño. Yo luego voy a ir a buscar mi cafecito. Gracias por estar aquí presentes en los torneos. La verdad es que es súper importante para mantener esas vibras altas. Nada mejor que tomarse un cafecito para empezar el día. We have scores in. First of green for Team Spain, 4.5. First of white for Team Fiji, 2.37. First of red for Team Great Britain, 2 points. Red is in third, needing a 0.38 to go to second as we watch opening right for Team Fiji in the blue jersey, priority green, second priority red, third priority white. We ask the caddies, please, to move back to the caddy buoy. You gotta be right next to the caddy's buoy, guys. Thank you. Repasamos la situación nuevamente, ya ingresaron puntajes, vamos a darlo en español. Está liderando verde de España con 4.5, segundo blanco de Fiji con 2.37, tercero rojo de Gran Bretaña con 2 puntos, buscando 0.38 para ir al segundo lugar. Y esperamos que ingresen los puntajes de azul. Tenemos 2 olas que van a entrar para Timothy. Apenas estén aquí en pantalla les daremos la situación del hit. 13 minutos con 10 segundos restan de competencia. Prioridad verde, prioridad 2 rojo, prioridad 3 blanco. Opening score for blue, Team Fiji 3.1 and second of blue 1.6. That takes you to the lead position. So new hit situation. in the lead. Blue, Team Fiji with 3.1 and 1.6. Second, green, Team Spain with 4.5. In third place, white, Team Fiji with 2.37. White needs a 2.14 to go to second. Fourth place, red, Team Great Britain with 2 points, needing a 2.51 to go to second. Time call 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Priority green for Team Spain. Second priority red for Team Great Britain. Third priority white for Team Fiji. Restando 12 minutos y 20 segundos, ingresan los puntajes de azul y se va directo a la primera posición con un 3.1 y un 1.6. Baja al segundo lugar verde de España con 4.5. Tercero blanco de Fiji con 2.37. Blanco necesita 2.14 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto rojo de Gran Bretaña con 2 puntos. Rojo necesitas 2.51 para ir al segundo lugar. 11 minutos con 50 segundos restan de competencia. La prioridad la tiene verde, prioridad 2 rojo, prioridad 3 blanco. Y tenemos una segunda ola para verde. El español viene Yago Domínguez. La prioridad ahora se va rojo. Prioridad 2 blanco. So now priority red. Second priority white. 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Esperamos el puntaje de esta segunda ola de verde para entregarles una actualización de este hit número 1. Estamos recién comenzando con este día 6 de la ronda 3 de repechaje masculino. Está en el agua. Esto es Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Y en sus casas solamente van a estar viendo lo que está pasando en el agua. La cámara está principalmente enfocada en las olas, pues estas son las cámaras que también se ocupan para los replays. No van a poder ver lo que está ocurriendo alrededor del torneo en el podio 2. No tenemos cámaras que estén filmando a los atletas antes de entrar al agua, ni lo que está pasando aquí en el club salvadoreño. Pero en este sitio tenemos dispuesto un montón de actividades y amenidades para los surfistas. Verde, estamos esperando tu segunda ola, apenas se digite, te la vamos a comentar. Tienes la cuarta prioridad. Still waiting on the second of green. And we have the second of green in. It's a 5.4 that takes green to the lead. Team Spain with 5.4 and 4.5. Blue in second with 3.1 and 1.6. Third place, white with a 2.37. Needs a 2.34 to go to second. In fourth place, red with 2 points, needing a 2.71 to go to second. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And that's red pulling his priority card. That's Team Great Britain with Logan Nicol. Now priority goes to white. Second priority blue. Third priority green. So next hit can enter the water. Muchachos, próximo hit ya pueden ingresar al agua. We're down to 9 minutes. Eight minutes and 30 seconds. Priority white, second blue, third green. Prioridad 1 blanco, prioridad 2 azul, prioridad 3 verde. 8 minutos y 20 segundos restan de competencia. Esperamos el puntaje para esa segunda ola de rojo. Waiting on the second of red. Second of red, 3.67. That takes red to the second place. So, quick rundown of the situation. In the lead, green with a 5.4 and a 4.5. Second, red with 3.67 and 2 points. In third, blue with 3.1 and 1.6. Blue needs 2.58 to go to second. Fourth place, white with 2.37 needs a 3.31 to go to second. 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority white, second priority blue, third priority green. Ingresa el puntaje de rojo, 3.67 lo lleva al segundo lugar. Está liderando el hit verde de España con 5.4 y 4.5. Segundo, rojo de Gran Bretaña con 3.67 y 2 puntos. Tercero, azul de Fiji con 3.1 y 1.6. Azul busca 2.68 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarta posición, blanco con 2.37 está buscando 3.31 para ir al segundo lugar. 6 minutos con 25 segundos en el reloj. La prioridad la tiene blanco, prioridad 2 azul, prioridad 3 verde. Aprovecho de darle la bienvenida y saludar a la gente que se está quedando, a los turistas que vienen a visitar El Salvador, además de los competidores y que están acá en el área, que pueden escuchar, tal vez están en los hoteles cerca, porque muchos me han dicho por ahí de que escuchan nuestras voces de sus casas, así que le damos unos buenos días a la gente que está acá en El Salvador, que vive en el Tunco, que vino a visitar, a darse una vuelta, a conocer Surf City, este gran proyecto del Ministerio de Turismo que está empujando a través del surfing a un desarrollo sostenible, sustentable, a una economía mejor gracias al deporte. Es una mira increíble, un foco que han puesto para desarrollar el turismo espectacular y se ha vuelto un gran ejemplo para todos los demás países latinoamericanos, ¿verdad? Poner en foco el surfing para un desarrollo positivo para las comunidades y así también proteger nuestras olas, cuidar nuestro recurso natural. Así que le damos la bienvenida a esa gente, los saludamos, que desde tempranito los vamos despertando nosotros aquí para iniciar la competencia. Esperamos que puedan disfrutar también del surfing que tenemos en este mundial. Les contamos que estamos ya comenzando nuestro tercer ciclo olímpico en ruta hacia Los Ángeles 2028. Tuvimos acá un clasificatorio para Tokio 2020, también para París 2024 y es nuevamente increíble poder ser recibidos por El Salvador para comenzar este ciclo olímpico a Los Ángeles 2028. A pesar de que este mundial no es específicamente un clasificatorio, sí va a ser el seeding para los World Surfing Games del 2026 y eso se va a determinar gracias a los puntajes por equipos. Así que esas son las noticias que les tenemos a quienes están enterándose de lo que está pasando acá, quienes están recién comenzando a seguir nuestra transmisión o quienes se están acercando acá. La playa es algo que les hemos ido contando y alimentando durante estos días. Esto es Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025, el 10º evento que se realiza en El Salvador. Increíble. Desde el 2019 venimos aquí y yo creo que no nos vamos a ir. Yo creo que vamos a regresar mucho más porque las olas acá son realmente espectaculares para la competencia. Tenemos un puntaje de blanco. We have the last of white in is a 1.63. White, you are in fourth place, needing a 3.31 to go to second. Time call, 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority red, fourth pair for white. Última ola que aparece acá es blanco, es la segunda para el competidor de Fiji, 1.63. Él está en cuarta posición, buscando un 3.31 para avanzar. Ya estamos en rondas de repechaje. Tuvimos ayer también ronda de repechaje acá en el Sunzal. Solo el primer y segundo lugar continúa en la competencia. Tercero y cuarto se despide del Mundial. Time call, 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Just a quick rundown of the situation as we are 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this heat number 1. The priorities with blue for Fiji, second priority green for Spain, third priority red for Great Britain, fourth priority white for Fiji. The first place is green with Team Spain with a 5.4 and a 4.5. In second, red with 3.67 and 2 points. In third place, blue with 3.1 and 1.6, needing a 2.58 to go to second. In fourth place, white with a 2.37 and a 1.63 backup. White needs a 3.31 to advance. 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority red, fourth priority white as we watch white. That's Team Fiji, Apisaiti Binaliva. Last of white, 0.97 does not factor in for white, 1 minute and 15 seconds. And out the back, we have blue up, a third right for Timothy. 1 minuto y 10 segundos restan de competencia. La prioridad verde, prioridad 2 rojo, priority green, second priority for red. Day 45 seconds. Últimos 40 segundos. And we have scores coming for blue and red as we are down to 35 seconds. And we have blue on the inside. 20 seconds. And now the back red and green as we are down to 10 seconds. Ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for heat number 1 of this men's repechage. Round 3. We have to work on score, so next heat, move into position and stand by. Last of green, 1 point. Waiting on 2 scores for red, 1 for blue, and 1 for white. Próximo hit, tomar posiciones. No tomar olas todavía, estamos trabajando en puntajes del hit anterior. Justo tomaron olas antes de que sonara la bocina, así que tenemos que hacer la revisión de esos replays para poder determinar esos puntajes. Vamos a ir con ustedes, hit número 2, en un momento. Solo tenemos que terminar de digitar estas notas. Last of blue, 3.57. That took blue to second. Now waiting on the last of red and last of white. Next heat, please, we appreciate your patience. We're going to be back with doing just a moment. We have 2 scores coming for red and white from the previous heat. We need the caddies of this heat number 2 to be right next to the buoy. So we have the caddy buoy, which is the first black buoy. Please, if you guys can sit right next to the buoy. Thank you. Last of white, 3.07. Last of red, 2.77. So we're going to start our next heat, and then I'll give the unofficial previous heat final results. All right. Count you into the start. Heat number 2. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, green. Yago Dominguez, Team Spain with 9.90 points total. Also advancing in second, blue. Timosi Tuitavuki, Team Fiji with 6.67 points. Finish in third, red. Logan Nicol, Team Great Britain with 6.44 points. In fourth place, white. Apisai Tibinaliva, Team Fiji with 5.44 points. Now moving to our heat number 2, we have in red, Khalil da Silva, Team Italy. In blue, Neil Sanchez, Team Philippines. In green, Pajar Arijana, Team Indonesia. In white, Teo Galegrani, Team Panama. 19 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, and we're gonna make the call for our next heat, number 3, to check in at the Beach Marshall area. Manuel Selman, Team Chile. Keijiro Nishi, Team Japan. Sam Peter, Team France. Wu Shidong, Team People's Republic of China. Tiempo, muchachos, de que vayan ya a chequearse en el área de Beach Marshall, el hit número 3. Les recordamos que el tiempo de paddle out es de 10 minutos y si van a usar caddies, es importante que ellos se mantengan pegados a la boya negra durante el hit. Y tenemos a Verdenola. That's the opening ride of this hit with Team Indonesia in the green jersey. 18 minutes and 20 seconds.
Sometimes you're like, after a day of work at the beach, you don't even want to be at the beach. You don't even want to look at it.
I just wanted to just cruise and have a rest for a little bit, take a cold shower. Yeah. And also, if the waves were good, like last night, it was like high tide, all windy.
Crowded.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
First of green, 0.5. Time called 17 minutes and 15 seconds. 17 minutos con 10 segundos. Todavía bastante tiempo por delante de este hit número 2. Y le damos la bienvenida a la gente que nos está siguiendo en esta transmisión para apoyar a los surfers que están en el agua. El equipo de Italia, la gente de Filipinas, de Indonesia, de Panamá, que están siguiendo a sus compañeros, a sus amigos, a sus familiares y están en esta edición 2025 de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Los invitamos también en sus casas a que sigan nuestras redes ISAsurfing, donde estamos subiendo highlights de lo que está pasando tanto en el podio de la Bocana como en el podio del Sunzal. Y acá no tenemos una transmisión tan completa, ¿verdad? Con cámaras que están mostrando lo que está pasando en el sitio del evento, pero les contamos que estamos en el Club Salvadoreño, un lugar maravilloso con unas palapas donde los equipos pueden estar con sus banderas, las delegaciones están dispuestas ahí. Hay además un área donde ellos pueden practicar pilates, hay un salón que les brinda servicios de masajes, hay fisioterapeutas, hay un área de reformer donde ellos pueden practicar pilates antes de entrar al agua o después para aflojar un poquito el cuerpo. Hay además amenidades increíbles de parte de Bamboo Lifestyle, uno de nuestros sponsors, que tiene un escritorio donde te puedes inscribir para ir a recorrer distintos puntos turísticos de Surf City. Así que invitamos también a las delegaciones aquí presentes a que aprovechen esos servicios que se ofrecen. Hoy además vamos a tener clases de yoga a las 6 de la tarde, donde hicimos la ceremonia de apertura, así que quienes quieran venir también a el sunset, a hacer un ratito de yoga, a estirar, a aflojar el cuerpo, los invitamos a las 6 de la tarde al yoga, ahí donde hicimos la ceremonia de apertura. Second of green for Team Indonesia, 1.67. Green, Pajar, you're in the lead with 1.67 and 0.5. Still no rides for red, blue, and white. We have 15 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Me imagino también que han estado viendo que alrededor hay muchos periodistas, hay cámaras, gente con micrófonos, porque sí, la Secretaría de Prensa de la Presidencia ha trabajado de manera impecable con la difusión del Mundial, no solamente para quienes amamos el surfing y que estamos constantemente viendo noticias de surf, sino también para que la gente salvadoreña sepa lo que está pasando en sus playas y sepa lo que es la inversión que están haciendo, la inyección económica que están haciendo para el surfing. Y así ustedes pueden compartir sus historias con los periodistas que están aquí presentes, con los medios, para que sepan los salvadoreños de qué se trata este mundial, de los 61 países que nos vienen a visitar ustedes, para que lleguen esas historias a las casas de El Salvador. Así que muchas gracias al trabajo hermoso que está haciendo la Secretaría de Prensa de la Presidencia, porque realmente es muy importante llevar estas historias de lo que ocurre en la playa a las ciudades y a los distintos puntos de El Salvador. ¿Han estado en otros lugares de El Salvador? ¿Han recorrido un poquito más los pueblos mágicos? Espero que sí. Si no lo han hecho, vayan a preguntar a nuestro Desk Information de Bambú. Ahí tienen mucha información para que ustedes vayan a recorrer un poco más. ¿No han ido a Taco? Qué lindo pueblo Ataco, qué linda la Ruta de las Flores, qué bello Suchitoto, el lago Coatepeque, el volcán Santa Ana, la ruta también que está en Oriente Salvaje, que es Surf City 2. Hay más olas también para ir a surfear, así que espero que extiendan sus vuelos o que se olviden de esos vuelos y se queden un tiempo más acá en El Salvador disfrutando de la belleza que tiene este país. El país más pequeñito de Centroamérica, pero sin duda con la gente que tiene el corazón más grande y además con unos paisajes maravillosos concentrados en tan solo manejar 1 hora, 2 horas, puedes recorrer lugares alucinantes. Así que les recomiendo que vayan a preguntar ahí a Bamboo Lifestyle en el escritorio. Van a poder compartirles a ustedes mucha información de lo que pueden hacer durante su estadía en El Salvador. 12 minutos con 30 segundos restan de competencia. 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. The fourth priority is with green. And green takes position on the inside. Another ride for Team Indonesia. He's keeping it busy. That's Pajar Arijana in the green jersey. 12 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And that will be the opening ride for Khalil da Silva, Team Italy. We are waiting on one score for green as we watch the first for white, Team Panama. We're down to 11 minutes. 10 minutos con 40 segundos restan de competencia. Estamos esperando por notas. Se ha activado este hit número 2. Entrarán puntajes para rojo de Italia, para verde de Indonesia y la primera de blanco para el panameño. Prioridad está con azul para el filipino. Priority blue as we're down to 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Se prepara el hit número 3. Los próximos 15 segundos, muchachos, pueden ingresar al agua. Ten minutes remaining, so next hit can enter the water. Próximo hit, ya es tiempo de que ingresen al agua. Ya cruzamos la barrera de la mitad de este hit número 2. Eso indica que los equipos del próximo hit pueden ingresar al agua. Los Cádiz, les recordamos que deben mantenerse pegaditos a la boya negra durante el hit. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority blue, second priority green. Still waiting for scores for red, green, and white to give you situation. First of red, 6.5. First of red, 6.5. He's in the lead, Team Italy with 6.5. Waiting now on the third of green and first of white. Time call, 8 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority for green. Eight minutes remaining. First of white is in 5.5. Last of green, 3.17. So current hit situation. In the lead, red, Team Italy with 6.5. In second, white, Team Panama with 5.5. In third, green, Team Indonesia with 3.17 and 1.67. Green needs a 2.34 to go to second. And fourth place, blue team Philippines needs a 5.51 to go to second. Time called 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority white. 7 minutos con 25 restan de competencia. Situación está liderando rojo de Italia con 6.5. Segundo, blanco de Panamá con 5.5. Tercero, verde de Indonesia con 3.17 y 1.67. Verde necesita 2.34 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto se encuentra azul de Filipina, todavía sin olas, buscando un 5.51 para avanzar. 7 minutos en el reloj. Prioridad para azul, segunda prioridad verde, tercera prioridad blanco, cuarta prioridad rojo. Estamos en el sexto día de competencia. Esto es Surf City El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Y quiero agradecer en este momento a los guardavías de la Protección Civil y también a los guardavías del equipo de voluntarios de Surf City Water Safety y a los guardavías de la Policía Nacional, que hacen un trabajo impecable para mantener la seguridad en la playa, no solamente con los atletas, sino que con la gente que nos visita. Los cambios de marea acá son bien fuertes. Los primeros días de competencia también tuvimos muchas más olas. Las piedras agregan un grado más de que proteger para nuestros guardavidas, así que gracias ahí por estar presentes, por estar atentos, alertas y por supuesto por mantener el cuidado de todas las personas presentes en la playa. Estamos esperando un puntaje para Rojo, que está liderando el italiano con 6.5. Va a ingresar la segunda nota para Khalil. 5 minutos y 10 segundos restan de competencia. La prioridad la tiene Azul, prioridad 2 Verde, prioridad 3 Blanco. 5 minutes remaining, priority Blue, second Green, third White. Waiting on that second scarf for Red, Team Italy. Cuatro minutos con 30 segundos en el reloj. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Still working on that second wave of red. Y para quienes... Miren, ya tenemos la segunda ola de rojo. Second of red is in 5.07. Segunda de rojo 5.07. Aumenta su puntaje en el primer lugar el competidor de Italia con 6.5 y 5.07. So, red is in the lead with a 6.5 and a 5.07. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. 3 minutos con 30 segundos restan de competencia. Prioridad azul, prioridad 2 verde, prioridad 3 blanco, prioridad 4 rojo. Three minutes, and we have blue up. Opening right for Team Philippines. Now priority goes to green. Second priority white. Third priority red. Just under 3 minutes remaining. Últimos 3 minutos. Cuando vemos la primera ola para el filipino, la prioridad se va para verde. Prioridad 2 blanco. Prioridad 3 rojo. Two minutes and 20 seconds. And green is going for this one. That's Team Indonesia. Now priority goes to white for Team Panama. Second priority red for Team Italy. 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Un minuto con 55 en el reloj. Van a ingresar puntajes para azul y para verde. La prioridad la tiene blanco de Panamá. Prioridad 2, rojo de Italia. Opening scarf for blue is at 2.4. Blue in fourth place needs a 3.11 to advance. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Just waiting on the last of green to give you situation. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Priority white, second priority red. 1 minuto con 10 aparece el puntaje para la primera del filipino, 2.40. Está cuarto buscando 3.11. Estamos esperando la última nota para el indonés en verde. And we have last of green, 4.27. Changing situation now. Green in second with a 4.27 and a 3.17. White in third needs a 1.94 to go to second. Fourth place, blue. needs a 5.04 to advance. 40 seconds remaining as we have green up and now the bag white for Team Panama. Priority goes to red. 30 seconds remaining. Últimos 30 segundos. Y tenemos a rojo con prioridad. Van a ingresar puntajes para blanco y para verde. 20 segundos. Last 20 seconds of this heat number 2. And we have blue up. Y parece que se activa el mar al final de la serie que había estado muy tranquila. Últimos 10 segundos en el reloj. Waiting for those scores as we are ready for the countdown. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So time is up. Next heat moving to position. Todavía tenemos a competidores del heat 2 en ola que lograron tomar justo antes de que sonara la bocina. Importante intercambio en los últimos segundos. Así que próximo hit, tomar posiciones. Vamos a tardar un momentito en evaluar esas notas. Les pedimos un poquito de paciencia. Ya vamos a volver con nuestra competencia al hit número 3, mientras trabajaremos en los puntajes. Last of green, 0.43. Second of white, 3.17. Last of red, 3.7. Second of blue, 1.93. Oh, there is one score. Next hit, please stand by. We're going to be back with you in just a moment. Vamos a entregar los resultados en un momento. All right, count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So hit number 3 is on, and I'm gonna welcome in the booth Ben Way to start his shift. ¿Cómo estás, Ben? Bienvenido.
Super good. Ixa Marietta doing an amazing job as usual. We've just started our men's repertoire round 3, heat number 3. Out in the water representing Chile in red, Manuel Selman. For Japan in blue, Keijiro Nishi. Representing France in green, Sam Peter. And in white, representing the People's Republic of China's Wu Shidong. So good morning, Surf City, and good morning to all of our friends joining us around the world on our live stream of this Podium 2 of this edition of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We're coming to you live from Surf City El Salvador, smack dab in the middle of Central America, smallest country in Central America, with the most waves of any place in the world as we have an opening ride. So I'm making sure my eyes aren't fooling me. I'm pretty sure this is the opening ride for Team China. White. Green up. This will be the opening ride for Team France. So we just finished our heat number 2. Here are the previous heat unofficial final results. First was red, Khalil da Silva for Italy with 11.57. Red up and riding. Opening wave for Team Chile. Now first priority goes to blue. In our last heat, coming in second, Teo Gallegrani for Panama with 8.67 points. Coming in third, green, Bajar Ariana for Indonesia with 7.44 points. In fourth place was blue, Neil Sanchez for the Philippines with 4.33 points. Blue has first priority at the moment. Primer prioridad azul. Están entrando puntaje de blanco, verde y rojo. And here we have blue up. So we do have the occasional left here at El Sunzal. And while Surf City, El Salvador is the home of the right surf, we also have lefts off the top of the peak here, and we have a lot of punchy lefts just down the beach on the other side of the Tunco Rock at our La Bocana podium, which is Podium 1, which is simultaneously in action while we're over here on our Podium 2. Blue's first wave, 0.50, waiting on scores for red, green, and white. Blue has first priority, 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Faltamos el primer puntaje de rojo, verde y blanco. Primer prioridad azul. Restan 17 minutos, 10 segundos. You got 17 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Just getting things started, we'll have opening scores for Chile, France, and China. First priority blue, now second priority to green. We'll keep our riders updated as those scores come in. We're going to call up the competitors of our next heat to check in. That will be Rafi Gooding for Barbados, for Guatemala, Jairo Orlando Avila. Third priority goes to white. We'll also have Grayson Grant in the next heat for Sweden and Ido Hagag for Israel. We'd like to have those 4 competitors checked in and on standby to paddle out at the 10-minute mark. So in all of our earlier days of competition, we're now in day 6. Here at El Sunzal, the wave starts at certain tides 2 or 3 football fields from the beach. So we send out our competitors to stand by and be closer to the position to move into the primary takeoff zone at the 10-minute mark of each heat. First priority blue, second priority white, third priorities with red. As we had a second ride for Team France. So we're catching up on some scores. A lot happening in the first 4 minutes of this heat. Time called 16 minutes. And we'll have opening scores and an update in just a moment. For now, first priority blue, second priority white, third priorities with red. Time call 15 minutes and 45 seconds. So for all of the surf fans tuning in around the world on our YouTube channel, we appreciate your company, and we're excited to bring the live action from here at Podium 2 for the first time here in Surf City. Well, we don't have all the attention on Podium 1. There's a lot of surfers from around the world and a lot of surf fans and their friends and family that are watching. Green spins it around on his third ride. Third ride for Team France. So France will see 3 scores, and we'll see a score for Chile and China in just a moment as we catch up on those rides. Time call 15 minutes. Gracias a todos los amigos que están con nosotros en el streaming live desde El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador. Por la primera vez tenemos esta transmisión en vivo también del Podio 2. Al mismo tiempo tenemos otro canal, otra transmisión de Bocana a la misma vez. Así que todos los amigos pueden seguir sus amigos, sus familiares que están compitiendo en esta edición de 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. So we're waiting on scores for green, 3 scores for green, a score for white, and a score for red. And I'll keep you surfers in the water updated with the technical information as soon as that comes in our points screen. So this is the first time that we are doing the technical beach announcing and live webcast simultaneously. Red's first wave is a 5.0. First of green, 5.50. Waiting on 2 scores for green and a score for white. 13 minutes and 45 seconds. Blue has first priority, second priority, white, and third priorities with red. We have 13 and a half minutes. Waiting on scores for France and for China. Blue up and riding. We have Keijiro Nishi for Team Japan. Showing what's possible on the left-hander off of the top of the point here in Sunzal, excuse me. I spent a lot of time surfing here. First wave is white, first wave of white, 4.40. Waiting on the first of blue. Now the second of blue and third of green. Sorry, guys, a lot of scores coming in here. 13 minutes. Currently, red has a 5.0. White has a 4.40. Green's first two scores were 5.50 and 2.93. Now waiting on the third score for France and the wave that we just saw for the second wave of Japan. Green, third wave, 6.0. Team France goes to the lead with a 6.0 and a 5.50. Red currently in second with a 5.0. White is in third with a 4.40, needing 0.61 to advance, and now waiting on the second score of blue. 12 minutes and 15 seconds. First priority white. White up and riding. Now first priority red. Second priority goes to green. So as technical beach announcers, our duty is to deliver the information put in by our judges, transmitted over to us on a point screen, as well as the priority situation, which determines who can take the next wave. And so we get the priority information, each score of each judge, which works out to an average score. We have a panel of 5 judges that put in their own input. The top and bottom of those 5 scores get dropped to create an average that the head judge then releases to us to give to the riders. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Second wave of blue, 2.77. So updated situation. Attention riders. Green, France in first with a 6.0 and a 5.50. China is in second. White has a 4.40 and a 2.37. Team Chile now in third place with a 5.0, needing 1.77 to advance. And blue, Japan, has a 2.77 and a 0.50, needing 4.01 to advance. Time call, 10 minutes and 45 seconds. Red has first priority, second priority green, third priority blue, and fourth priority is with white. So as the technical beach announcers, our duty is to keep the riders informed with all of the updates in situation as far as each rider's scores. And should they fall into third or fourth place, we really try to keep them in the know of what they need to get to keep in the competition. We are in elimination round. This is Ripper Charge round 3. As we have blue up and riding. So third priority now goes to white. So our main focus is to keep our riders informed, keep them relaxed and stress-free to compete at their best. Green up and riding. Now first priority red, second priority white. So while we do this, we're always trying to keep our friends watching us around the world on our YouTube channel informed about this spot. Next heat, welcome to paddle out to the standby buoy, and we'll give you a heads up. Please wait by the buoy line until you hear the 2 horns at the end of the heat. So we had another ride by blue, by green, and by white. And as those scores come in, I'll read them out to the competitors to keep them with every update in the situation. 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Por el momento, verde está liderando el heat con 6.0 y 5.50. Segundo, blanco tiene 4.40 y 2.37. Rojo está en tercer lugar. Red up and riding, Manuel Selman for Chile. This is his second wave. First priority now goes to blue. Blue up and riding. 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Now working on scores for green, blue, and red. 2 scores coming in for blue, a score coming in for green, and a score coming in for red. 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Red has first priority. Green's previous was a 6.0. We're waiting on the last of green. First priority red, second priority white, third priorities with green. Waiting on a score for green, 2 scores for blue, and a score for red. We have 8 minutes. Restan 8 minutos. Faltamos 2 puntajes de azul, uno de rojo y uno de verde. So here in our ISA rulebook, calls that anytime there's a surfer from Latin America or a Spanish-speaking surfer in the water, we will give the situation evenly in both languages. Last of green, 5.70. Green stays in first. France has a 6.0 and a 5.70. Waiting on scores for blue and for red. White's last was a 1.70 that did not factor into his top 2 scores of 4.40 and 2.37. Waiting on 2 scores. Previous of blue, 3.20. And last of red, 1.63. So red, you've now gone to third place with a needing 1.77. Your last wave was a 1.63. Last of blue, 2.80. Blues in fourth with a 3.20 and a 2.80, needing 3.58 points. Blue now has third priority. As we watch the fourth wave for the People's Republic of China, this is Wu Shidong. Blue up and riding. That will be the 5th wave for Team Japan. So we got scores coming in for China and Japan at the moment. Red up and riding. 3rd wave for Team Chile. Green now has first priority. So a lot of action, really consistent close period swell here. So no dead space in these heats. A lot of rides ridden, a lot of work for the judges, and a lot of information also to deliver to these surfers. So if the entertainment level cuts down, it's because we're really focused on the competition. And we appreciate the understanding of all our friends and surf fans around the world watching this live from Surf City, El Salvador for this edition of the 2025 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Working on scores for blue, white, and red. Green up and riding. So we know there's a lot of new surf fans and people who are just getting interested in surf competition. We're excited to help share the information so that you understand what's going on in the competition even more. And we want to create new fans and new surfers if you've never been on a board. 5 minutes. We've got scores coming in for each one of our competitors. Faltamos puntaje de cada uno de los competidores en el agua, 4 minutos 45 segundos. 4th priority now goes to blue. 1st priority red. 2nd priority green. 3rd priority white. And 4th priority is with blue. So in the water, when our competitors are in an active heat, on top of our judging tower, we have a panel which shows the priority situation, which decides who can pick the first wave out of the group. As that person catches a wave, next in line moves into first pick. And as they return back to the primary takeoff zone, which is the primary spot to catch the wave, determining on the conditions and the tide of each day, our priority judge will deem where the best place is to take off, and that's the point where they have to come back to receive that priority rotation. Last of white is in. Team China, 3.57. Last of blue, 5.03. Changes the situation and moves blue to second, but we have a 3rd score to work out for red and a score to work out for green. So things will keep changing throughout the heat as new scores come in. And it's our job to keep these riders with all the information they need to map out their heat. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. We're waiting on the third score of red and the fifth score for green. Primer Prioridad Rojo. Last of red is in. 5.23. Manuel Solomon goes to second. Team Chile now in second. Blue, Japan is in third, needing 5.21. White is in fourth, needing 5.83. Tercera ola de rojo, lo de Chile, 5.23, le subió a segunda posición. Azul bajó a tercero buscando 5.21. En cuarto lugar, blanco buscando 5.83. Verde liderando el heat con 6.0 y 5.70. Rojo segundo con 5.23 y 5.0. Azul en tercer lugar con 5.03 y 3.20 buscando 5.21. Y blanco en cuarto lugar con 4.40 y 3.57, buscando 5.83 para avanzar. 2 minutos y 15 segundos. So 2 minutes remaining. Red has first priority, second priority, green, third priority, white, and fourth priority is with blue. So we are very excited. This is the last day of this El Sunzal Podium, and everything will be merging into one at Bocana on Podium 1 starting tomorrow. And so we are very lucky to have the two superstar spots of Surf City, El Salvador. And we have a long contest window. We appreciate all the locals and everyone here in Surf City that have let us use these amazing venues for this 2025 edition of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. On a normal day out here at El Sunzal, if the waves are this good, there will be about 50 people in the water. Being a super long point, kind of the Malibu of Surf City, it gives multiple options of places to take off. So even if there's 100 people out there, everyone can get a ton of waves determining on where they take off. Fourth priority goes to blue. We're just under 1 minute remaining. Still green first, second red, third blue needing a 5.21, fourth white needing a 5.83. We're now down to 45 seconds. "30 seconds, green up. First priority white, second priority blue, third priority green, third priority red, 20 seconds. "10 seconds. Counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we had blue and white up before the buzzer. And blue catches the left. We have a lot of scores to catch up on here. We have scores coming in for white, green, and blue. We'll let our next heat 4 move into position while we work out those last scores. White's last score was a 0.80. Working on scores for green and for blue from that previous heat before we move on. So in the dying moments of a heat, the rider must be on their feet before the horn starts. The 2 horns start at the end of the heat in order for that wave to be counted. So blue is up before the horn. And they're going to work on his score as well as the last score that came in for Team France. So next heat, heat 4. Please move into position and stand by. We're going to work on one more score for blue and we'll move on. All right, Heat 4, we're going to get you guys started up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so this is the start of our men's repertoire round 3, heat number 4. In red, representing Barbados, we have Rafi Gooding. In blue for Guatemala, we have Jairo Orlando Avila. In green for Sweden, Grayson Grant. And representing Israel in white, Ido Hagag. So here we have those previous heat final results. Winning the heat was Team France, green, Sam Peter, with 11.70 total points. Second place was red, Team Chile's Manuel Selman with 10.23 points. Third place was blue, Keijiro Nishi for Team Japan, 9.10 points. Fourth, white was Wu Shidong for Team China with 7.97 points. And here we have opening ride. This is Team Barbados. Coming up in our next heat, that will be heat number 5 with South Korea's Jung Ui-jong, Team Puerto Rico's Sage Katz, the Republic of South Africa's Luc Lepron, and El Salvador's Danielle Monterosa. I want to make sure those 4 competitors are checked in, and we'll be sending them out to the standby buoy at 10 minutes. Red's opening score, 3.17. La primera ola de rojo, 3.17. So while this morning is moving quickly, I want to say a special thanks to our sponsors. Queremos agradecer a nuestros patrocinadores por este gran evento. Gracias por todo su apoyo. Hidratación oficial Gatorade y Gator Late. Gator Light, that's the no sugar Gatorade. Pepsi, Suprema, Pollo Campero. Pollo Campero is the El Salvadorian version of Kentucky Fried Chicken, but way better. And they brought free chicken for all of our staff and athletes yesterday. It was amazing. Thank you to Del Sur, El Urbano, Publimóvil, Cabal Internet, Bamboo Centro Comercial, which is the local supermarket, Vodka Misata, and Uffizi. 17 minutes and 30 seconds. Second of red is a 0.83. So I've been coming down here for 6 years, and just within the last couple years, just 10 minutes up the road from where we're at right now, they have a huge shopping mall with a big supermarket called El Encuentro. And you have an amazing international selection and a top-notch supermarket right up the road now, which we used to have to go into the city to buy certain things. Now right here, close to the surf, you have everything at your access. Just under 17 minutes. So this is the opening ride for Sweden. Grayson Grant up and riding. And so for all of our friends around the area, the competitors, coaches, and teams, we have free shuttle service going to the El Encuentro shopping mall so that you guys can do your shopping, get loaded up if you're cooking at your own spot. And we have one going every 10 minutes from the competition area. You just need to go to the information tent, put your names in, and let them know you want to jump out on that shuttle to go out to El Encuentro to do your shopping at Bamboo Centro Comercial. 16 minutes. Green spins it around. Second wave for Team Sweden. Time call 16 minutes. Green, your first wave was a 4.50. We'll have a second score for green in just a moment. 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Para todas las atletas, los equipos. That was the first wave for blue, Guatemala. Now white has first priority. We'll have a second score for Sweden in just a moment. Para los competidores, coaches y todos los equipos, tenemos un servicio gratis cada 10 minutos saliendo aquí del área de competición en el club salvadoreño para ir hacia el encuentro, el shopping mall que está a 10 minutos de aquí, para hacer sus compras en Bambú Centro Comercial. Tienen todos los productos internacionales para hacer todas las recetas de tu propio país. Tienen todo lo que necesitan. First priority is with white. Second priority is with red. We're waiting on a second score for green. Blue's first wave comes in as a 0.67. La primera ola de verde fue 4.50. Primera ola de rojo fue 3.17. La segunda ola de rojo 0.83. Azul, tu primera ola 0.67. Azul en tercer lugar buscando 3.33. Blanco todavía sin ola. Tiene primer prioridad, segunda prioridad rojo, tercer prioridad azul. Restan 14 minutos. 14 minutes remaining. Green, Sweden, waiting on his second score to give an update. Faltamos un puntaje más para la segunda ola de verde. So besides the free shuttle service, thanks to Bamboo, our friends at Surf City, here we have the second score of Sweden, 4.0. So here's the updated situation, gentlemen. Red is in the lead with a 4.50 and a 4.0. Priority change. Second priority now blue. So green in the lead with a 4.50 and a 4.0. Red is in second with a 3.17 and a 0.83. Blue's in third with a 0.67. And fourth, white's needing 4.0. White has first priority, second priority blue, and third priority red. First priority white, second priority blue. Primer prioridad blanco, segunda prioridad azul. Restan 13 minutos. So we have the third ride for Team Barbados. White up and riding. This will be our opening ride for Team Israel. $12 minutes and 30 seconds. Blue has first priority. Green up and riding. Third wave for Team Sweden. Blue up and riding. Second ride for Team Guatemala. Time call 12 minutes. Some more scores to work out. We've got a score coming in for each of our riders, and we'll keep them informed as those scores come in on any changes in the situation and give them the updates. So just under 12 minutes, at the 10-minute mark, we will be sending our next heat, which will be heat number 5, out in the water to stand by for their heat start. Red's last wave, 3.83. Red stays in second at the moment with a 3.83, 3.17. We are still waiting on scores for blue, green, and white. We'll have those scores and an update in just a moment. Última ola de rojo, 3.83. Faltamos el puntaje de la última ola de azul, verde y blanco. Restan 11 minutos. So we're waiting on scores for white, green, and blue. Red's last wave was a 3.83. Now working on the scores for blue, green, and white. Green has first priority. We'll give you those scores as soon as we can. First priority green, second priority white. Blue's second wave, 3.0. Now waiting on scores for green and for white. Faltamos el último puntaje de verde y de blanco. Verde tiene la prioridad. Segundo prioridad blanco. 10 minutos, 15 segundos. Still working on the scores for white and for green's last waves. Time call, 10 minutes. We welcome our heat number 5 to start paddling out to the standby buoy. Siguiente heat. Ya puede ingresar al agua para remar hacia la boya de standby. Green up and riding. First priorities with white. Still waiting on white's opening score. That will be the 4th ride for Team Sweden. Green, your previous wave was a 2.97 that did not factor into your top 2. Now waiting on your last score and white's opening score. Waiting on the first of white. White up and riding. First priority blue. Time call 9 minutes. Now waiting on 2 scores for white and a score for green. First priority blue. Faltamos 2 puntajes de blanco y 1 de verde. 8 minutos 45 segundos. And here we have blue up and riding. 3rd ride for Team Guatemala. Now red has first priority. So definitely a lot more swell in the water today. It was a little more glassy as far as yesterday's conditions, but the frequency of sets is much closer, keeping all of these rides closer together, giving more work for the judges as the waves are ridden back to back to back. We're waiting on 2 scores for white for Team Israel and waiting on a score for Sweden. Last of blue came in as a 2.50. Último de azul 2.50. Seguimos esperando 2 puntajes de blanco y 1 de verde. Red has first priority, waiting on 2 scores for white and a score for green. Time called just under 8 minutes. So as these waves stretch through, if our judges have to watch a replay, it's a pretty long replay to get through each wave. So that will explain why the points take a little bit longer to come through. We're waiting on the first and second wave of white and the 4th wave of green at the moment. And as we are in an elimination round where 3rd and 4th will be out of the competition, each one of these scores is very important, and all the judges take each ride very importantly. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. We'll get those scores as soon as we can. First priority red, second priority green. I've got my eyes glued to the screen. Last of green was a 5.17. Waiting on first and second of white. Último de verde, 5.17. So green, you're still in the lead at the moment. First of white is in, 6.17. Now waiting on your second score. Primero de blanco, 6.17. Once again, Team Israel has a 6.17 for the first wave. Now working on the second score for Team Israel. Just over 6 minutes. Red has first priority, second priority green, and third priority is with blue. All right, white. 3rd wave. So white, knowing he has a second score coming in, he went and stacked another one on top of that. So we'll have 2 scores to work on for white to give you guys an accurate update. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. First priority red, second priority green, and third priorities with blue. Restan 5 minutos 20 segundos. Faltamos 2 puntajes más de blanco para el surfer de Israel. First priority red, second priority green, third priority blue. Waiting on white's second and third scores. We're down to 5 minutes. So when we have scores coming in like this, anything can change at any moment. So we don't announce first, second, third, and fourth place until all the scores are in, because things are likely to change around as each ride comes in from the judges. So 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I will give the updated situation of everyone's position in this heat, but we still have 2 scores to work out for white. Red has first priority, second priority is with green, third priorities with blue. Second wave of white came in as a 4.57. That changed the situation, sent Israel to the lead with a 6.17 and a 4.57. Last of white was a 3.47, doesn't fit into those top 2. Grace and Grant, Sweden, you've dropped to second with a 5.17 and a 4.50. Barbados has dropped to third, now needing 5.84, and fourth blue needs 6.67. La primera ola de Blanco fue 6.17, segunda ola de Blanco 4.57, le subió a primer posición. Verde segundo, tercero rojo buscando 5.84 y cuarto azul buscando 6.67. Restan 3 minutos, 40 segundos, primer prioridad rojo, segunda prioridad verde y tercer prioridad azul. So, a little bit of time working on those scores. Had to stay focused. I knew white was getting antsy, waiting to know where he sat in this competition, and he jumped up to first after those first 2 scores. And here we have blue up and riding. So now with new information, Guatemala goes into his 4th ride. First priority red, second priority green, and third priority is with white. Just over 3 minutes. So it's always stressful for the competitors when you know you've put a ride in, but you're not quite sure what the judge is going to give you for that last ride. All of those scores as they come in help you kind of form a map through your heat and figure out how you're going to proceed in that heat. Last of blue, 2.83. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. White, Team Israel in the lead. Second, green, Team Sweden. Third, Barbados is third, needing a 5.84 to advance. Fourth, blue, needing 6.67. We're down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Blanco, primera posición. Segunda posición, verde. Tercero, rojo, buscando 5.84. Y azul en cuarto lugar, buscando 6.67. 2 minutos, 20 segundos. Primer prioridad rojo. Segunda prioridad verde. Tercer prioridad blanco. So there you have it, friends and surf fans watching us on the YouTube channel. We welcome you to this 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. It's our 11th event, 11th World Championship that the ISA has held here since 2019, thanks to their president, Nayib Bukele, and Karim Bukele. His brother is in charge of all of our sports events. They work together in unison with the Minister of Tourism, Reina Valdez, who is a surfer herself. And they have put the amazing world-class waves of El Salvador on the map in the surfing world with multiple world championships here, including the CT for the WSL. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Green up and riding, so second priority goes to white, third priority goes to blue. And I think anyone who's been on a board ever now knows how good the waves are here in Surf City, El Salvador, and has at one time watched a world championship on the web and seen just what the conditions can do here. It's a paradise for surfers. 55 seconds. Waiting on the last of green as time ticks down. 45 segundos. And we really appreciate our riders waiting for those 2 horns before they move into the zone. We're going to give you guys an automatic 30 seconds to get into position before the heat. We won't make you hustle into the primary takeoff zone. 30 seconds. One more score coming in for green. White still in first. Second green. Third red needing a 5.84. Fourth blue needing a 6.67. As we're down to 15 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Last of green, 2.63. Does not move into the top 2. So heat 5, we welcome you to move into the primary takeoff zone, get into position on standby, and we'll get you started in just a moment. So it looks like we had another ride before the buzzer for green. It was a 1.40. All right, let's start up our next heat. Heat 5, attention, starting up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just when I was starting to have fun and get warmed up, I'm welcoming back Ixa Marieta into the booth. Oh, man, always kicking me out of here, Ixa.
Sí, la verdad es que yo también quiero que me dejes un espacio aquí en la cabina, ven, lo pasamos bien cuando estamos transmitiendo, dar esa alegría y también mantener a nuestros competidores informados, pero también a ustedes en sus casas con algo de entretención, conociendo un poquito lo que está pasando. Bueno, somos Ixa Marieta junto a Benway, que hemos estado en la transmisión desde el podio 2, el Sunzal, acompañándoles no solamente acá presente los competidores, sino que también en sus casas, de donde sea que nos están viendo, en inglés y en español, así que nos están escuchando en los dos idiomas que tratamos de hacer traducción simultánea para mantenerlos siempre enterados de lo que está ocurriendo acá en la competencia. Estamos ya, ronda 5 de repechaje, 3 por el lado de los varones. Tenemos resultados extraoficiales del hit anterior. So, unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, White Ido Hayash, Team Israel with 10.74 points. Also advancing in second, green, Grace and Grant, Team Sweden with 9.67 points. Finish in third, red, Rafi Gooding, Team Barbados with 7 points. And fourth place, blue, Jairo Orlando Avila, Team Guatemala with 5.83 points. Now we're going to introduce our heat number 5. We have in the red jersey, Jung Young, Team South Korea. In blue, Sage Cats, Team Puerto Rico. Green, Luke Lepront, Team South Africa. White, Daniel Monterrosa for Team El Salvador. Tenemos un salvadoreño en el agua, así que me imagino que hay mucha gente en este momento que está siguiendo la transmisión. Aprovecho de decirles que soy una fan del Salvador. A mí me encanta, yo lo siento que es mi segunda casa. Incluso cuando entro al país, Policía Internacional me dice, mira, esto parece que es tu segunda casa, no sé cuántos timbres ya tengo del Salvador y es un honor y dicha pura siempre volver a este país. La ISA ya tiene 10 eventos en estas costas salvadoreñas. Eso es increíble y espero que dure por mucho tiempo más. Realmente es alucinante el proyecto de Surf City, cómo ha sido un imán para poder traer a surfers de todo el mundo a querer venir a disfrutar de estas olas, no solamente de las que están acá específicamente en el Tunco, sino que en toda la Libertad y por supuesto que quienes están descubriendo olas un poco más lejos, quienes se han aventurado a ir al Oriente Salvaje o tal vez ir hacia Misata, al Zonte. Es increíble, la verdad que es un país divino que además tiene la calidez de su gente, que es algo que caracteriza a El Salvador, un país pequeño pero con un corazón enorme, así que un saludo para todos los salvadoreños que nos están escuchando y que están apoyando en este momento a Daniel Monterrosa, el salvadoreño que se encuentra buscando esa chance de seguir en este Surf City El Salvador, ese World Surfing Games 2025. Está junto a un sudafricano, un puertorriqueño y un surcoreano. Les recordábamos que en este mundial tenemos 61 federaciones. Es increíble la cantidad de atletas que quieren venir a competir al Salvador, 291 atletas de estas 61 naciones que están comenzando ya este tercer ciclo olímpico hacia Los Ángeles 2028, cuando se nos viene acción en vivo por parte del boricua Sage Cats en azul, 16 minutos con 20 segundos. Esto está recién comenzando y vamos a hacer el llamado a nuestro hit número 6 para que se registren en el área de Beach Marshall. Please check in at the Beach Marshall area next heat number 6. Theo Morris, Team New Zealand. Odin Villarreal, Team Ireland. Lucas Silveira, Team Brasil. Chia Chi-Yu, Team Chinese Taipei. Les recordamos que el tiempo de paddle out es de 10 minutos. Por favor, vayamos respetando ese tiempo, no ingresar antes al área de competencia. Y si van a entrar con un caddy, el caddy debe mantenerse en la boya durante toda la competencia. Y ustedes pueden ingresar recién a la zona de compe cuando escuchan la bocina. Van a tener 30 segundos de gap que están asegurados para que hagan su posición en el lineup. First of blue, 2.83. Primera de azul, 2.83. No puedo creer que ha avanzado tan rápido esta semana de competencia. Ya es jueves 11 de septiembre. El viernes pasado hicimos la ceremonia de apertura y este domingo vamos a entregar esas medallas a los países por equipos y también vamos a entregarlas individuales. Qué increíble cómo avanza el tiempo aquí en El Salvador, porque ola tras olas el ritmo se pasa volando. Estamos esta mañana desde el Sunzal con un cronograma que va así. Tercera ronda de repechaje por el lado de los varones, 12 hits en total. Y luego cuarta ronda de repechaje de los varones, también 12 hits, un total de 24 hits en el Sunzal. Vamos a terminar a eso de las 3 de la tarde, tal vez un poquito más con los gap times, porque tardamos un tanto más en dar los puntajes debido a la longitud de la ola del Sunzal. Tenemos la primera para ver de 4.5. First of green for South Africa, 4.5, as we are down to 14 minutes and 10 seconds. This is the current hit situation. In the lead, green, Team South Africa with 4.5. In second, blue, Team Puerto Rico with 2.83. Still no rights for red and white, both needing a 2.84 to advance. 13 minutos con 40 segundos restan de competencia. Situación del hit. Está liderando verde con 4.5. Está segundo azul con 2.83. Todavía sin olas blanco y rojo. Ambos necesitan 2.84 para ir al segundo lugar. 13 minutos con 25 en el reloj. La tercera prioridad está con azul. Third priority blue.
She was like, I don't have Ben's phone, but please can you resend it to him? And I have the physics. He has the.
Green, once again, your opening score 4.5. You're in the lead. In second is blue with 2.83. You have the fourth priority, green. We're down to 12 minutes and 10 seconds. Y restando 11 minutos con 40 segundos, yo sé que nos están viendo los salvadoreños en este momento y quiero aprovechar de agradecer a la oficina ISTU, que administra el Parque de Aventura Surf City Walter Tilo Deininger. ¿Han ido todavía al parque? Está muy cerca, solo pasadito del Puerto de la Libertad. Pueden ingresar a este parque natural con unas cuevas enormes para ir a caminar. Hay también tirolesas, es muy divertido las vistas, hay un clima distinto ahí, se siente súper bien ir a hacer un retiro más al monte donde pueden ir a descubrir y a pasarlo bien una tardecita en el parque Walter Tilo Deininger de Surf City. Les recuerdo que estamos también con nuestro Bamboo Lifestyle Desk Information, donde pueden ir a registrarse para un shuttle gratuito a todas las distintas atracciones que tiene Surf City. También el ISTU maneja el parque de diversiones Sunset Park, que está en el Puerto de la Libertad. Es súper divertido para ir a pasar un buen rato, si quieres ir tal vez al Sunset, a disfrutar de unas buenas vistas ahí en la rueda, en la gran rueda que está frente a la ola de Punta Roca. Está súper cool ir a darse una vueltita por ahí para ir con tus compañeros, con tu delegación, con los nuevos amigos que te hiciste acá en el Mundial. Un ratito de entretención nos viene súper bien. ISTU también está a cargo del Parque Infantil de Diversiones, del Parque Natural Balboa, del Parque Natural Cerro Verde, del Parque Natural Puerta del Diablo, que es un lugar natural al cual todavía no he podido ir, así que tengo muchas ganas de ir a conocerlo. Y también del Parque Natural Sauro Girao. We're down to 10 minutes, so next heat can enter the water. Halfway of this heat, number 5. 9 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Current heat situation. In the lead, green team South Africa with 4.5. In second, blue team Puerto Rico with 2.83. Third place, white team El Salvador with 0.27. White needs a 2.57 to go to second. Fourth place, red, still no rights for team South Korea. He needs a 2.84 to advance. 9 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Priority red, second blue, third green, and now we have blue up, so second priority goes to green. As we see red opening right for Young for Team South Korea. 9 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. Priority for green team South Africa. Eight minutes and 35 seconds. Waiting for scores for red, blue, and white. Priority green. 8 minutos y 30 en el reloj. Estamos aguardando por esos puntajes para rojo, azul y blanco. And we have the second of blue in. It's a 3.5 for Team Puerto Rico. So for now, in the lead, blue Team Puerto Rico with 3.5 and 2.83. In second, green Team South Africa with 4.5. In third, white. Your second wave at 2.93. Your backup 0.27. White needs a 1.58 to go to second. Just waiting on the opening score for red Team South Korea. As soon as I have it, I'll let you know the heat situation. 7 minutes and 50 seconds. Priority green. 7 minutos con 50 segundos. Estamos esperando el puntaje de rojo. Pero esta es la situación del heat por el momento. Está primero azul de Puerto Rico con 3.50 y 2.83. Segundo, verde de Sudáfrica con 4.5. Tercero, blanco de El Salvador con 2.93 y 0.27. Blanco necesitas 1.58 para ir al segundo lugar. Va a ingresar el puntaje de rojo para poder entregar cambios en la situación y también los requisitos. Por el momento la prioridad la tiene verde. 7 minutos con 15 segundos restan de competencia. Still waiting on the opening score for red team South Korea. As soon as I have it, I'll let you know the heat situation. Just under 7 minutes remaining. Priority green. Second priority white. Third priority blue. Prioridad 1 verde, prioridad 2 blanco, prioridad 3 azul. And we have the first of red, 4.9, and he goes to second. So current heat situation, first blue with a 3.5 and 2.83. Second red with a 4.9. Third green with 4.5. Green needs a 0.41 to go to second. And fourth place white with a 2.93 and 0.27. White needs 1.98 to go to second. 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority white, third priority blue. Situación del heat cuando aparece el puntaje de rojo. Está liderando azul con 3.5 y 2.83. Está segundo rojo con 4.9. Tercero verde con 4.5. Verde necesita 0.41 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto se encuentra blanco, el salvadoreño, con 2.93 y 0.27. Blanco buscando 1.98 para avanzar en segundo lugar. 5 minutos con 40 segundos en el reloj. Prioridad para verde, prioridad 2 blanco, prioridad 3 azul. Y quienes avanzan en primer y segundo lugar en esta ronda van a volver a competir acá en el Sunzal hoy en la ronda 4 de repechaje. Así que ahí también para que se vayan programando con sus equipos para estar aquí presentes apoyando a sus compañeros. Cuando vemos ola, ahí tenemos azul y verde venían en ola, así que van a ingresar puntajes para Puerto Rico y Sudáfrica. La prioridad la tiene blanco, priority white. 5 minutes remaining, últimos 5 minutos, cuando toma posición un poquito más abajo el competidor de Corea del Sur, Young. Ahí tenemos la segunda ola para rojo. Second of red, 1.67. Second of green, 3.33. Just waiting on the last of blue. Time call 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Priority white. Segunda de verde, 3.33. Segunda de rojo, 1.67. Esperamos la última de azul. So we're down to 4 minutes remaining. The white has the first priority. Still waiting on the last of blue, priority white, second priority green. We still have that last of blue to work. But for now, in the lead position is green Team South Africa with 4.5 and 3.33. Second, red Team South Korea with 4.9 and 1.67. Third, blue Team Puerto Rico with 3.5 and 2.83. He needs 3.08 to go to second. And fourth place, white with a 2.93 and a 0.27. White needs a 3.65. As soon as I have the score for blue, I'll let you know the heat situation and the requirements. And we have blue's last wave, 5.1. That rockets him to the lead position. So now blue in the lead with 5.1 and 3.5. In second, green with a 4.5 and a 3.33. Third, red with a 4.9 and 1.67. Red needs a 2.93 to go to second. Fourth place, white with a 2.93 and a 0.27. White needs a 4.9 to go to second. Priority white, second prior green, third prior red, fourth prior for blue. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. 2 minutos y 5 segundos en el reloj. Está primero azul de Puerto Rico con 5.1 y 3.5. Segundo verde de Sudáfrica con 4.5 y 3.33. Está tercero rojo el surcoreano con 4.9 y 1.67. Cuando vemos un intercambio entre azul y blanco. Ahí tenemos al boricua y al salvadoreño en ola. Está cuarto blanco buscando un 4.9, 1 minuto con 40 en el reloj. La prioridad la tiene verde de Sudáfrica. La segunda prioridad rojo de Surcorea. One minute and 25 seconds. Priority green, second priority red. Next heat, please hold your positions. You're going to have a 30 seconds gap to move into the contest area. For now, please stop paddling towards the competition area next heat. Thank you, guys. 1 minute remaining. Priority red. As we watch green up for Team South Africa, we're down to 50 seconds. Last of white, 3.63 goes to the top two scores for white. So white now in fourth, needing a 4.21. Última de blanco, 3.63. Daniel está cuarto, ahora buscas 4.21 para avanzar. 35 segundos restan de competencia. Va a ingresar puntaje para verde y también para azul. 30 seconds. Waiting on the last of green and last of blue. Priority is with red. 20 seconds. Ten seconds. And we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for this heat number 5. Next heat, move into position. We just have to confirm two scores, one for green, one for blue to start with our heat number 6. Last of blue, 2.77. Waiting now on the last of green. A los competidores del hit anterior les pedimos por favor que se salgan recostados sobre su tabla para no confundirnos con el hit que está a punto de comenzar. Gracias, muchachos. Estamos esperando nada más la última ola de verde. Waiting on the last of green. Last of green, 3.97. All right, we're going to move with our heat number 6. Count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat number 6 is on, and we have the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, Blue Sage Cats, Team Puerto Rico with 8.60 points. Second, Green Luke Lepron, Team South Africa with 8.47 points. Finish in third, Red Jung Wee-young, Team South Korea with 6.57 points. And in fourth place, White Daniel Monterrosa, Team El Salvador with 6.56 points. Now we're going to introduce our heat number 6. In the red jersey, Theo Morse for Team New Zealand. In blue, Odin Villarreal for Team Ireland. In green, Lucas Silveira, Team Brazil. In white, Chia Chi Yu, Team Chinese Taipei. Time call, 19 minutes and 10 seconds. And we are going to make the call for our next heat to check in at the beach marshal area. Thomas Lindhorst, Team South Africa. Cody Young, Team Canada. Beric De Vries, Team Netherlands. Dong Sihao, Team People's Republic of China. Tenemos la primera ola para abrir el marcador de este hit número 6 con el competidor de Brasil, Lucas Silveira. Agradecemos la sintonía de todos los fanáticos del surf que nos están siguiendo en el podio 2. El Sunzal a través de nuestro canal de YouTube en ISAsurfing o también a través de nuestro sitio web isasurf.org. Les recordamos que pueden sintonizar el podio del Sunzal, compartir también este link para que sigan la transmisión del podio 2 en donde estamos nosotros, los Beach Announcers, haciendo una combinación de locución de playa con un poquito de webcast para que ustedes en sus casas se puedan enterar lo que está ocurriendo aquí en el sitio del evento. A pesar de que las cámaras están principalmente enfocadas en las olas, nosotros podemos ir describiéndoles lo que está ocurriendo acá en el Sunzal. Estamos en el Club Salvadoreño, donde está dispuesta la torre que tal vez han visto por ahí en algunas imágenes que ha mostrado el dron. Un edificio que está construido permanente para poder desarrollar los eventos. El primer y segundo piso en el club tienen dormitorios donde una gran parte del staff se está quedando, parte del water safety, gente de las cámaras y también los locutores. Y en el tercer piso está dispuesta toda la parte de las oficinas, donde está la oficina de los jueces, la cabina de locución de playa, también hay una cabina para la transmisión, para las cámaras y la oficina del presidente. Así que es así más o menos como está distribuido el edificio en el club, donde nosotros estamos en este momento. Y sobre nosotros se encuentran los paneles LED que están siempre encendidos para dar las prioridades y también el tiempo. Además, en todo el área del evento, en el club, están las palapas que permiten que haya sombrita y un clima un poco más agradable, porque acá en El Salvador hace bastante calor, donde las federaciones y las delegaciones pueden ocupar estos espacios para venir a apoyar a sus equipos, instalar sus tablas y obviamente que mantenerse hidratados a la sombra gracias a nuestra hidratación oficial Gatorade y Gatorade. Gator Light. Si es que todavía no han ido a probar un cafecito de El Salvador, se los recomiendo. Yo vengo de allá y está buenísimo. Puedes escoger tu americano, tienen cafecito negro, tienen capuchinos, así que gracias a los muchachos ahí que están siempre dándonos cafecitos para todos. Los cafés de El Salvador. Si es que van de vuelta a casa y están en el aeropuerto y no se llevaron un café, pueden pasar a comprarlo ahí, sin problemas. 15 minutos con 35 restan de competencia. Estamos aguardando por el primer puntaje de verde. Ya se lo vamos a comunicar a Lucas apenas esté digitado en pantalla. Como les he contado, nosotros siempre en la locución de playa nos enfocamos en dar solamente los puntajes, la situación del tiempo, de prioridades y nada más. Aprovechamos esos momentos de silencio para mantener la calma, stress free en el área de competencia, pero ahora como nuestro audio está saliendo en la transmisión, también tratamos de contarles un poquito en las casas a la gente que nos está viendo desde casa para que sepan lo que está ocurriendo acá en el Mundial. Así que eso es importante que ustedes lo sepan, pero de todas maneras nuestro foco principal es contarle a los atletas lo que está ocurriendo en el agua. Para eso también junto a Ben hemos desarrollado entonación distinta, hablamos un poquito más bajo cuando estamos dando información más enfocada en la entretención y los puntajes los damos con toda la fuerza. Y ahí tenemos para verde. Opening score for green, 6.33. First of green, 6.33. Time call, 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Primera para verde, 6.33. $14 minutos y 15 segundos restan de competencia. Y se mantiene ocupado Lucas Silveira más al inside, encuentra otra oportunidad. Él tomó su primera ola, le dan un 6.33. Estamos esperando ahora que ingrese ese segundo puntaje. Están bajo los 14 minutos de este hit número 6 y avanzamos rápido en este sexto día de Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. La verdad es que las jornadas acá en El Salvador pasan volando porque las olas no paran y eso nos mantiene activos, hablando, entretenidos. También para nosotros que estamos mirando el mar todo el día, cuando tenemos un buen surfing no se puede disfrutar más de este trabajo maravilloso. Estamos en la 10ª edición de un mundial que hace la ISA acá en El Salvador. Hemos tenido mundiales de subsurfing en el 2019, hemos tenido mundiales juniors, de longboard, masters y también los World Surfing Games. Así que es increíble esta alianza que se ha formado entre la ISA y Surf City y esperamos que dure muchos años más. Second of green, 1.77. So green team Brazil in the lead with 6.33 and 1.77. Still no rides for red, blue and white as we're down to 12 minutes and 45 seconds. 12 minutos con 45 y Brasil en verde está liderando este hit número 6 con 6.33 y 1.77. Fourth priority green, cuarta prioridad verde. Este evento es posible gracias a nuestros patrocinadores, a hidratación oficial del evento Gatorade y Gator Light, gracias a Pepsi, a Suprema, a Pollo Campero. Esperamos que Pollo Campero vuelva el día de hoy. Gracias a Del Sur, El Urbano, Publimóvil, a Cabal, Internet que nos mantiene conectados. Agradecemos también a Bambú Centro Comercial, Vodka Misata y Uffizi. ¿Fueron ya al centro comercial El Encuentro? Está tan solo a 10 minutos del área de competencia y Bambú ha dispuesto un shuttle que sale cada 1 hora para llevarte al centro comercial. Si necesitas comprar algo, si quieres salir a comer rico, si quieres también ir al salón, bueno, puedes aprovechar de hacerlo en Centro Comercial El Encuentro y aprovecha los shuttles gratuitos. Puedes ir al Information Desk de Bamboo Lifestyle para preguntar los horarios. Priority red, second priority green. As we watch an opening right for blue, we also have a score coming in for white team Chinese Taipei as we see team New Zealand's Theo Morse on his first wave. Priority goes to green, 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Y a la mitad del hit se activa el Sunzal y van a entrar olas para los competidores. Apenas se digiten aquí en pantalla les voy a comunicar la situación. 10 minutos con 10 segundos en el reloj. Prevenido el próximo hit número 7. First of white for Team Chinese Taipei, 2.6. Waiting on the first of blue and first of red to give you situation. Time call 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority green. So next hit can enter the water. 9 minutes and 25 seconds remaining of this current hit number 6. Estamos aguardando por puntajes de azul y rojo para entrar a la situación. Second priority white, third priority red, fourth priority blue. Just under 9 minutes remaining. Now the third priority goes to blue as we watch green up for Team Brazil. Still waiting on the first of blue and first of red. 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And out the back, we have white up. A second red for Team Chinese Taipei. Priority red, a second priority blue. Y aprovechando esa prioridad viene el Theo Morse en rojo de Nueva Zelanda. La prioridad la tiene azul en este momento, 8 minutos, 8 minutes. Still waiting on scores, and we have now the first of blue in. It's a 4.23. First of blue for Ireland, 4.23. Waiting on the first of red. We're going to wait on 2 scores for red. 1 for green and also 1 for white. 7 minutes and 30 seconds. 7 minutos con 20 segundos Entra la primera ola de azul, 4.23. Van a entrar puntajes, 2 de rojo, una de verde y una de blanco para entregarles la situación. Still waiting on the last of green and 2 for red to give you the heat situation. Now we're down to 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Priority blue in the lead position. Green Team Brazil with 6.33 and 1.77. Still waiting for your last wave. In second is blue Team Ireland with 4.23. Third, white Team Chinese Taipei with 2.6 and 0.87, your second wave. White needs a 1.64 to go to second. And we're waiting on the 2 scores of red for Team New Zealand. As soon as I have those scores, I'll let you know your heat situation. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority blue, second priority white. Seis minutos 15 segundos. Estamos aguardando por la tercera nota de verde. También 2 puntajes de rojo para entregarles la situación y los requisitos de este hit número 6. And we have the opening score of red for New Zealand, 4 points. First of red, 4 points. Now waiting on the second of red. Time called 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Also waiting on the third of green. Caddies of the next hit, just remind to stay close to the buoy, please. So blue has priority as we're down to 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And we have green up for Team Brazil. That's the 4th ride for Lucas Silveira. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Cinco minutos, 5 minutes. Priority blue. Attention blue, you have the priority. You have a 4.23. We're still waiting on scores. You're in second place. As soon as I have the scores for green and red, I'll let you know the heat situation. Time call, 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Four minutes and 10 seconds. Priority blue, second priority white. We have scores coming in for red and green. Second priority goes to red. Previous of green, 4.93, just waiting on the last of green, and second of red. 3 minutes and 30 seconds, priority blue, second priority red, third priority white. Last of green, 4.93, does not factor in. Green in the lead with 6.33 and a 4.93. Still waiting on the second of red. For now, in the second place is blue Team Ireland with a 4.23. In third, red needs a 0.24 to go to second. And fourth place, white needs a 1.64. Waiting on the second of red as we watch green up Team Brazil. We're down to 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Priority blue, second priority red, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Still working on the second of red and last of green. Chucha con la segunda de rojo, por favor. 2 minutes remaining. Last of green, 5.4, goes to the top two scores for Team Brazil, extending his lead with a 6.33 and a 5.4. Priority blue, second prior for red, third prior for white, 1 minute and 45 seconds. As soon as I have the second score for red, Team New Zealand, I'll let you know the hit situation. Blue takes position, and that's Team Ireland, Olin Villarreal. Second wave of red is a 3.70. So red, Team New Zealand in second, and blue dropped to third as we watch blue for Team Ireland. And out the back, we have white up for Team Chinese Taipei, just under 1 minute remaining. Priorities with red, 50 seconds. So attention, second of red, 3.7. Red is in second. In third, blue. Blue needs a 3.47. We have to work on that second wave of blue. As we see out the back, red, 30 seconds. $20 seconds. Last of red, 0.77. Waiting on the second of blue and last of white in the last 12 seconds of heat number 6. And we are ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for heat number 6. Next heat, please move into position and stand by. So we have scores coming in for blue, 2 for Team Ireland, 1 for Team Chinese Taipei. En este momento tenemos que trabajar en esos puntajes para China, Taipei e Irlanda. Second of blue for Team Ireland, 3.27. Waiting on the last of blue and last of white. Tuvimos algunas olas que nuestros competidores tomaron justo antes de que sonara la bocina. Irlanda y China Taipei, por lo tanto estamos trabajando en esos puntajes. Por el momento les cuento, está primero verde, está segundo rojo, está tercero azul buscando un 3.47 y está cuarto blanco buscando un 5.10. So we're still working on those scores for Team Chinese Taipei in white and Team Ireland in blue. For everyone to know the situation, in the lead is green, in second is red, in third blue needing a 3.47, and in fourth place white needing a 5.10. We'll have those scores in just a moment. Next heat. We appreciate your patience. We'll be back with you. Estamos esperando todavía esos puntajes para blanco de China Taipei y azul Irlanda. Como bien saben, la ola del Sunzal es muy larga, es la característica de esta punta derecha. Por lo tanto, ver esas olas, ver los replays toma bastante tiempo, por lo menos entre 40 segundos, 1 minuto para también poder compararla con otras y poder definir bien esos puntajes. Es por eso que tardan un poquito más los jueces. And we have the last of white, 5.3, changing situation for Team Chinese Taipei. He moved to second with that last wave, now waiting on the last of blue for Team Ireland. Y bien, se define el puntaje para la última ola de blanco. China Taipei 5.30 y cambió la situación con esa última ola. Last of blue 2.23 does not factor in. So we're going to move with our next heat, number 7. We're going to start you up, guys, in just a moment. All right, count you into the start. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit number 7 is on y voy a dejar que Ben Wei les transmita los resultados del hit anterior y también que introduzca a los competidores del hit número 7. Bienvenido de regreso, Ben. Qué gusto tenerte en la cabina para que sigas alegrando este podio, el Sunzal.
Thank you so much, Ixa Marietta, and great job as always. I do recommend that you go down to our El Salvador coffee experience. Today we have Carlos Alexandra, barista, doing artwork in the cappuccino foam. So go check it out. Very cool. We've already had an opening ride here for the Republic of South Africa. This is Thomas Lindhorst. In blue for Canada, we have Cody Young in the water. In green, for the Netherlands, Beric de Vries, and for the People's Republic of China in white, Dong Zihao. So here we have the previous heat, unofficial final results. Winning the heat was green, Lucas Silveira for Brazil, 11.73 points. Second was white, Chia Chi Yu for Chinese Taipei with 7.90 points. Third was red, Tio Morris for New Zealand with 7.70 points. And fourth was blue, Odin Villarreal for Ireland with 7.50 points. So it blew up for a moment. White, opening ride for Team China. Green, Netherlands now has first priority. You have 18 minutes and 30 seconds. So we have scores coming in for red, blue, and white at the moment. So as we had mentioned earlier on our earlier days of competition, ISA rulebook does call for us to give the situation call in Spanish should we have a surfer from Latin America or a Spanish-speaking surfer in the water. In this heat, we don't, so we will primarily give the situation call to reduce the clutter of noise for our competitors. And we'll give updates for our friends in Spanish every once in a while. But if we do have a Spanish-speaking surfer in the water, don't worry that we will give our situation calls equally in English and in Spanish. We're down to 17 minutes and 40 seconds. Green has first priority. Lo que estoy explicando para los amigos en el libro de reglas para la ISA, si tenemos un surfer que habla solo español o viene de Latinoamérica, vamos a dar las situaciones en los dos idiomas iguales, toda la información en inglés y en español. En este heat no tenemos surfers latinoamericanos, así que por la mayoría vamos a dar las situaciones en inglés y a veces para ustedes en casa, viéndonos en la transmisión, vamos a dar información en español también. Gracias. 17 minutes remaining. Green has first priority. Second priority is with blue. We will have scores coming in for South Africa, for Canada, and Team China. Coming up in our next heat, we will have Team Argentina's Nacho Gunderson. Team Korea's Kanoe Hije. For Portugal, Afonso Antunes. And for Chinese Taipei, we'll have John Chan. So waiting on those opening scores. Don't worry, competitors. We are focused on you guys. The technical information comes first, and any dead space after. Everyone is aware of the current situation. We will be entertaining our friends who, for the first time, are joining us around the world on our YouTube channel here from the Podium 2. So if you're wondering why Ixa and Ben are talking so much, it's because we're also speaking to all the people that are supporting you from around the world. 16 minutes. Green has first priority, second priority blue, waiting on scores for red, blue, and white. Third priority now goes to white. So you've had amazing surf all morning long, and we do have an increase in swell. Yesterday we had cleaner conditions, but we have the frequency of waves that's much more consistent today. That's why there's so many back-to-back rides that you're saying without those dead spots. It keeps the action for you guys at home. Red's first wave comes in as a 5.50. Blue Team Canada has a 7.0 for Cody Young's first wave. That was white. Team China's second wave. We're still waiting on his first score. We'll have 2 scores for white in just a moment to keep you guys notified of the updated situation. We're down to 15 minutes waiting on 2 scores for white. White's first wave, 4.50. Waiting on the second score for white. And the second score for white is in. It's a 2.50. Okay, attention riders. This is the updated situation. Team Canada is in the lead. Cody Young has a 7.0. White is in second with a 4.50 and a 2.50. Red is in third with a 5.50, needing 1.50. And green in fourth, currently needing 7.0. Green has first priority. We have just under 14 minutes. So we are excited to bring this edition of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games to all of our surf fans and ISA family and friends from around the world. This is Surf City El Salvador, the home of the right surf. And there are so many varieties of spots in this small country. You can surf up and down the coast at millions of perfect waves. And the consistency here is like no other. It's a giant catcher's mitt to every direction of swell. And there's pretty much no flat days here in Surf City, El Salvador. Even the flattest day will still be probably considerably comparable to the best conditions at your own home. And when this place is on, it's on. 13 minutes. We have some great conditions today. Even though we have the outgoing tide, we'll have that tide moving in with this increase in swell. We'll see a lot more waves on offer, and we'll also seeing a little bit more water over the reef, helping this right perfectly peel all the way across this beautiful triangle-shaped rock reef that is sitting below these surfers. 12 minutes and 40 seconds. And we have to say a special thanks to the sponsors that made this event possible for us all to be here and for you guys at home to watch. We want to thank our official hydration sponsor, Gatorade and Gator Light. We want to thank Pepsi, Suprema, which is the local beer in the green bottle. Pollo Campero, which is the El Salvadorian Kentucky Fried Chicken, that school's Kentucky Fried Chicken. It is so good. We got to enjoy that here at the site yesterday. To Del Sur, El Urbano, Publimóvil, Cabal Internet, keeping you guys connected to all the live action and keeping our high-speed Wi-Fi for all of our competitors around the competitors area, as well as our communication for our staff. Bamboo Centro Comercial is the big supermarket, and it is a 5-star level supermarket with international goods from around the world. That's just 10 minutes down the beach. And Vodka Misata, as well as Uffizi. I want to thank all of our sponsors. Gran agradecimiento a nuestros patrocinadores de esta edición del Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Here we have blue up and riding. Second wave for Cody Young for Canada. Green now has first priority. Second priority red and third priorities with white. Just over 11 minutes. So speaking of the supermarket just down the road, every 10 minutes leaving from the little turnaround right here at the Club Salvadoreño, you and your team can get a free shuttle down to do your shopping at Bamboo Centro Comercial, which is in the El Encuentro Mall, where they got a bunch of shops. Anything that you need, you got it down there. 10 minutes and 40 seconds. We have a second score coming in for Canada. Besides free rides down to the supermarket, all of our friends at Surf City, our good buddy Luriel has organized a lot of different activities for you guys, including yoga, dance, jiu-jitsu, surf classes, aerobics, and physical training. So you guys can go down and take part in a lot of activities down on the left side of our competition area of this podium too. Still waiting on the second wave of blue. We have 10 minutes. And here we have Beric de Vries up and riding for Team Netherlands. Red now has first priority. Second priority is with white. First priority red, second priority with white. We'll have scores to work out for blue and for green. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Blue up and riding. Third wave for Team Canada. So the vibes are high here. We are enjoying every minute here in Surf City, El Salvador. We are amazingly on day 6. This is going by so fast. We've got so much action on both podiums. Podium 1, which is at La Bocana, which is the Rivermouth Reef, sort of Surf City's Trestles, while we're over here at Podium 2, El Sunzal, which would be the equivalent of Surf City's Malibu. Amazing waves for all of our surfers, no matter which division they are surfing. They got to be having fun, only having 3 other people or 2 other people in the water with them sharing these waves. We're waiting on scores for blue and green at the moment. First priority goes to red, second priority goes to white, and third priority goes to blue. Time call 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Faltamos unos puntajes de azul y verde. Rojo tiene la prioridad, segunda prioridad blanco, tercera prioridad azul. Restan 8 minutos. So next heat, starting to paddle out for the standby buoy. That will be our heat number 8. So waiting on scores for the third wave of blue and the first wave of green. First of green is in. It's a 4.13. Green, you now have fourth priority. Last of blue, 2.93, did not factor into his top 2. So attention riders, here's the updated situation. Cody Young in the lead. Team Canada has a 7.0 and a 4.0. Team China's in second with a 4.50 and a 2.50. Thomas Lindhorst, you're in third with a 5.50, needing 1.50 to advance. And Beric de Vries, you've got a 4.13. You're needing 2.88 to advance at the moment. 7 minutes remaining. Red has first priority, second priority white, third priority blue, and fourth priorities with green. So one person we haven't thanked is Ali Duran with Corsa Tour. And Corsa Tour helps to promote family recreation around their various parks. And those parks are run by ISTU. And I've been to every one of those places. There's so many cool things to do as we have red taken off. 6 minutes and 15 seconds. First priority white, second priority blue, and third priority green. So a few years back, we had 2 contests with a 2-week gap in between. And I asked the Minister of Tourism, hey, can I stick around for those 2 weeks instead of buying me a plane ticket back? And in those 2 weeks, I was able to go to all of ISTU's parks around here, which include the Parque de Aventuras, Surf City, Walter Tilo Denninger, white up and riding, first priority blue, second priority green. We have the amusement park, Sunset Park, just around the corner from Punta Roca by the big pier, where they have roller coasters and all sorts of family entertainment. We have a kids fun park, Natural Park Balboa, Parque Natural Balboa, Parque Natural Cerro Verde, which is beautiful, 5 minutes and 15 seconds. We have a third score of white, 2.57. Now waiting on the second score of red. Still blue in the lead, second white with a 2.57 for his last wave. His scores are 4.50 and 2.57. Just under 5 minutes. We're waiting on the last of red. Blue has first priority, second priority green, third priority white. We'll have a second score for red in just a moment. Another very cool place that you guys should go and see while you're here in Surf City is Parque Natural Puerta del Diablo, the Devil's Door, which is this big crack in the land with these giant cliffs. And you can see out the center window of where the land has split. Very cool spot to check out. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Waiting on the second score for red, and we'll be able to give an update on the situation. There's also the Parque Natural Saburo Irao. Blue up and riding. First. So we're reviewing that last takeoff to determine who's in first priority position at the moment. Green still has first priority, second priority is white. Sorry for any stress there. They were reviewing the priority judges panel right there. First priority green, second priority white. We've got scores coming in for red, blue, and green. Down to 3 minutes. And third priority goes to red. So green was deemed to not be up on his feet, so he went to first priority, second priority white, third priority is with red. Just a hair of confusion for a second there. It's really hard to see, but luckily our priority judges have their own replay system, and we have a camera that is dedicated to our priority judge. So once again, just to reset for you guys, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. We're waiting on scores for red and for blue. And I'll be able to give an update. Green still has his 4.13 for his first wave. Green has first priority, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priorities with blue. Y como estoy explicando a los amigos en inglés, vimos que había cambiado la prioridad, pero cuando vimos el replay, verde no había remado, así que se quedó en primer prioridad, segundo prioridad, blanco. We have the second score for red, 6.23. South Africa now goes to the lead. We're waiting on a score for Cody Young. Waiting on the fourth score of blue, but at the moment, red has jumped to the lead with a 6.23 and a 5.50. Waiting on the last of blue to give you an accurate update. We're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Faltamos un puntaje más de azul, 1 minuto y 20 segundos. Con la segunda ola de rojo para lo de Sudáfrica, le subió a primera posición, azul en segundo. Faltamos un puntaje más de él. We're down to 1 minute and 5 seconds. green as first priority, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priority is with blue. So I will keep you up on the remaining time. We're now down to 50 seconds. Last to blue was a 4.77. That put blue in first, second red, third white needing a 7.23. Green now needing a 7.60. We're down to 40 seconds. Thirty seconds remaining. $20 seconds. 15 seconds. 10 seconds. And we're going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So for our upcoming heats, we ask that the competitors don't start paddling in until they hear the 2 horns. We're basically finished there, but just to avoid any kind of confusion with our priority judge, we want to keep all of our riders for the upcoming heats at the buoy until they hear the 2 horns. Thank you. So we have another score coming in for red. Next heat 8, you're welcome to move into position and stand by. All right, next heat, move yourselves into position. We're going to start it up. Our head judge, Ty Connigan, says, okay, let's do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is the start of our men's repertoire, round 3, heat number 8. In red, representing Argentina, Nacho Gundersen. Blue for Korea, Kanoe Hije for South Korea. In green for Portugal, Afonso Antunes, and for Chinese Taipei in white, John Chan. So here we have the previous heat final results. Unofficially winning the heat, blue, Cody Young for Canada with 11.77 points. Second was red for the Republic of South Africa, Thomas Lindhorst, 11.73 points. Third was white, Dong Zihao for China with 7.07 points. And fourth was Beric de Vries for the Netherlands with 4.13 points. Coming up in our next heat, heat 9, that's going to be Uriel Usiel from Israel. Giroid McDade for Ireland, Reo Inaba for Japan, and Luis Rey Hernandez for Mexico. We'll have those 4 competitors check into the Beach Marshals tent, pick up their jerseys, and we'll send them out at the 10-minute mark of this heat. Okay, and one thing that I do love talking about, because it is the most important thing here at El Sunzal, is the tidal movement. We got the tide going out from a 2.2 meter high tide at 5 a.m., and we are still about an hour and 45 from the midday low tide, which will be at 11:19. And once we bottom out, we will have that tide pushing through 5:15 this afternoon with a 2-meter sweep. So that is good news for everyone. For someone who surfs Sunzal a lot, that means the next hour is probably going to be the more poor conditions that we'll have here. Afternoon, 12 noon, we'll have that tide pushing in and really shaping this spot up, as well as pushing that extra swell in. Por el momento tenemos la marea secando hasta las 11:19, desde las 5 de la mañana, y después empujando hasta las 5:15 en la tarde. Se va a subir 2 metros, que es mucho para Sunzal. Siempre cuando tenemos la marea subiendo desde la marea seca, siempre se mejoran las condiciones. Y cuando tenemos un poquito más agua encima de las piedras que están abajo de esos competidores, Se estira más la ola, se para mejor y también la frecuencia de las series será más cortito. Así que no vamos a tener ninguna pausa entre la acción. 17 minutes. So far, no waves ridden. And just as our previous heats, we've seen our competitors in the primary takeoff zone move farther and farther towards the north as that tide recedes out and the wave energy looks for those shallow spots out on the outside on the right side. As the tide moves in, we've got some shallower sections of reef that really stand the wave up and help it to reel all the way to the shore break at the high tide. I love this place. 16 minutes and 30 seconds. So time call 16 minutes. It is currently 9:40 a.m. here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. Perfect, picture perfect day here in Surf City. Beautiful warm water. We had a couple evening storms early on in our competition, which shook things up, gave the surf conditions a little bit of morning sickness, but we are very happy to have things getting back to normal with these world-class conditions that we have here in Surf City. Waves look really fun down at Bocana on our Podium 1 as well, where we are running, I believe we'll be running our men's event down there starting soon. So we'll have our men's main event on our Podium 1 while we're in our round 3 of repecharge over here on Heat 8. Sorry, that is the schedule from yesterday. I'm looking at day 5 schedule. Sorry, right now we are running our women's repecharge round 4 over at Podium 1. So they started their day with women's and men's main event. Now they'll be in the women's repecharge. If you have any friends in the contest, you can switch on our YouTube channel to check out the Podium 1 action. So 14 minutes and 30 seconds. With that outgoing tide, we've had a little bit of a lull in the action. We'll see things pump up any moment here. So a little trickier conditions today. We have a switch in the swell direction. I think yesterday had a little more southwest possibly. As the swell direction moves farther to the south, it pushes everything back into the reef. And it pushes this right back into itself. As we have an opening wave, this is Team Portugal's opening wave for Afonso Antunes. Another thing you can see on your live screen is you got that little double up in front of the wave at the low tide. As there's less water over the reef and any uneven spot in the reef pops the wave energy all around the place. Not quite as organized as it will be with the higher tide. 13 minutes. We have an opening score for green in just a moment. Aquí en el Sunzal, con la marea está seca, la energía en el agua de la marejada se pega los lugares en el arrecife que es desnivel. Entonces vamos a tener olas en varias partes. No va a estar así estirando como el Sunzal que amamos, pero ya con más marea, con la marea empujando, se va a estirar a la derecha aquí hacia la playa, terminando las olas en el shore break. We got a first score for green. It's a 4.50. Blue up and riding. This is Kanoa Hije representing South Korea. Acabamos de terminar la competición del ASF, que es un circuito asiático, y Canoa ganó 2 divisiones, sub-18 y lo de varones de masculino. So we'll have an opening score for blue in just a moment, 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
You won 2 divisions. Wow, that's gnarly.
11 minutes and 15 seconds, third priorities with green.
Where do they hold the event? I'm gonna ask you so you can.
Sí, me preguntó la manita, ¿y dónde lo tuvieron? Se me olvidó decir, fue en la India, imagínate. Y India también es otro lugar de derechas.
¿Cómo se llama la playa?
Y la playa se llama Mahabalipuram. En cortito lo llaman Mahabs. Y hay otro punto que se llama Kovalum. Y tenemos buenísimas derechas, está muy, muy, muy divertido. No tan bueno como aquí en El Salvador, pero muy buenas. 10 minutos, 30 segundos. Gracias por la pregunta, manita.
So did he qualify for the ALAS event at the end of the year?
Yeah. See, I always need mi manita Ixamarete in my life. She asked me if Canoa had qualified for the ALAS, and yes, we will be seeing him in November competing at Punta Mango for our ALAS tour, where it's going to be an intercontinental ALAS, where we're going to have new competitors, not only from Latin America, joining us from all around the world. Exciting stuff, 10 minutes. First priority is with white. We got scores coming in for green, blue, and red. So don't worry, competitors, as we get chattering, it's just because we're waiting to see scores popping up on here. We're filling the dead space for all of your fans around the world watching you on our live web from this Podium 2, as well as any family and friends of these competitors sending your energy from home out here to Surf City. So green's first wave was a 4.50. We've been waiting on second wave for green, first wave of red, and first wave of blue. First priorities with white, second priorities with blue. We have 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
That's why the webcast is easier to start talking to someone and not just like talking to yourself.
Red, we have the second wave for Team Argentina, as white has first priority, second priorities with blue. We got 9 minutes remaining. Yes, next heat, you're able to paddle out and start standing by for the 2 horns of this heat to end. We still have 9 minutes. So here we have white up and riding. This is John Chan for Chinese Taipei. He was also in India with us. We have first priority with blue. A lot of waves ridden. Okay, we need to ask for Luis Rey Hernandez for Team Mexico. Please pass by the Beach Marshal's tent. Blue has first priority. Luis Rey Hernandez. The other competitors for your heat are starting to paddle out at the moment. Por favor, pedimos de nuestro compa de México, Luis Rey Hernández, pasa por el Beach Marshal para recoger su licra, registrar para su heat, porque ya está entrando hacia la boya de stand-by para tu heat, que viene en 8 minutos. 8 minutes. Blue's first score is a 4.57. Blue has first priority. Now working on scores for green's second wave, first and second for red, and the first of white. So it's unbelievable. This amazing World Championship is blowing by. We're now in day 6 here at Podium 2, El Sunzal, one of Surf City's premier right point breaks. Time call 7 minutes, restan 7 minutos. Hemos esperado la segunda ola de verde, primera y segunda de rojo. La primera de azul fue 4,57 y faltamos un puntaje para blanco. Así que no podemos decir situación renovada hasta que se metan esos puntajes, 2 para rojo, 1 para verde y 1 para blanco. First priority blue, second priority white. Need to get those scores in, and I will keep you surfers in the water updated. We're down to 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Here we have white. John Chan started to fade the takeoff. I thought he was going to go left on that one. First priority blue, second priority red. So that's the second wave of white. Now we're waiting on 2 scores for red, a score for green, and 2 scores for white. We got to catch up on the action here before I can give you the updated situation. Blue has first priority, second priorities with red. Faltamos 5 puntajes. Last of green, 5.83. First priority blue, second priority red, third priority green. Green, your second wave is in. It was a 5.83. We're waiting on 2 scores for red and 2 scores for white. Currently green, Portugal in the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.50. Red, your first wave, 5.60. La primera ola de rojo, 5.60. Segunda ola de rojo, 5.67. Argentina sube a primera posición. Segundo, Portugal. So red is now in the lead with his 2 scores of 5.67 and 5.60. Green is in second with a 5.83 and a 4.50. We are waiting on scores for white. John Chan at the moment. We need his first and second scores in, and we'll give you another update in the situation. We have 5 minutes remaining. First priority green, second priority red. So once again, updated situation. Argentina, Nacho Gunderson, you're in first with a 5.67 and a 5.60. White, John, we have your scores, 3.83 and 3.0. So white now goes to third place, needing 6.50. Blue has dropped to fourth with a 4.57. Canoa's needing a 5.77. I repeat, red first, second green. Third white needs a 6.50, and fourth blue needs a 5.77. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. First priority blue, second priority red, third priority is with green. Estuvimos esperando para el primer y segundo puntaje de rojo. Cuando lo entraron, se subió a primera posición. Down to 4 minutes. First priority blue, second priority green. Red's last 3.50 doesn't factor in, but red stays in first with a 5.67 and a 5.60. Green scores are 5.83 and 4.50. White is in third with a 3.83 and a 3.0, needing 6.50. And fourth blue has a 4.57, needing 5.77. Just over 3 minutes. Blue has first priority, second priority green, and third priorities with white. So thank you, surf fans from around the world, tuning in with us live from Surf City, El Salvador, on this 2025 edition of the Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. This is our 11th World Championship for the ISA here, with a great friendship and partnership with Surf City, El Salvador, along with the support of President Nayib Bukele, his brother Karim Bukele, and the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, who's a surfer herself that you might see in the water here sometimes, Marina Valdez. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. They recognize how valuable the consistency and the quality of surf is here for their country, and they have put great efforts to bring it to the world stage, And we are seeing the surf pump here at El Sunzal right now. 2 minutes. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority white, and fourth priority is with red as we have lines stacked out to sea. That swell is definitely filling in. If we've got sets like this with the tide going out, when the tide comes in, it's going to be pumping. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority is with red. 1 minute and 45 seconds. I'm getting all charged up. Now whites, last wave, 0.37, does not factor in. Still red first, second green, third white, needing a 6.50, and blue fourth, needing a 5.77. White spins it around on his fourth wave now. We're down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Minuto 30 segundos, primero rojo, segundo verde, tercero blanco, ahorita en ola, terminó su cuarto ola. Azul en cuarto lugar, buscando 5.77. Blue first priority, second priority green, third priority red. We're down to 1 minute and 15 seconds. First is red, second is green, third white, needing 6.50. White spins it around again. Currently blue needing 5.77. As we had red up and riding, green with first priority, second priority with green. Blue is first priority, second priority with green. We're down to 50 seconds. Primer prioridad verde, segunda prioridad. Primer prioridad azul, segunda prioridad verde. We're down to 40 seconds, 40 segundos restan. Spanish is not my first language, and switching my brain back and forth sometimes hits some glitches. We're down to 25 seconds as we watch scores coming in for white and for red's last wave. Red up and riding again. That's our heat leader, Nacho Gunderson, for Argentina, 20 seconds. Blue up and riding. So green has first priority as we get down to the last 10 seconds. And we are counting it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green up before the buzzer. That is the end of the heat. And all of our surfers locking on to a great wave right before the two horns of the end of this heat. So we're going to have to catch up on some scores as we still have two of the riders riding from our previous heat. Heat number 9, please move into position. Take your time because we still have two riders up from the previous heat. We're going to have to work on those scores. So don't hustle into the lineup as we've got 4 scores being worked on by the judges at the moment. Bueno, tuvimos Tuvimos 4 olas surfeadas antes de las 2 cornetas del final de ese heat. Y ahora tienen un gran trabajo los jueces con 4 puntajes, uno para cada uno de los competidores del heat anterior. Así que va a durar un momento antes que podamos empezar el heat 9. Así que heat 9, por favor, relájense, enfócate. Y les vamos a avisar antes de empezar tu heat. Faltamos 4 puntajes del heat anterior. So we got 4 scores to work out. We will give our unofficial heat results, but we have our judges carefully examining each of those last rides. Anytime you stack a ride right behind the other rider, you're definitely calling for a replay for our judges to re-examine those rides. Make sure that they're giving you fair scoring. So it'll take a moment here. Definitely chewing on those last 4 rides. So I have enjoyed, I hope you guys have enjoyed, over the last few days of competition. We know that we have new surf fans and people who are just tuning into surfing competition for the first time. So I've been trying to help to educate, to solidify those fans, and continue to have more people stoked on watching surfing from all these different nations. And so as the scores come in from our judging panel, I'm going to start to explain how the judging works. We have a panel of 5 judges at a time per heat. A total of 10 judges that will alternate between our heats. 5 judges at once, putting in their scores for each ride. The top and bottom score get dropped to create an average, which is released by the head judge to us to read off to the riders, while we have a priority judge that determines who has the next pick of the waves. So now we're getting those scores in. White's last wave, 5.03. Green's last wave, 4.57. Red's last wave is a 5.50. We're waiting on one more score for blue before we can start our heat 9. And so the judges judge each wave according to a criteria of speed, power, and flow, the combination of major maneuvers on the wave, commitment in each maneuver, the criticality, that's where they do their maneuver. The maneuvers that are placed in the vertical or vertical part of the wave will score higher, as well as mixing in progressive maneuvers like aerials that you would be familiar with seeing in skateboarding and snowboarding up above the lip of the wave, and also the difficulty of each maneuver. I'm just rattling on because I'm still waiting on a score for South Korea. I'm as anxious to start that Heat 9 as you guys are to surf it. I'm waiting on one more score for South Korea. Last of blue, 3.13. So we've wrapped up that last heat. Heat 9, we're starting you guys up. Attention riders, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So here we have an opening ride as we've just started our Repercharge round 3, heat number 9. Nice to meet you, Ixa.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
So
Wow.
Ixa got a name tag. I have no name tag. I'm going to go write one up while I leave her to do these next 2 heats and read off the previous heat final results.
You would be Chinese caddy.
Thanks.
And we have the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, red, Nacho Gundensen Team Argentina with 11.27 points. Also advancing to the next repechage round, green, Afonso Antunes Team Portugal with 10.40 points. Finish in third, white, John Chan Team Chinese Taipei with an 8.86 points. And fourth place for blue, Kanoa Hijay Team South Korea with 7.70 points. Now we're gonna introduce our heat number 9 of this men's repechage round 3. In the red jersey, Uriel Uciel Team Israel. In blue, Garrett McDay Team Ireland. In green, Reo Inaba Team Japan. In white, Luis Rey Hernandez Team Mexico. We are waiting on those cards for Mexico and Japan to give you situation as we are down to 18 minutes and 30 seconds. We're going to make the call for our next heat to check in at the beach marshal area. Oliver Haynes, Team Netherlands. Milo Shani, Team Sweden. Noel de la Torre, Team Chile. Julio Joaquim, Team Angola. The third priority goes to green. As we have read up, now the priority goes to blue. Second priority, green.
Priority change.
Now priority green, second priority blue. So we have scores coming for red, green, and white to give you situation. Time called 17 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Peaks of the last half of the day. You can have little conversations on both mics. This one.
That would be fine.
Yeah.
So we've been doing just
We'll
like
do
40,
real,
40,
we'll
but
do real
then
webcast.
just like, let's try it. So
It might be really consistent with the time coming in, but we'll check it out.
yeah, now it's like, maybe we can do it soon.
You already gave those scores.
Sí. No. We have the opening score for white, Team Mexico, 4 points. First of green for Team Japan, 3.33. Now waiting on the first of blue and first of red. For now, in the lead, Team Mexico with 4 points. Second, green Team Japan with 3.33. Third, blue Team Ireland with 0.27, needing a 3.07 to advance. Still waiting on the first of red. Time called 16 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority red, third priority blue.
Ciabatta.
Eureka.
Margarita ciabatta.
First of red is a 4.67.
I don't want to know anything about margaritas.
So this is the current hit situation. In the lead, red Team Israel with 4.67. Second, white Team Mexico with 4 points. Third, green Team Japan with 3.33. Red needs a 0.68 to go to second. And fourth place, blue with 0.27. Blue needs a 3.74 to go to second. Time call 15 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority red, fourth priority blue. 15 minutos con 10 segundos restan de competencia. Esta es la situación hasta el momento. Está liderando rojo de Israel con 4.67. Segundo está blanco de México con 4 puntos. Tercero, verde de Japón con 3.33, buscando 0.68 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto, azul de Irlanda con 0.27 y va a ingresar su segunda nota. Prioridad la tiene verde, prioridad 2, rojo, prioridad 3, blanco. 14 minutos con 40 segundos restan de competencia. Just waiting on the second of blue, and we have it. It's a 2.83. So once again, hit situation in the lead. Red, Israel with 4.67. Second, white, Mexico with 4 points. Third, green, Japan with 3.33. Green needs a 0.68 to go to second. And fourth place, blue team Ireland with 2.83 and 0.27, needing a 1.18 to go to second. 13 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority red, third priority white, fourth priority blue. 13 minutos con 40 segundos en el reloj. Entra la segunda nota para azul de Irlanda, 2.83. Azul está cuarto buscando 1.18 para avanzar. La prioridad 1 la tiene verde, prioridad 2 rojo, prioridad 3 blanco y prioridad 4 azul. Los días se pasan volando acá en El Salvador, en este Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. ¿Por qué? Porque El Salvador tiene las olas más constantes. Es un swell magnet, atrae las marejadas. La dirección que tiene este país permite que las olas no paren durante todo el año y sobre todo en la temporada de eventos, y la verdad que eso convierte al país el mejor lugar para poder hacer los campeonatos. Además, que acá organizan unos campeonatos divinos, no solamente porque las olas son increíbles, sino porque también se preocupan de cada detalle. O sea, ustedes todo lo que ven ahí está muy bien pensado. Hay rinconcitos para poder hidratarse, tienen ice baths dispuestos para todos los atletas, fisioterapeutas. Agradecemos también ahí al Instituto Nacional del Deporte del Salvador, INDES, que están siempre presentes acompañándonos para poder estar chequeando a los atletas antes y después de entrar a sus hits. Si alguien tiene alguna lesión, alguna molestia, ellos siempre pueden ver y revisar a los competidores. Por lo tanto, eso es increíble. También siempre hay actividades turísticas alrededor porque Surf City es un proyecto del Ministerio de Turismo. Liderando este proyecto está la ministra Morena Valdés, que ustedes bien la conocen. Ella es también surfista, estuvo con nosotros en la ceremonia de apertura hablando del compromiso que tienen junto a la ISA para desarrollar mundiales de ISA, pero también otros eventos. Próximamente se nos viene acá en noviembre en El Salvador las finales de WSL de Longboard, también las finales del Alas Global Tour. Por lo tanto, hay muchos campeonatos más que se desarrollan durante el año y eso es parte del compromiso y la misión que tiene Surf City para promover el turismo. We are waiting for scores. 1 for blue for Team Ireland, 1 for white for Team Mexico as we are down to 11 minutes and 10 seconds. The priority is with green for Team Japan. Second priority red for Team Israel. As soon as I have those scores in, I'll let you know, guys, the hit situation. 11 minutos en el reloj, esperamos puntajes para blanco, esperamos puntajes para azul. La prioridad la tiene verde el japonés, prioridad 2 rojo de Israel. Ten minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Casi ya llegamos a la mitad de este hit número 9 para que pueda entrar al agua el hit número 10. Así que atentos, muchachos, al reloj ahora. En 5 segunditos ya pueden ingresar a su hit. So we're down to 10 minutes. Next hit, number 10, can enter the water. Still waiting for the scores of blue and white to give you situation. First priority green, second priority red, third priority white. And we have the last of blue for Team Ireland. 5.83, that takes blue to the lead. Red drop to second. In third, white, needing a 0.68. We're waiting on his second wave. In fourth place, green Team Japan, needing a 1.35. As we have green up a second ride for Team Japan with Reo Inaba. Priority is with red for Team Israel. Second priority white for Team Mexico. Second score of white, 4.03. So now white in second. 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Hit situation in the lead. Blue Team Ireland with a 5.83 and a 2.83. Second, white Team Mexico with 4.03 and 4 points. Third place, red Team Israel with 4.67, needing at 3.36. And we have red up. In the fourth place, green Team Japan with 3.33, needing a 4.7. We are waiting on your second wave. 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priority white, second priority blue.
Everyone's asking me, are you going to stay longer? Because we want you to play our party.
Oh, for sure. Amigo, you're going to be playing every day. Party. Yeah. And that's Team Ireland in blue. Out the back. Y aquí al frente tenemos al mexicano en blanco. Siete minutos con 50 en el reloj. Prioridad para verde, prioridad 2 rojo. Priority green, second priority red. Now priority goes to red as we have green up. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Putting like 150% because I know that we'll have some days off to recover.
Yeah. But is that for sure?
We're just not going to show up.
7 minutes. Priority for red. Y estamos esperando puntajes, muchachos. Una de blanco, dos de verde, una de azul y una de rojo. So we're waiting for scores, 1 for red, 1 for blue, 2 for green, and 1 for white. To give you the situation. Time called 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority red. And we have the second of red, 3.37 for Team Israel. Just under 6 minutes. We still have scores coming for blue, green, and white. 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority red. Van a ingresar puntaje. Falta una de azul, 2 de verde y una de blanco. Restan 5 minutos con 30 segundos. La prioridad la tiene rojo. Second of green, 4.67. Waiting on the last of green. Time call 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Still waiting for scores for blue, green, and white. This is the current hit situation. In the lead, blue team Ireland with 5.83 and 2.83. In second, red team Israel with 4.67 and 3.37. In third, white team Mexico with 4.03 and 4 points. And in fourth place, green team Japan with 4.67 and 3.33. We have the last of blue in 3.93 goes to the top two scores for team Ireland, improving his hit total in the lead position. So blue in the lead with 5.83 and a 3.93. Just waiting on the last of green and last of white. 4 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Priority red, second priority blue, third priority white, prioridad rojo, prioridad 2 azul, prioridad 3 blanco. 4 minutos en el reloj. Estamos terminando de trabajar en los puntajes de blanco y verde para entregarles la situación. Por el momento está tercero blanco buscando un 4.02, está cuarto verde buscando un 3.37. Still waiting on the last of green, last of white. For now, white is in third, needing a 4.02, and fourth place, green needs a 3.37. We're down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority red, second priority blue, third priority white, fourth priority green. Last of white, 3.6, does not factor in. Última de blanco, 3.6, no entra en sumatoria para el mexicano, él está tercero. Necesitas 4.02 para ir al segundo lugar. Just waiting on the last of green for Team Japan. 3 minutes remaining. Last of green, 3.7, changing situation. Now green, Team Japan in second. Red, Team Israel dropped to third. You need a 3.7 to go back to second. And fourth place, white Team Mexico needs a 4.35 to go to second. As we watch white for Team Mexico, priority remains with red, second priority blue, third priority green, 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. 2 minutos con 20 en el reloj. Con la última ola de verde, el japonés 3.7 se va al segundo lugar. Baja al tercer lugar rojo el de Israel con 4.67 y 3.37. Rojo necesitas 3.70 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto blanco el mexicano buscando un 4.35 para ir al segundo lugar. Just under 2 minutes. 1 minuto con 50 y este hit se pasa volando. Ya nos vamos al hit número 10. Les recordamos que acá en el Sunzal, el día de hoy, el cronograma dice lo siguiente. Vamos a tener entonces la ronda 3 de repechaje. Ya estamos en el hit número 9. Y luego pasamos a la ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones. También son 12 hits. Estaban compitiendo esta mañana ronda principal en la Bocana, así que a algunos les va a tocar venirse desde la Bocana acá hasta el Sunzal, y quienes avanzan de la tercera ronda en primer y segundo lugar también les toca volver a competir para que estén pendientes. The last of white 0.93 does not factor in. 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority white. $40 seconds, 40 segundos. $30 seconds. Waiting for the last of red. $20 seconds. Last of red 2.73 does not factor in. We're down to 12 seconds. And we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for heat number 9. And we are still watching waves for heat number 9. So next heat, move into position and stand by. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Vamos a tener que trabajar en los puntajes de estas últimas olas que las agarraron justo antes de la bocina. So we have to work on scores for red, green, and white. Just for you to know the situation before the buzzer, before those last waves. In the lead, blue for Team Ireland in second, green for Team Japan in third, red for Team Israel looking for a 3.7. In fourth place, white, Team Mexico needing a 4.35. We have the last of white, 2.53. Doesn't make it to the top 2 for Team Mexico. Now just waiting on the last of green and last of red. Stand by next hit. Próximo hit, esperar por favor muchachos sin tomar olas. Estamos terminando de trabajar en estas notas. Last of green 3.03 does not factor in for Team Japan. Just waiting on the last of red for Team Israel. No, go grab it after. Thank you. Y acá miro la cabina de jueces. Ellos están revisando los replays para poder definir el puntaje de esa última ola para Uriel. Las olas son largas acá en el Sunzal, por lo tanto, tardan un poquito en entregar esas notas. Pero apenas se digita en pantalla, vamos a confirmarla y pasamos ya al hit número 10. Last of Red 4.03, and with that last wave, Team Israel goes to second and advance to the next round of the repechage. So we're gonna print and then we are gonna count you into the start next heat number 10. All right, count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So hit number 10 is on, and we have the unofficial previous hit final results. Winning the hit, blue, Garrett McDay, Team Ireland with 9.76 points. Also advancing in second, red, Uriel Uziel, Team Israel with 8.70 points. Finish in third, green, Reo Inaba, Team Japan with 8.37 points. Finish in fourth place, white, Luis Rey Hernandez, Team Mexico with 8.03 points. Now moving to our hit number 10, we're going to introduce them. In the red jersey, Oliver Haynes, Team Netherlands. Your opening wave, 0.5. In blue, Milo Shani, Team Sweden. In green, Noel de la Torre, Team Chile. In white, Julio Joaquim, Team Angola. Y tenemos a una de las naciones que por primera vez nos visita en un mundial, así que le damos la bienvenida a toda la gente de Angola y saludamos también a quienes nos puedan estar mirando desde casa, desde lejos, desde otro continente africano hacia acá, el continente americano, disfrutando de lo que está ocurriendo en este Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Saludamos también a la gente de Chile, de Suecia y de los Países Bajos que se unen a la transmisión para poder apoyar estos fans que están siguiendo de cerca, a la familia, a los amigos, a sus competidores que están aquí representando las banderas. 61 países vinieron a representar acá en El Salvador, 291 atletas y cada vez se va achicando más el cuadro de competencia. Y también acá en el podio del Sunzal que estamos viviendo la parte más emocionante, ¿no? Las rondas de repechaje donde solo 2 avanzan y terceros y cuartos lugares se despiden de la compra. Así que gracias por estar ahí, por estar siguiendo el Mundial desde donde sea que estén. Nosotros estamos transmitiendo desde el podio del Sunzal, que es el podio 2. No es el podio principal, por lo tanto no tenemos un webcast preparado para este podio. Sin embargo, la locución de playa es la que ustedes están escuchando en sus casas, por lo tanto van a tener mucho más feedback de cosas técnicas de lo que está ocurriendo en el agua específicamente, pero también intentamos contarles un poquito más para que se empapen de la vibra que se vive acá en Centroamérica, en El Salvador, el calorcito que se esparce por todas partes y estas olas maravillosas que nos bendicen cada vez que venimos a este país. Así que un saludo ahí para toda la audiencia y compartan el link, síganos en las redes también donde ponemos los highlights del evento en ISAsurfing y también accedan a nuestra página web de isasurf.org porque hay muchas cosas más que hace la ISA. No solamente son la competencia, sino también hay muchos programas de desarrollo. Por ejemplo, lo que estamos haciendo en este mundial hay un programa que está ocurriendo simultáneamente de jueces mujeres, que está a cargo de Dave Shipley. Él está con un grupo de mujeres juezas de distintas partes del mundo. Ellas tienen una habitación aparte en donde están haciendo un jueceo simultáneo de todo lo que está ocurriendo en la competencia y además han sido invitadas al staff a ser parte de vivir esta experiencia para poder aprender y generar más oportunidades para las mujeres en la industria del surf. Así que este año en estos World Surfing Games es el cuarto programa que hacemos de los Women Judging Programs y se está llevando a cabo aquí en El Salvador. Así que muchas de ellas que han participado en eventos pasados ahora están trabajando en el staff de la ISA. Eso es algo increíble y sin duda es un sueño para muchas mujeres que han sido estas puntas de flecha para entrar en la industria del surfing. Así que reconocemos eso y si tú quieres acceder a este tipo de programas, porque se viene otro programa más para coaches de femeninas en noviembre en Costa Rica, puedes acceder a esa información a través de nuestra página web porque te tienes que inscribir para ver si eres elegible para participar del programa y puedes aprovechar todos los beneficios que eso da para ti, para tu comunidad y para todas las personas que te siguen. Así que eso para que puedan mejorar las oportunidades para las mujeres, pero también que exista más trabajo y que se esparza el surfing. We have scores in for white, 3 points. First of blue, 0.43. In the lead, white Team Angola with 3 points. In second, red Team Netherlands with 0.5. Third place, blue Team Sweden with 0.43. Needing a 0.08 to go to second. Still no rights for green Team Chile. Needing a 0.51 to go to second. 14 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority red, third priority blue. 14 minutos con 40 en el reloj. Está liderando blanco de Angola con 3 puntos. Segundo rojo de los Países Bajos con 0.5. Tercero azul de Suecia con 0.43. Él busca 0.08 para ir al segundo lugar. Mientras que en cuarta posición se encuentra verde de Chile buscando un 0.51. Cuando lo vemos en ola, ahí viene Noel de la Torre, el chileno. Estamos esperando puntaje para blanco. La segunda ola de Julio Joaquín. La prioridad 1 la tiene rojo, prioridad 2 azul, priority red, second priority for blue, 14 minutes remaining. Y con el cambio de marea ya comenzamos a ver cómo empuja más el suelo sobre estas piedras, este fondo del Sunzal. Esperamos ver muchas más olas y que se active más el Sunzal para que tengamos este surfing que no ha parado durante todo el torneo. Comenzamos el viernes pasado con la ceremonia de apertura. La acción de la competencia partió el sábado y seguimos todo hasta el domingo, que tendremos nuestro día de finales. Ya mañana nos cambiamos todos a solamente el podio de la Bocana. Este será el último día que tenemos doble podio, así que después ya nos pasaremos a otro estilo de surfing. Ahora está también simultáneamente en la Bocana, siendo las 10 de la mañana con 30 minutos. Ya comenzó la ronda 4 de repechaje de las damas que están surfeando en el otro podio. Así que si quieres ir también a seguir lo que está ocurriendo con el surfing femenino en la competencia, te recomiendo que le des clic ahí en la página o en el canal de YouTube al podio de la Bocana. Second of white, 3.07, waiting on the first of green as we watch red. Second wave for Team Netherlands. Priority blue, we're down to 12 minutes and 35 seconds. And the next hit should be ready and already checked in at the Beach Marshall area. Ellie, Team Betty, Team Finland. Mikolash, Persesiashowski, Team Poland. Alex Suárez, Team Ecuador. Kai Galegrani, Team Panama. Cada vez tratamos de decir mejor ese apellido que nos ha desafiado todo el torneo con Ben, pero ahí vamos. Estamos esperando esos puntajes para el chileno, también para rojo de los Países Bajos. Just under 12 minutes remaining. First of green for Team Chile, 5.5. Second of green, 0.33. Just waiting on the second of red, just under 11 minutes remaining. Primera para verde de Chile, 5.5. Su segunda ola, 0.33. Está ingresando todavía un puntaje para rojo. Restan 10 minutos con 45 segundos. La prioridad la tiene azul, prioridad 2 blanco. Cuando vemos a blanco en ola, entonces solo la prioridad la mantiene azul. 10 minutos con 30 en el reloj. Second of red, 5.93. Last of white, 2.33. So current hit situation in the lead. Red, Team Netherlands with 5.93 and 0.5. Second white, Team Angola with 3.07 and 3 points. In third, green, Team Chile with 5.5 and 0.33. Green needs a 0.57 to go to second. And fourth place, blue team Sweden with 0.43. He needs a 5.64 to go to second. 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, so our next heat can enter the water. Priority blue, second prio for green. Y restando 9 minutos con 30 en el reloj, ya se ingresa al agua el próximo hit. Repasamos situación. Está primero rojo con 5.93 y 0.5. Segundo, blanco de Angola con 3.07 y 3 puntos. Tercero, verde de Chile con 5.5 y 0.33. Verde necesitas 0.57 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto, azul de Suecia con 0.43. Azul buscando 5.64 para avanzar. Prioridad 1, azul. Prioridad 2, verde. Prioridad 3, rojo. 8 minutos con 50 segundos. And blue is up for Team Sweden, 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Second of blue, 3.03. Blue in fourth, now needing a 3.05 to advance. 8 minutes remaining. Seven minutes and 40 seconds. 7 minutos con 35 segundos. Last of white, 0.83 does not factor in. 7 minutos con 20 en el reloj, se mantiene la situación. Está primero rojo con 5.93 y 0.50. Segundo blanco con 3.07 y 3 puntos. Tercero verde con 5.5 y 0.33. Él necesita 0.57 y lo vemos en ola a verde. Sí, ahí viene el chileno. Está cuarto azul con 3.03 y 0.43. Azul en cuarto lugar buscando 3.05 para avanzar. 6 minutos con 50 segundos. La prioridad la tiene rojo. La segunda prioridad blanco. 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. As we watch wind up for Team Angola, priority remains with red. Second priority, blue. 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. 6 minutos con 10 segundos. Esperamos puntaje para el chileno, también para el competidor de Angola. Last of white, 2.7 does not factor in for white. Just under 6 minutes. Esperamos el puntaje para la última ola de verde y ya les entregamos situación actualizada. Just waiting on the last of green to give you an update on situation. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Priority red, second priority blue. As we watch green up, a fourth right for Team Chile. And now we have blue and in and out for Team Sweden. Priority remains with red. Second priority, white. Restan 4 minutos con 25. Estamos en el hit número 10. Ronda 3 de repechaje de los varones. Trabajando en 2 puntajes para el chileno en verde, también 1 para azul de Suecia. Ya les entregaremos la situación actualizada. También vemos que está listo y preparado el hit número 11. Les recuerdo que son 12 hits para esta ronda de repechaje 3. Luego continuamos con la ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones también aquí en el Sunzal. And we have the previews of green 5.67 that rockets him to the lead. So now in first, green, Team Chile, with 5.67 and 5.5. The last of green was at 3.23, does not factor in. In second is red, Team Netherlands, with 5.93 and 0.5. Third place, white, Team Angola, with 3.07 and 3 points back up. Needs a 3.37 to go to second. And fourth place, blue, Team Sweden, with a 3.03 and a 0.43. Needs a 3.41 to advance. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, waiting on the last of red. And also, one more score for white. Priority for blue for Team Sweden. Y atención, verde de Chile, su ola anterior, 5.67, te lleva directo a la primera posición, está liderando. Verde con 5.67 y 5.5. Tu cuarta ola 3.23 y su última ola 0.37. Entonces, primero el chileno, está segundo rojo con 5.93 y 0.50. Va a entrar un puntaje para rojo. Está tercero blanco de Angola con 3.07 y 3 puntos. Entra la última de blanco 3.27. No es suficiente para avanzar. Él está tercero buscando un 3.17 ahora. Va a ingresar un puntaje también de rojo. Está cuarto azul, buscando un 3.41 para avanzar y va a ingresar un puntaje para azul. Mucho movimiento vemos en este momento en el lineup. Se activa el hit número 10 bajo los últimos minutos. 2:10 restan en el reloj. La prioridad la tiene rojo. 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. We have the priority with red for Team Netherlands, and we are waiting for his last wave. Also the last of blue. One more for green. A lot of action in the last minutes of this heat in number 10. So we have to work on 2 scores for blue Team Sweden, 1 for green Team Chile, and 1 for red Team Netherlands. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. 1 minuto con 35 y se pone divertido el Sunzal ahora que va bajando la marea, va empujando un poco más la ola y se estira esta punta derecha perfecta, esta postal que nos regala El Salvador cada vez que venimos. Esto es Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 y se preguntarán, ¿por qué venimos tanto a El Salvador? Bueno, miren lo que es competir en estas olas que no paran. Realmente alucinante poder venir aquí y que tengan olas durante todo el año en 2 podios simultáneamente la competencia, y la verdad es que si uno se va a una transmisión o a la otra van a ver acción todo el tiempo. Eso es lo que nos gusta de este país. 50 segundos restan de competencia. 50 seconds. Still waiting for scores for green, blue and red. We have 2 scores for red coming, 2 for blue, and 1 for green. 35 seconds remaining. Contamos 35 en el reloj y ya se nos acaba este hit número 10. And out the back, we have white up for Team Angola. Priority remains with red for Team Netherlands as we are down to 20 seconds. $15 seconds. And we are ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up, and we have couple scores in. The last of white, 2.3, does not factor in. The previous of red, your wave number 3, 4.6, that goes to your top 2 scores. Red is in second with a 5.93 and a 4.60. Now waiting on 1 more for red, 2 for blue, and 2 for green. Mucho movimiento sobre los últimos minutos de esta serie. Ahí entra la última de rojo, 2.6. No va en la sumatoria para Oliver. Last of red, 2.6. Does not factor in for Team Netherlands. Just waiting on 2 for blue and 2 for green. So we have a lot of waves written right before the buzzer. We're working on 2 scores for blue, 2 for green. Next hit. We appreciate your patience. We'll be back with you in just a moment. En un momentito comenzaremos con el hit número 11, muchachos. Tuvimos muchas olas que tomaron los competidores del hit número 10 justo antes de la bocina en esos últimos minutos. Previous of blue for Team Sweden, 4.83. And the last of blue, 3.27. Was not enough for blue to move to second. And we are now waiting on the last of green for Team Chile. Y ya está entrando a la cabina Ben Way, que va a estar acompañándoles en los próximos 2 hits. Justo cuando se pone bueno, viene Ben. Es el amuleto de la fortuna. Esperamos puntajes para verde. Falta que ingresen 2 notas del equipo de Chile, que está primero. So previous of green 4.9, last of green 0.67. And we are about to be ready to start with our next hit number 11. All right, next hit. Count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Comenzamos con el hit número 11. Y escuchen la agradable voz que los va a estar acompañando en este hit y que también les dará los resultados del hit anterior. Bienvenido a la cabina, Ben.
Thank you so much, Manita. Ixa Marieta. Always keeping the energy high here and keeping you all at home entertained in 2 languages. We've just started our men's Repercharge round 3 heat number 11. In the water for Finland, we have Eli Timpeti in red. Okay, here we go. We have blue, Poland, Mikolaj. Where's my notes? Przyszechowski. Got it right, almost. Green, Ecuador's Alex Suarez. White, Panama's Kai Gale-Grani. Here we have the previous heat final results. Unofficially winning the heat, Team Chile, Noel de la Torre with 11.17 points. Second red, Oliver Heinz for the Netherlands, 10.53 points. And here we have an opening ride. In third of that last heat, Milo Shani for Sweden, 8.10 points. Coming in fourth was Angola's Julio Joaquim with 6.34 points. So coming up in our next heat, heat number 12, we're going to have Hiroto Ohara for Team Japan, Sebastian Williams for Mexico, Great Britain's Patrick Langdon Dark, and the Philippines' Eduardo Alciso Jr. We'll have them check into the beach marshal and send them out at the 10-minute mark. So far, one ride for Team Ecuador's Alex Suarez. We'll have an opening score for green in just a moment. For all of our friends tuning in with us live from around the world on our YouTube channel for the ISA, this is the 2025 edition of the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, and we are happy to have you with us watching the action live from Surf City El Salvador, local time 10:50 in the morning, and we've seen the tide drain out. We're only going to see it go out for about 15 minutes more before that tide starts heaving water and ocean energy in towards the beach till 5 in the afternoon. Green's first wave, 3.83. La primera ola de verde, 3.83. So while we have a pause in the action, I am going to thank our sponsors for this amazing event. Everyone who's made it possible, including our official hydration sponsor, Gatorade y Gator Light, Pepsi, Suprema, Pollo Campero, Del Sur, El Urbano, Publimóvil. Got a ride up and riding. I need my windows cleaned. I can't tell what color is up, but it looks like white. We also want to thank Cabal Internet, Bamboo Centro Comercial, the local supermarket, Vodka Misata, and Uffici. So, yep, that is Panama's Kai Gale-Grani, stretching it all the way across the point, just showing you the length of ride that's possible here at El Sunzal. And now we have blue up. Red has first priority. We'll have an opening score for Panama in just a moment, as well as that first ride for Poland. So blue's first wave, 0.50. Red has first priority, second priority is with green. White's first wave, 4.17. Primera ola de blanco, 4.17. Primera ola de verde, 3.83. Primera ola de azul fue 0.50. And here we have green up and riding. Second wave from our surfer from Ecuador. First priority blue, first priority red, second priority is with blue. 15 minutes and 40 seconds. So these surfers are way out in the ocean at the top of the point. And that primary takeoff zone moves in and out considerably during the different tidal changes throughout the day. Right now, first priority red, as we have the second score for Poland up and riding. So in this edition of the World Surfing Games, the ISA World Surfing Games, we're happy to have 291 talented athletes from 61 different countries competing in this edition. We have 15 minutes remaining. Red now has first priority as we'll work on some scores for green and for blue. And this is our 11th World Championship that ISA has had with Surf City since 2019 when we first came here for a World SUP Championship, SUP and Paddleboard Championship. And we fell in love with Surf City then. and it's been a great friendship and partnership with the ISA ever since. Red up and riding, opening wave for Team Finland, waiting on scores for green and for blue. Blue's second wave, 4.23. Red has first priority. Now waiting on scores for green and for red. La segunda ola de azul, 4.23. Primera ola de blanco, 4.17. Estamos esperando el segundo puntaje de verde y el primero de rojo. Waiting on the second of green and the first of red. Red has first priority. We have 13 minutes and 40 seconds. Red up and riding. This will be the second wave for Team Finland. So now waiting on 2 scores for red and a score for green. Faltamos un puntaje más de verde y 2 de rojo. Primer prioridad blanco, segundo prioridad verde. First priority white, second priority green. We have 13 minutes remaining. So for all of our friends watching us from around the world, all our ISA surf fans and family and friends, we welcome you to day 6 of competition here for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. You're currently watching our second podium. We have 2 simultaneous competitions going out throughout these first 6 days. So we have the number of competitors that would not fit in within our contest window. We had to take over 2 spots here in Surf City. Green second wave, 5.83. La segunda ola de verde, 5.83. First of red, 4.93. Now waiting on red's second score, and I'll give you an update. White has first priority. Second priority is with green. Once again, blue has a 4.23 and a 0.50. White has a 4.17. Green scores 5.83 and 3.83. First of red, 4.93. Now waiting on the second of red. $11 minutes and 30 seconds. White has first priority. Second priority is with green. Primer prioridad blanco. Segunda prioridad verde. 11 minutos, 30 segundos. Faltamos un puntaje más de rojo. Waiting on the last of red. White up and riding. First priority green, second priority red, third priority blue. This is the second wave for Team Panama. Red's second score, 4.70. Ellie, you have a 4.93 and a 4.70. Currently green up and riding. He's our heat leader at the moment. 10 minutes and 45 seconds. Red has first priority. Second priority is with blue. So now working on the second wave of white and the third wave of green. Once again, red's second wave was a 4.70. Going into that last wave for green, he was our heat leader with a 5.83 and 3.83. Now we're waiting on the last of green. Faltamos la tercera ola de verde y segunda ola de blanco. 10 minutos. So next heat, you're welcome to start paddling out to the standby buoy. That will be Hiroto Ohara, Sebastian Williams, Patrick Langdon Dark, and Eduardo Alciso Jr. Waiting on scores for green and white in this heat number 11. Seguimos esperando el último puntaje de verde y de blanco. So we're at the lowest tide of the day right now, guys. Please be careful with where you step. All the sand has been taken away from the last few days of swell. Also, make sure you don't bump your fins on the rocks on the way out. We're 10 minutes from the lowest tide of the day, and things will get easier coming in and out of the water as that tide fills in later on. 9 minutes and 15 seconds. We're waiting on scores for green and for white. Time call, 9 minutes. Restan 9 minutos. Faltamos el último de verde y último de blanco. Waiting on the last of green and white. Last of green, 6.37. White's last, 6.77. Change in situation. Green stays in first with a 6.37 and 5.83. White now in second. Kai Galigrani, Panama has gone to second with a 6.77 and a 4.17. Red, you've dropped to third, now needing a 6.02. Blue is in fourth, needing a 6.72. La segunda ola de blanco, 6.77, le subió a segunda posición. Tercero rojo, buscando 6.02. Cuarto azul, buscando 6.72. First priority red, second priority blue, third priority green. We have 8 minutes remaining. Seven minutes and 45 seconds. We've had a lot of action at the beginning of this heat. And right now we're at the lowest tide of the day, just about 10 minutes away from it. And here at El Sunzal, things get kind of broken up as the wave energy hits all over the uneven spots in our rock reef. And as that tide fills in, it fills in the rough spots, smooth things out, and it will stretch these walls all the way through to the shore break. From the next 30 minutes, we're going to see big improvements in the conditions out here as that tide pushes in. 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Currently, Ecuador in the lead with a 6.37 and a 5.83. White is in second with a 6.77 and a 4.17. Red is in third with a 4.93 and a 4.70, needing 6.02 to advance. And blue, Poland is in fourth with a 4.23 and 0.50, needing 6.72. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. Red as first priority, second priority blue, third priorities with green. So we have been running World Surfing Games for 61 years, starting as the International Surfing Federation World Championships, where they crowned the first world champions in Manly Beach in Australia in 1964. And World Surf Games has been crowning champions ever since, with competitions being held on all 5 continents of the globe. And starting next year, World Surf Games will serve as a qualifier for Los Angeles 2028 Olympics, where we're going to have our third inclusion of surfing in the Olympic Games, using the venue of Trestles in San Clemente, the base of Orange County, California. 5 minutes and 50 seconds, no change in situation. 5 minutos, 45 segundos. Primer prioridad rojo, segunda prioridad azul, tercera prioridad verde. So the next heat coming up in just over 5 minutes will be the last heat of this rep round 3 before we move into our rep round 4. Five minutes remaining. Green first, second white, third red needs a 6.02, fourth blue needs a 6.72. So we're pretty excited to have past Olympian surfers In Calivast, our gold medalist for Paris 2024. In Teahupo, French Polynesia, in our Paris 2024 Olympics. And Tokyo 2020, our bronze medalist in the women's division, Amuro Suzuki. So we're down to 4 minutes remaining. And for all of our friends that are excited to come down here and surf City, El Salvador for the first time, let me tell you, it's a super friendly scene here. And while you go to some places in the world and they're against people coming surfing their waves, the locals here in El Salvador are happy to share. They've got so many waves on offer. They're tired of paddling themselves, so they're happy to give you some waves. It's an amazing place down here, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The waves never stop here in El Salvador. And I do recommend doing some paddling training before you get here because it is a long way out to the top of the point, especially right now at the lowest tide of the day. We've got our surfers just about 2 to 3 football fields away from where I'm sitting now. 3 minutes. Red has first priority, second priority blue, third priority green, fourth priorities with white. Restan 3 minutos. No hay cambio de la situación. Primera prioridad rojo, segunda prioridad azul, tercera prioridad verde, cuarta prioridad blanco. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And so in this edition of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, we've been very excited to welcome 2 new nations to the World Surf Games. We have Team Angola for the very first time ever. Back to the situation in the water. Fourth priority white is suspended. So white, as you move back into the primary takeoff zone, you will regain your priority position. Cuarto prioridad está suspendido. Blanco, cuando vuelvas al punto principal de takeoff, puedes recoger el prioridad número 4. But it looks like he's not worried about fourth priority. He wants to sit and take something on the inside. So first priority red, second priority blue, third priority green. So once again, ISA welcoming 2 new nations to the family, the ISA surfing family. And we are happy to have Angola for the first time ever in a World Surf, for the first time in history in an ISA World Championship. And Vanuatu is back for the first time since 2010, where they participated in a World Junior Championship. And I have some news for everyone. First priority blue as we watch red on his third wave. And so while we watch red on his third wave, blue has first priority, second priority green. Last of white was a 2.60. That didn't work into his top score. As we're down to 40 seconds, and I'm going to sneak in the news. It is Domingo Sabalo's birthday from Angola. Everyone wish him a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Domingos.
Priority
We're down
green.
to 25 seconds remaining. First priority green, second priority blue. And once again, thank you, Angola, for joining us in this edition. We're now down to 15 seconds. Restan 15 segundos. That was the third ride of red. He's already at the beach. We're down to 10 seconds. And now we are counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we will have a third score for Ellie in just a moment. We'll let you guys know the previous heat unofficial final results. We have another score coming in for white as well. And red just rode about 3 football fields all the way to the beach. So next heat, heat 12, please move into position. And once again, this heat coming up next is going to finish off our men's reprecharge round 3. And we'll be finishing the day off here at the Sunzal Podium 2 with our men's reprecharge round 4 all the way to heats 12 today to end the day. Waiting on a score for red. Last of white was a 0.50. Waiting on red's last wave from the previous heat before we move into our heat number 12. And so we will be having a birthday party for Domingo Sabalo right here in our Tunco town at Yagua Surf Shop today at 6. Waiting on the last score of red. Hoy tenemos una fiesta a las 6 de la tarde en Yagua Surf aquí en Tunco Town Plaza. Vamos a celebrar el cumpleaños de ese surfer de Angola. Waiting on the last of red. One more score to work out for the last score for Team Finland's Eli Timperi. Took his last wave all the way from the top of the peak and connected it all the way to the beach. We're waiting on that score now. Heat 12, hang in there, guys. We appreciate your patience. We'll get started as soon as we can. So a bit of good news to share with our next heat. We're basically right at the low tide, and throughout your heat, we'll have the beginning of that tide pushing in, which really turns this point on. So the longer we take, the better. We're waiting on the last one of red. So I've been here for a week, about 8 days now. I haven't been in the water once. We've been so busy with this competition. But I'm going to be staying for about a month, as I usually do. I'll be getting tons of waves after all of our competitors go back to their home. A lot of them will probably want to stick around and surf with me here in Surf City, El Salvador. Last of red is in, 6.57. We're now going to go to our heat number 12. Let's start you guys up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, this is it. It's the last heat of this round. Men's reprecharge round 3, heat number 12. In red, representing Team Japan, Hiroto Ohara. In blue, for Mexico, Sebastian Williams. Green for Great Britain, Patrick Langdon Dark. And white for the Philippines, Eduardo El Ciso Jr. Here we have it. Our previous heat. Final results, unofficially winning the heat. Alex Suarez for Ecuador, 12.20 points. Coming in second was red, Eli Timperi. Bumps into second with his last wave score for Finland with an 11.50 points. Third place was white, Kai Galegrani for Panama with 10.94 points. And coming in fourth was Team Poland's Mikołaj Przyszczachowski. Sorry about that. I'm going to learn that. We look forward to having you in our next ISA event. 19 minutes on the clock on this one. We're going to call up our next heat. Martin Hurtado for Uruguay, Great Britain's Aran Strong, Team Spain's Iago Dominguez, and Teo Galegrani for Team Panama. We want you guys to check into the Beach Marshals tent, pick up your jerseys, and be ready for the 10-minute paddle out. So for all of our friends tuning in around the world, this is the 2025 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. It is just 11:11 in the morning, local time here in Surf City, El Salvador. We're just minutes away from the lowest tide of the day, with the tide creeping up until 5 this afternoon with 2 meters of tide push. So there's going to be more bounce to the ounce with that tide pushing in, power over this amazing reef as we have an opening ride for green. Blue up and riding, opening wave for Team Mexico. This is Sebastian Williams. So 17 and a half minutes. And so yesterday in our repertoire round 2, both red and blue were out here on the high tide in their heats. I'm sure they're glad to have better conditions in this round. Now 17 minutes. We'll have scores for green and for blue in just a moment. And this machine wave of El Sunzal loves that incoming tide. You guys are going to see the machine turn on in just moments here. We'll have a first score for Mexico and a first score for Great Britain for you guys in just a moment. Time call 16 minutes and 45 seconds. Estamos esperando el primer puntaje de azul y primer puntaje de verde. Están 16 minutos 40 segundos. Amigos en casa, estoy explicando que estamos a la marea más seca del día, de la mañana, y va a subir hasta las 5, va a subir 2 metros hasta las 5 en la tarde. Y aquí en la máquina de la derecha del Sunzal, le encanta cuando está subiendo la marea, porque se empuja toda la energía que está en el mar hacia el reef de piedras, aquí está adentro, y crecen las olas, crecen la frecuencia de las series, y va a ver muy buenas olas hasta el fin de el siguiente ronda. Vamos a terminar con la ronda 4 masculino aquí en el Sunzal. First wave of green is in. Great Britain 5.0. Patrick Langdon Dark 5.0 for his first waves. Now we're waiting on the first wave of blue. Time call 15 minutes and 40 seconds. La primera ola de verde 5.0. Faltamos un puntaje del primer ola de azul para México. So you must say thank you to the efforts of Surf City with their partnership with us at the ISA Surf Association, with our partnership, making this our 11th World Championship here in beautiful Surf City over a span of 6 years. Third priority goes to green. We're waiting on the first score of blue. Blue's first wave, 7.67. Green's first wave, 5.0. It's just under 14 and a half minutes remaining. Third priority goes to green. Fourth priority goes to blue. So for all of our less surf competition savvy friends at home, when we mention priority, that means who can choose the next wave. And my eyes are having a hard time seeing the color. I'll start to see the judges pop those scores in. The surfers are so far away from us. So this is blue again. Yep, and that is definitely a sea bass air. We'll see a second wave in just a moment for Team Mexico. His first wave was a 7.67. We'll have a second score for blue in just a moment. So from our vantage point with the ocean reflection, it's really hard to tell the difference between green and white for us. As we have white up and riding on his opening wave, Team Philippines. Red has first priority, second priority is with green. As we're at the lowest tide of the day, the surfers are so far away from our judging tent. And here we have green up and riding again. Red has first priority. This is the second wave for Great Britain. So that was white finishing off his first ride for the Philippines. Second wave of Great Britain and second wave of Mexico. We're going to work on those scores to keep you guys updated in the situation. 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Red has first priority. Scores coming in for blue, green, and white. So myself and Ixa Marieta, my co-commentator, my work sister from Pichilemu, Chile, we are both normally technical beach announcers, which means nothing but the scores, priority, and time situation, as well as any changes or notifications during the heat. This time we're doing simultaneous webcasts, keeping you guys entertained and hopefully educated about competition for all of our new surf fans watching us from around the world. So if you hear a lot of chatter between the scores, don't worry. When we have important information, we are focused on the competitors. Main thing is that our competitors stay nice and cool, don't have to wave for situation calls because we're keeping them well notified. I'm going to notify Blue of his second score, 6.90. Blue's in the lead with a 7.67 and a 6.90. Red has first priority, second priority is the green. Now we're waiting on the second score for green and the first score of white. 11 minutes remaining. So all of you friends who are wondering, where is Surf City El Salvador? El Salvador is the country that is just between Guatemala and Honduras, as we have our opening ride for Team Japan, Hiroto Ohara, coming from Chiba, Japan. Our Olympics venue, Tsurugasaki Kaigan, Shirashita Beach, is his home break. And so he was also there in Tokyo 2020 surfing. First priority green, waiting on the score for white. Green, your second wave, 4.57. La segunda ola de verde, 4.57. Segunda ola de azul, 6.90. Y estamos esperando el primer puntaje de blanco. And here's my work sister at the moment, all charged up with coffee from our Café El Salvador. Yep, and our talented barista and foam artist made a little teddy bear in Ixa's coffee. So go and get your live coffee art. Back to competition. We're having lots of fun here. First score for white, still not in. We're waiting on a first score for red as well. Next heat is welcome to start paddling out. And it looks like Aaron Strong's going to be his own board caddy, towing an extra board out. This is interesting. I like this. First priority green, second priority blue. So each competitor in each country in each heat is welcome to use a board caddy. That's someone that holds their backup equipment over at the caddy buoy. In this case, blue is taking his own backup equipment, and he's going to lock that down with the leash on the caddy buoy. I like this strategy. First priority green, second priority blue, third priority white. First wave of white is in. It's a 5.73. Waiting on the first score for Japan, and I'll give you guys a complete update of the situation. La primera ola de blanco, 5.73. Verde tiene 5.0 y 4.57. And here we have green up and riding. First priority blue, second priority white. Primera prioridad azul, segunda prioridad blanco. White's first score was a 5.73. Now we're waiting on scores for red and for green. We have 8 minutes. So yes, next heat, you're welcome to start paddling out to the standby buoy whenever you like. Please be careful of your step. There's some uneven rocks, and we're at the lowest tide of the morning, so things get a bit dangerous. Also, for the fins on your board, make sure that you're not banging your fins and knocking them out on the rocks. That happens often here at the low tide. Red's first wave, 6.50. Blue has first priority, second priorities with white. Now waiting on the last score of green, and I'll give you an update. La primera hora de rojo, 6.50. Got one more score to work out for green, and I'll give an update in the situation. 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Blue has first priority, second priorities with white. So many trips down here to Surf City, El Salvador, and I've never seen a flat day in my life. I've got plenty of buddies down here with longboards in case the waves go flat. I've never needed to use a longboard in my life here. 6 minutes and 45 seconds. First priority blue, second priority white. The waves are always pumping. This place is a giant catcher's mitt to swell, as well as the tidal energy really affecting the waves here. Even with a lack of swell with the incoming tide, you still get really fun shoulder high surf. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Green's last score is in, 5.43. Attention riders, updated situation. Mexico's Sebastian Williams, blue, has 7.67 and 6.90 in first place. Green in second with a 5.43 and a 5.0. Red is in third with a 6.50, needing 3.93 to advance. And white, Team Philippines, Eduardo Alciso Jr. has a 5.73, needing 4.70 to advance. We're down to 6 minutes. Blue has first priority and second priorities with white. So this will be the last heat of this round 3 of Reprecharge in our men's division, and then we move into heat 1 of our Reprecharge round 4 of our men's division in just a moment. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Blue has first priority, second priority white, third priority now with red. So if you take one of these waves at the top of the point all the way to the shore break and paddle back out, it's about the paddling that you'll do in 2 sessions at home. So a lot of these guys, after 6 days of competition, are going to be pumped up with a lot of paddle power going home. We got 5 minutes. First priority blue, second priority white, third priorities with red. So I've touched a little bit on priority, touched on the judging, but I didn't mention our women's judging program. We're pretty excited in this 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are creating more opportunities for women in surfing by creating a judging program where we get talented, qualified judges from different countries to come and experience judging a world championship live in a simultaneous training booth just on the other side of us. And that is all headed out by our master judge, Dave Shipley, who overlooks, I believe he's over doing that at the Bocana Peak today. They've been here at El Sunzal judging the waves alongside our professional expert judges to see how their skills hold up in a world championship and prepare them to be judging world championships around the world in the future. 4 minutes. First priority blue, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priorities with green. Tenemos el entrenamiento de las jueces mujeres. How would I say that? Jueces mujeres aquí en ese campeonato. Y simultáneo con los expertos, los profesionales que lo están haciendo, de los 5 jueces de cada uno de los hits. Ellos están en otro cuarto haciendo su propio judging y pueden ver cómo van sus habilidades en un campeonato mundial para tener la experiencia de seguir lo de judging femenil en el futuro de los campeonatos. We have 3 minutes remaining. First priority blue, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priority is with green. So the low tide putting a little bit of distance between the sets. We haven't seen that tidal surge of the incoming tide just yet. Current situation, blue Mexico, Sebastian Williams has a 7.67 and a 6.90. And green, Patrick Langdon Dark from Great Britain has a 5.43 and a 5.0. And red, Hiroto Ohara for Team Japan. He has a 6.50. Here we have green up and riding. Fourth wave for Great Britain as we're down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And so green's last wave, 3.10, does not factor in. Green stays in second. Red still needing 3.93. Fourth white needing 4.70. Just under 2 minutes. Green now has fourth priority. And as I'm sure Sebastian Williams' wife down in Oaxaca, Mexico, my good friend Leila Takeda is probably watching with his baby. Hi to you guys. 1 minute and 25 seconds. One minute and 15 seconds. Situation in the water, blue in first with a 7.67 and 6.90. Green second with a 5.43 and 5.0. Red third with a 6.50, needing 3.93. Fourth white has a 5.73, needing a 4.70. First priority blue, second priority white, third priority red, fourth priority green. We have 45 seconds remaining. Veinticinco segundos. White up and riding. Now third priority goes to green. We're down to 15 seconds. Good morning, Fernando. 10 seconds remaining. Blue's up. First priority red, second priority green. And we're going to get ready to count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we just finished that heat number 12, heat 13 moving into position. Buenos dias, Fernando. As we have our ISA president coming down, check out the scene, testing out the rocks on the inside. There's no sand right there, so be careful in the rocks. So we are stoked. We don't get every world championship where we have our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, come and bring his energy, but he's here full on this time, and we had a very fun opening ceremony having him up on stage. We always love those events where he comes and takes part. We have the second score of white was a 3.40, waiting on the last of blue from that previous heat. Heat 13 standing by, stay in position. Faltamos un puntaje más del hit anterior. Así que, siguiente hit número 1 de la ronda 4. Por favor, esperen un momento. Les aviso antes de empezar. Last of blue, 6.23. All right, heat 13. I mean, not heat 13. Heat number 1. We're in the round 4 now. As I'm going to start this up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So we're now in a new round. The men's Reprecharge round 4, heat number 1, as I welcome back Ixa Marietta to the mic. And I'm going to go down and say hi to Fernando and Vicky.
Muy bien, Ben. Lea saludos por mí también a Vicky. Estamos de vuelta entonces ya en este hit número 1, ronda 4 de repetaje de los varones. Vamos a entregar resultados extraoficiales antes de introducir a los competidores en el agua. So unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, Blue, Sebastián Williams, Team Mexico with a total of 1457 points. Also advancing to the next round. Green, Matrick Landon Dark, Team Great Britain with 10.43 points. Finish in the third place, White, Eduardo Alciso Jr., Team Philippines with 9.13 points. And fourth place, Red, Hiroto Ohara, Team Japan with 6.50 points. Now we're going to introduce the surfers of this heat number 1. In the red jersey, Martín Hurtado, Team Uruguay. In blue, Aaron Strang, Team Great Britain. In green, Yago Domínguez, Team Spain. In white, Teo Galegrani, Team Panama. So we have English and Spanish speakers in this heat number 1. We will keep on announcing the scores in the heat situation in both languages. Como tenemos competidores de habla hispana y también en inglés en el agua, vamos a estar transmitiendo ambos idiomas la situación del hit para que estén los chicos enterados de lo que está ocurriendo en la competencia. Estamos esperando ya el primer puntaje para Aaron Strong, que abre el marcador de este primer hit ronda 4 de los varones. Más atrás abre también su marcador Teo Galegrani, el panameño. 18 minutos restan de competencia y el Sunzal está activo. Es un imán de olas esta punta derecha perfecta que ya por 10ª vez nos recibe El Salvador para realizar un mundializa. Qué dicha estar acá, increíble. Cada día del evento tenemos olas sin parar para poder tener una competencia que no para y definir esas próximas medallas de este World Surfing Games 2025. Esperamos puntajes para ese intercambio entre Uruguay, Gran Bretaña y Panamá. La prioridad la tiene Verde de España. 17 minutos con 20 segundos restan de competencia. Recién comenzamos y vamos a hacer el llamado a nuestro próximo hit número 2 para que se registre con Beach Marshall. So next hit, please check in at the Beach Marshall area. That will be hit number 2 of the men's repechage round 4. Lucas Pérez del Solar, Team Perú. Maximiliano Sáenz, Team Ecuador. Khalil da Silva, Team Italy. Timosi Tuitabuki, Team Fiji. It's time for you guys to go grab your jerseys. And just a reminder, we still have the 10 minutes paddle out and the caddies should stay right next to the caddies buoy. 10 minutos es el tiempo del paddle out, así que a los muchachos del próximo hit les recordamos eso. Vamos a estar anunciándolo por altoparlante. De todas maneras pueden estar pendientes del reloj que está sobre la torre de jueces para que entren a tiempo. We're down to 16 minutes and 15 seconds, still waiting for scores. The first of red, first of blue, and first of white. We have the first priority with green for Team Spain, second priority blue for Team Great Britain, prioridad 1 para verde de España, prioridad 2 azul de Gran Bretaña. Estamos esperando por notas, muchachos. Una para rojo el uruguayo, una para azul de Gran Bretaña, una para blanco de Panamá. 15 minutos con 45 segundos restan de competencia. Apenas se digiten esas notas acá en la pantalla, les vamos a comunicar la situación de este hit. Y aprovechamos de agradecer, por supuesto, a nuestros auspiciadores. Gracias a la hidratación oficial Gatorade y Gatorlight por mantener a todos los atletas que están aquí bajo el sol hidratados durante todo el torneo. Gracias a Pepsi, a Suprema, Apoyo Campero, gracias a Del Sur, El Urbano, Publimóvil, Cabal Internet que nos tiene conectados, Bambú Centro Comercial, por todas las actividades que están ofreciendo para ir a conocer los distintos puntos turísticos de Surf City. Gracias también a Vodka Misata y a Uffizi. Si aún no lo han hecho, les recomiendo que vayan al escritorio de información de Bamboo Lifestyle, que está a la entrada del Club Salvadoreño, donde pueden averiguar los horarios del shuttle que les lleva al centro comercial El Encuentro para que vayan a hacer algo diferente si necesitas comprar algo en la tienda. Si quieres ir también al salón o a un restaurante rico, te recomiendo que tomes ese shuttle y vayas a descubrir el centro comercial El Encuentro. Recién ingresa el primer puntaje de blanco, 5.33 para Panamá. Primera de rojo, 4.5 para el uruguayo. Primera de azul, 6.67 para el competidor de Gran Bretaña. So we have the opening score for blue in 6.67. First of white, 5.33. First of red, 4.5. Red, you're in third, needing a 0.84 to go to second as we watch red for Team Uruguay on his second wave. Priority blue for Team Great Britain, and we are waiting on the opening score of green for Team Spain. Second priority goes to white for Team Panama. 13 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. 13 minutos con 45. Esperamos puntaje para esa segunda ola de rojo. El uruguayo va a ingresar también un puntaje para verde de España y ya les puedo entregar los nuevos requisitos. Por el momento, la prioridad 1 azul, prioridad 2 blanco. Nuevamente repasamos el hit con los puntajes que están digitados. Está liderando azul de Gran Bretaña con 6.67. Está segundo blanco el panameño con 5.33. Está tercero rojo de Uruguay con 4.5. Buscando un 0.84 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto se encuentra verde de España. Estamos esperando que se digite su primer puntaje. Él necesita un 5.34 para irse directo al segundo lugar. Tiempo. 13 minutos restan de este hit número 1. Prioridad para azul, prioridad 2 para blanco. Priority blue for Team Great Britain. Second priority white for Team Panama. 12 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Still waiting on the second of red and first of green. Y aprovecho de mandar un saludo al capitán Morales y agradecer al ministro de la Defensa Nacional de El Salvador por el gran apoyo que está brindando con la seguridad que nos brinda la Fuerza Armada. No sé si lo han visto pasar, pero antes, hace un ratito, pasó una avioneta. Ahí para saludar a todos los competidores. 12 minutos restan de competencia. Still waiting on the second of red and first of green to give you situation, guys. We're down to 11 minutes and 50 seconds. Priority blue for Team Great Britain. Second priority white for Team Panama. Third priority green for Team Spain. Apenas se confirmen los puntajes, muchachos, les voy a actualizar la situación del hit. 11 minutos con 30 segundos restan de competencia. Nos acercamos ya a la barrera de los 10 minutos para que estén prevenidos los competidores del hit número 2 de esta ronda 4 de repetaje. Y seguramente nos estás mirando desde Uruguay, desde España, desde Panamá, para poder acompañar a los competidores que están en el agua rojo. Todavía estamos esperando tu puntaje. Apenas ingrese te lo vamos a indicar. All right, and we have second of red in 5.67. Segunda de rojo 5.67. Changing situation that takes red to the lead. Now Team Uruguay in first place with a 5.67 and a 4.50. Second, blue Team Great Britain with 6.67. In third place, white Team Panama with 5.33. White needs a 1.35 to go to second. And fourth place, green. We're still waiting on your opening wave. We also have one more coming for Team Uruguay in the red jersey as we are down to 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Priority remains with blue, second white, third green. Esperamos un puntaje más de rojo, también la primera para verde. Y entramos en los 10 minutos del hit, por lo tanto, próximo hit número 2 ya puede ingresar al agua. Next hit, number 2 of this men's repechage, round 4 can enter the water. Last of red, 3.4, does not factor in. And first of green, 3.67. Current hit situation, in the lead, Team Uruguay with 5.67 and 4.5. Second, blue Team Great Britain with 6.67. In third, white Team Panama with 5.33. Needs a 1.35 to go to second. Fourth place, green Team Spain with 3.67. Green needs 3.01 to advance as we watch. Green for Team Spain. So we need the team manager of the coach of Japan to please approach the beach marshal area. Once again, team manager or coach from Team Japan, we kindly ask you to come to the beach marshal area. Entra la última ola de rojo, 3.40, no va en la sumatoria para el uruguayo, y la primera del español, 3.67. Verde está cuarto buscando un 3.01 y estamos esperando un puntaje de esa segunda ola. 8 minutos y 30 segundos en el reloj. La prioridad la tiene azul. Prioridad 2, blanco. Prioridad 3, rojo. Second of green, 3.03, changing situation. Now Team Spain in second. Let's have a rundown of the scores. In the lead, red, Uruguay with 5.67 and 4.5. In second, green Team Spain with 3.67 and 3.03. Third place, blue Team Great Britain with 6.67. Blue needs a 0.03 to advance. Fourth position, white Team Panama with a 5.33. White, you need a 2.21 to advance. 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority for white, third priority for red. And we have another score in for green Team Spain, 3.87. That goes to your top two. Green in second, now with a 3.87 and a 3.67. Third place, blue needs a 0.87 to advance. Fourth place, white needs a 2.21. Ingresa la última nota para verde de España. 3.87 va en la sumatoria para Yago. Él está segundo. Ahora el tercer lugar, azul, está buscando un 0.87 para ir a segundo, mientras que cuarto lugar, blanco, está buscando un 2.21 para avanzar en segundo lugar. Cuando tenemos a rojo en ola, el líder de este hit número 1, ahí viene el uruguayo, y más atrás la respuesta de azul por parte de Aaron Strong de Gran Bretaña. Linda postal estamos viendo en este momento en el Sunzal. Si estás sintonizando en nuestra transmisión, te damos la bienvenida y te contamos que estamos en el 6º día de este Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025 en el podio el Sunzal con el hit número 1 de la ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones. Tenemos a blanco en ola. Él es el panameño Teo Galegrani. 6 minutos y 15 segundos restan de competencia. So for now, priority board is clear. We're down to 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Y ahí finaliza el recorrido el panameño, que logra conectar una ola larguísima del Sunzal. Ahora vemos los cambios que se producen con la marea, lo que ha ido contando Ben, ¿verdad? Los cambios de la marea, cómo afectan, empieza a empujar mucho más el suelo, se empieza a marcar más el reef y podemos ver esas olas más largas. Y el surfing de high performance que nos entrega el Sunzal no solamente hace más divertida la competencia, sino que para ustedes que nos están siguiendo desde casa, pueden ver estas olas tan atractivas y que tienen en la mira a El Salvador, a muchos surfistas viajeros del mundo. Todos están decidiendo venir a El Salvador. Cada vez más surfers nos visitan en estas costas. Tenemos segundo puntaje para azul, 3.8. Second of blue is in, 3.8. So blue now, Team Great Britain is in the lead with a 6.67 and a 3.80. Waiting now on the last of red and second of white. Red now is in second. In third is green, needs a 6.30 to go to second. And fourth place, white, needs a 4.85 to go to second. Waiting on the last of red and second of white. As soon as I have those scores in, I'll let you know the hit situation. Time call 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority green. 4 minutos con 10 segundos. And we have the last of red in. It's a 4.73. Goes to the top two scores for Team Uruguay. You're in second with a 5.67 and a 4.73. In third, green needs a 6.53 to go to second. Fourth place, white, looking for a 5.08 to go to second. And we are waiting on that second score for white. Team Panama, priority blue, second priority green. Y entra la ola número 4 para el uruguayo, 4.73. Va en la sumatoria para Martín. Él está segundo con 5.67 y 4.73. Está tercero verde el español, buscando un 6.53 para avanzar. Cuarto blanco de Panamá con 5.33. Estamos esperando su segundo puntaje. Estás buscando un 5.08 para ir al segundo lugar. So once again, we need the coach or team manager for Team Japan to please approach the beach marshal area. Team Japan, we need you to approach the beach marshal area, please. That would be the coach or team manager. Still waiting on scores. 1 for red, 1 for white. Priority blue for Team Great Britain. Second priority green for Team Spain. 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. 2 minutos con 40 en el reloj. La prioridad la tiene azul de Gran Bretaña. Prioridad 2, verde de España. Estamos esperando por notas para rojo de Uruguay, para blanco de Panamá. All right, blue, your second wave 3.8. You are in the lead with a 6.67 and a 3.8. Still waiting on scores for red and white. Priority blue. In red, your top two scores, 5.67 and a 4.73. You are in second. Rojo está segundo por el momento con 5.67 y 4.73. Estamos esperando tu último puntaje. Va a ingresar también una nota de blanco. Resta 1 minuto con 50 segundos. Tienes, rojo, la tercera prioridad. So we've been explaining that it takes a while to replay those waves here at El Sunzal. That's why it takes longer to give you the scores. But as soon as I have them here, I'll let you know the situation. One minute and 15 seconds. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority red, fourth priority white. 1 minuto con 10 en el reloj. Muchachos, estamos esperando todavía la segunda ola de blanco y también la última de rojo. Apenas se digiten, les voy a contar. Tenemos la segunda de blanco, 6.17 y se va directo al primer lugar. Ahora está primero el panameño con 6.17 y 5.33. Baja al segundo azul con 6.67 y 3.8. Está tercero rojo. Necesitas 4.81 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto verde buscando un 6.61. Second of white, 6.17. That rockets him to the lead position. Now, white, Panama in the lead. In second, blue team Great Britain. In third, red needs a 4.81 to advance. And fourth place, green needs a 6.61. 20 seconds remaining. And we have blue up for Team Great Britain. Priority is with green, second red, third white. 12 seconds remaining. Últimos 10 segundos, muchachos. y nos vamos al conteo. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for hit number 1 of this men's repechage round 4. Se acaba el tiempo de esta ronda 4 de repechaje. Hit número 1 toma posición en el lineup el hit número 2. Mientras seguimos trabajando en esos puntajes para azul. We have one more score coming in for blue team Great Britain. Next hit, please move into position. I'll give you heads up when we are ready to start. We're still working on a couple scores from the previous hit. Emocionante hit tuvimos recién. No paraban las olas. Ya estamos en la ronda 4 de repechaje. Atravesamos ya la mitad del día de hoy y realmente el tiempo se pasa volando acá en el podio del Sunzal. Increíble lo que estamos viviendo ya en este sexto día de Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Gracias a todos por estar aquí presentes, a las delegaciones de 61 países que nos visitan en esta edición de los World Surfing Games. Comenzamos nuestro tercer ciclo olímpico y atentos, tenemos el último puntaje azul. Last of blue, 3.97. That goes to the top 2 for Team Great Britain. And we are getting ready to start. We're about to start with our next heat. Count you into the start in just a moment. Estamos refrescando la pantalla para poder avanzar con nuestro próximo hit. Apenas la tengamos disponible, vamos a lanzar el hit número 2. The system, it's refreshing. It's loading. Are we good to go? All right, count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so hit number 2 of this men's repechage, round 4, it's on. And we have the unofficial previous hit final results. Winning the heat, white Teo Galegrani, Team Panama, with a total of 11.50 points. Also advancing to the next round, blue Aaron Strong, Team Great Britain, with 10.64 points. Finish in third, red Martín Hurtado, Team Uruguay, with 10.40 points. And fourth place for green Yago Domínguez, Team Spain, with 7.54 points. Entonces avanza en primer lugar del hit anterior. Y continúa en competencia blanco Teo Galegrani de Panamá con 11.50. También avanza azul Aaron Strong de Gran Bretaña con 10.64. Queda tercero rojo Martín Hurtado de Uruguay con 10.40. Y cuarto verde Yago Domínguez del equipo de España con 7.64. Nos movemos ya a la acción en vivo y vamos a introducir a los competidores del hit número 2. And now we're going to introduce the surfers of this heat. Number 2, in the red jersey, Lucas Pérez del Solar, Team Perú. In blue, Maximiliano Sáenz, Team Ecuador. In green, Khalil da Silva, Team Italy. In white, Timosi Tuitavuki, Team Fiji. We already have scores for blue and red. They're not confirmed yet. As soon as I have them confirmed, I'll let you know the scores and the hit situation. Time call, 18 minutes and 15 seconds. Third party goes to red. And we are going to make the call for our next hit to check in at the Beach Marshall area. That will be hit number 3 of the men's repechage, round 4. Please go check in. Darshan Antequera, Team Costa Rica. Rafael Pereira, Team Venezuela. Sam Peter, Team France. Grayson Grant, Team Sweden. Bien, muchachos, ya es tiempo que se vayan a registrar al área de Beach Marshall. Por favor, acérquense al área. Darshan Antequera de Costa Rica, Rafael Pereira de Venezuela, San Peter de Francia y Grayson Grant de Suecia. Opening score for Blue, Team Ecuador 3.83, first of Red, Team Perú 3.17, third priority Blue, fourth priority. Sorry, now the first priority goes to Green, second priority Blue, third priority Red, because we have wide up. That's the opening right for Team Fiji. So once again, priority Green for Team Italy, second priority Blue for Team Ecuador, third priority Red for Team Perú. 17 minutes remaining. Recién comenzando con este hit número 2. Restan 17 minutos por delante todavía aquí en el podio 2 de El Sunzal. Y le damos la bienvenida a la gente que se acaba de meter a la transmisión en vivo de este segundo podio. Estamos en el hit número 2, ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones, sexto día de competencia en Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Surfing Games 2025. Ya estamos avanzando más de la mitad del día, el tiempo se pasa volando acá en El Salvador. Tal vez en este segundo podio no lo pueden ver tan bien a través de la pantalla, más que las olas, pero estamos rodeados de un verde tropical, de palmeras, un calor exquisito, con un agua de 29 grados. Tú solamente te levantas por la mañana cuando está amaneciendo, tomas tu traje de baño, tu tabla y te vas a meter descalzo al agua. O sea, el calorcito es increíble. Durante todo el día tenemos olas. Este es un paraíso del surfing y es por eso que Surf City está tan comprometido con el surf, porque saben cuál es su tesoro nacional y esas son las olas. Tenemos puntaje para la primera ola de blanco de Fiji, 3.23. First for white, Team Fiji, 3.23. So current hit situation in the lead, Blue, Team Ecuador with 3.83. In second, white, Team Fiji with 3.23. In third, red, Team Peru with a 3.17. Red needs a 0.07 to advance. Still no rides for green, Team Italy in the green jersey, needing a 3.24 to advance. 15 minutes and 15 seconds remaining as we watch the first wave for Team Italy in the green jersey. Priority goes to Blue, second priority Red. 15 minutos en el reloj. Está liderando Azul del Ecuador con 3.83. Está segundo Blanco de Fiji con 3.23. Tercero Rojo del Perú con 3.17. Rojo, necesitas 0.07 para ir al segundo lugar. Va a ingresar el puntaje para esa primera ola de Khalil da Silva representando Italia. Él está cuarto buscando un 3.24. Restan 14 minutos con 35 segundos. Prioridad 1, azul para el Ecuador. Prioridad 2, rojo para Perú. Y estoy segura que tenemos audiencia latina en este momento a través de nuestra transmisión en vivo. Gracias por estar aquí en este mundial acompañándonos, los fans, las familias, los amigos de los competidores que vienen a representar su bandera. Algo tremendo para estos deportistas que ya comienzan su tercer ciclo olímpico. Esta es la primera parada, a pesar que no es un clasificatorio, sí va a ser el seeding del ranking para el próximo año, para los próximos World Surfing Games 2026. Y tenemos a Rojo en ola, es la segunda para el peruano. Además, buenas noticias trajeron estos World Surfing Games. En la ceremonia de apertura, nuestro presidente Fernando Aguirre anunció el Mundial Junior que van a realizarse en Perú, así que ahí vamos a ir a las tierras del peruano Lucas Pérez del Solar, que estaba recién en esa última ola, para celebrar el Mundial Junior. Eso va a ser en diciembre, así que qué mejor noticia para finalizar nuestro año antes de las Navidades, ir a juntarse toda la familia ISA de tantas naciones que son parte de la ISA, 119 naciones federadas en la ISA, y puede que tengamos a la mayoría en el Mundial Junior. Espero que sí, y que Perú nos reciba con esas olas alucinantes ahí en la costa de Lima, en Punta Hermosa. Vamos a ver, esperamos notas para rojo, también la primera de verde, la prioridad la tiene blanco. Cuando veíamos azul en una ola, la segunda prioridad la tiene verde. Priority white, second priority green. Waiting for scores, one for green, one for red. We have the second of blue is at 1.77. Segunda ola de azul, 1.77. Esperamos todavía el puntaje para rojo y también para verde. Ya les actualizaré la situación del hit. 12 minutos con 25 en el reloj. No solo eso se ha anunciado durante este mundial, sino que también han habido muchas buenas noticias. Vamos a hacer el mundial de surf adaptados en Oceanside, California, a comienzos de noviembre. Y también se ha anunciado un programa de coach para mujeres que va a llevarse a cabo en Costa Rica durante noviembre. Así que se vienen muchas actividades de fin de año en la ISA. Si es que tú quieres averiguar todas estas fechas, cómo poder participar, cómo poder seguir lo que está ocurriendo, te invito a que vayas a nuestro sitio web ISAsurf.org y puedes revisar todas las noticias que están ocurriendo en este fin de año, el último semestre ya de nuestro 2025, que se va a venir recargado de mucho surfing y también de reunir a la familia ISA, todas a las naciones y hacer un mejor mundo a través del surf. Open score of green 4.1, primera de verde 4.1. Waiting now on the second of green and second of red. Hit situation at the moment in the lead, blue team Ecuador with 3.83 and 1.77. Second, green team Italy with 4.1. Third, white team Fiji with a 3.23 needing a 0.88. Fourth, red with a 3.17 needs a 0.94. We are waiting for scores for red, green, and white. As soon as I have those scores in, I'll let you know the hit situation. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Priority board is clear now. No hay prioridad establecida por el momento, 10 minutos con 25 en el reloj. Estamos aguardando por notas para los 4 competidores, así que apenas se vayan digitando, les voy a ir dando los puntajes y también el tablero de posiciones, como los requisitos que necesitan para avanzar rondas de repechaje acá en el Sunzal. 10 minutes remaining, so our next heat and number 3 can enter the water. Muchachos, ya es tiempo de que ingresen al agua. Les recordamos que deben mantenerse pegadito a la boya hasta que escuchen la bocina que indica que ha finalizado este hit que está en curso. Tenemos un gap de 30 segundos que les da el tiempo para poder tomar posición en el line-up para que no se distraigan, no se confundan nuestro juez de prioridades. Así que les pedimos por favor respetar ese flow work que tenemos aquí en el Sunzal. 9 minutos con 25 en el reloj. 9 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Priority red, still waiting for scores. 1 for white, 1 for green, 1 for blue, and 1 for red. Priority red, second priority white for Team Fiji. 9 minutos con 10 segundos restan de competencia. Y tenemos la segunda ola para rojo del Perú, 5.83. Second of red for Team Perú, 5.83. Red. Team Perú, red, you're in the lead with a 5.83 and a 3.17. Still waiting for scores. We are working on 1 for blue Team Ecuador, 1 for green Team Italy, and 1 for white Team Fiji. 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priority red, Peru. Second priority white, Fiji. Third priority blue, Ecuador. Y atención que se viene azul nuevamente. Él es el ecuatoriano Maximiliano Sáenz. Con tercera prioridad se escapa a Max en su cuarta ola. La prioridad la mantiene Priority change, priority white, second priority red. Second of green for Team Italy, 5.83. That takes green to the lead with a 5.83 and a 4.1 backup. Second red, Team Peru, with 5.83 and 3.17. Third, blue, Team Ecuador, with a 3.83 and 1.77. We are working on 2 scores for blue, Team Ecuador. You're in third now, needing a 5.18. As soon as I have your scores, I'll let you know your heat situation. Fourth place for white, Team Fiji, with a 3.23. You need a 5.78 to go to second. We're also waiting on your second wave. 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Priority white, second priority green. Y vemos a rojo que viene en ola, la tercera para el peruano. 6 minutos con 40 segundos restan de este hit número 2. Los competidores en el agua pueden tomar un máximo de 25 olas. Sus 2 mejores son las que entran en sumatoria, por eso siempre les vamos leyendo esas 2 olas. Primero leemos la más alta, luego leemos el backup score y vamos leyendo quién está primero, quién está segundo, quién está tercero y cuánto es lo que necesita para avanzar, y así también con el cuarto lugar para que ellos puedan manejar su estrategia en el agua. 6 minutos con 10 segundos restan de competencia. Estamos esperando notas. We have the previews of blue for Team Ecuador, 5.37. That takes blue to second. So now blue Team Ecuador in the second place with a 5.37 and a 3.83. We're waiting on 1 score for blue and also 1 for red. Red in third needs a 3.37 to advance. And fourth place white needs a 5.87. White second wave, 3.33. Priority green for Team Italy. 5 minutos con 30 segundos la ola anterior, la ola número 3 para azul, 5.37. Falta que ingrese un puntaje más de azul. Él está segundo, Max, con 5.37 y 3.83. Va a ingresar una nota más para ti. Falta que ingrese una de rojo y también una de blanco. La prioridad la tiene verde. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So we need the caddies to be right next to the buoy. The caddies. Los caddies que están en el agua, necesitamos que estén pegados a la boya negra, por favor. Tienen que retroceder, están metidos en el área de competencia. So this is really important for every heat. If you bring your caddy with you, the caddies need to stay right next to the caddies buoy. That is the Surf City buoy. You can't get any closer to the competition area. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. 4 minutos con 30 segundos. We are working on scores. 1 for red, 2 for blue, and 1 for white. 4 minutos con 20 segundos restan de competencia. Estamos trabajando en puntajes. 2 de azul, 1 de rojo, 1 de blanco. La prioridad la tiene verde. Second priority goes to blue for Team Ecuador. Third priority goes to white for Team Fiji. Last of red for Team Peru, 6.60. That takes red to the lead position. So now in the lead, red, Lucas Perez for Team Peru with a 6.6 and a 5.83. Second, blue, Team Ecuador with a 6.73. Your previous wave, your wave number 4. And your backup score is a 5.37. Third place, green, Team Italy with 5.83 and 4.1. Green needs a 6.28 to advance. Fourth place, white, Team Fiji with a 3.33 and a 3.23. White needs an 8.77 to advance. The last of blue is in, 4.77. Does not factor in for Team Ecuador. So Team Ecuador is in second. Also waiting on the last of white. 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutos restan de competencia para este hit número 2. La prioridad la tiene verde de Italia, prioridad 2, azul del Ecuador, prioridad 3, blanco de Fiji. Y se viene azul, lo tenemos en ola, el ecuatoriano. Priority green, second priority white, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Third priority goes to red. Última ola de rojo, un 6.6. Rojo de Perú está primero con 6.6 y 5.83. Está segundo azul del Ecuador con 6.73 y 5.37. Está tercero verde de Italia con 5.83 y 4.1. Necesita verde 6.28 para ir al segundo lugar, mientras que en cuarta posición se encuentra blanco de Fiji con 3.7 su última ola y 3.33 su backup. Él necesita 8.4 para avanzar. So last of white is in for Team Fiji. 3.7 goes to your top two. White, you are in fourth place, needing an 8.4 to advance. Waiting on the last of blue for Team Ecuador. Time call, 1 minute and 35 seconds. Priority green for Team Italy. Second priority white. As we watch white for Team Fiji on his fourth ride. That's Timosi Tuitabuki. Waiting on the last of blue for Team Ecuador. Y no hemos parado en este hit número 2. 1 minuto con 15 segundos restan de competencia. Entra y sale rojo del Perú, el líder de la serie. Van a ingresar notas. Se tiene que confirmar una de azul. Falta una de blanco y también una de rojo. We're in the last minute. 1 minute remaining. Priority green for Team Italy. Last of red, 0.43. And we have red up. 30 seconds. Últimos 30 segundos. Priority green, second priority blue, last of white, 4.13. White in four now needs a 7.97. Last of blue, 4.77. Does not factor in for Team Ecuador. And we are in the last 15 seconds. Last of red, 1.10 seconds. 10 segundos, muchachos, y nos vamos al conteo. Countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for hit number 2, and we are gonna move with our next hit number 3. Please move into position. I'll give you heads up when we're ready to start. Una vez pasemos al próximo hit, ya les daré los resultados del hit número 2. Y se está acercando a la cabina de transmisión el gran Ben Wei, más conocido como Chinese Candy, que siempre está animando la fiesta del surfing aquí en Surf City. ¿Qué traes ahí? ¡Wow! Es el periódico de El Salvador. Increíble. Sí, aprovechamos de mandar un saludo a la Secretaría de Prensa de la Presidencia por el trabajo de difusión y por haber traído a todos los programas de televisión y radio del país a transmitir en vivo estos World Surfing Games. Eso es realmente increíble. Vamos a comenzar con nuestro próximo hit. Countdown to the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So hit number 3 is on. Y como les contaba, estamos demasiado felices y honrados de tener a la Secretaría de Prensa de la Presidencia, estar difundiendo todo lo que ocurre acá en el Mundial. Increíble, ¿no? Ahí vi que había una foto del periódico y está Ben. Lo entrevistaron. ¿Cómo estás, Ben? ¿Qué tal? Cuéntanos un poquito de eso.
Bueno, les cuento en un momento, pero hemos empezado la ronda 4 de repechaje varonil, hit número 3. So we have... So this is our men's repechage round 4, heat number 3. We've got red for Costa Rica, Darshan Antequera. Blue, Venezuela's Rafael Pereira. Francis San Peter, green. And white, just with his first wave, Sweden, Grayson Grant, will have his opening score in just a moment. So here we have the previous heat final results. Unofficially winning the heat, red, Lucas Perez for Peru with 12.43 points. Second, blue, Maximiliano Sainz for Ecuador, 12.10 points. Third place was green, Khalil da Silva for Italy, 9.93 points. And coming in fourth, white, Timochi Tuitavuki for Fiji, 7.83 points. Coming up next in our heat number 4, Federico Moraes for Portugal, Morocco's Redouane Redraghi, Israel's Ido Hagag, and Manuel Selman from Chile will need to check into the beach marshal's tent, and at the 10-minute mark, we'll send you out. We have an opening score for Sweden. White's first wave, 4.0, just getting things started here. And there we have red's opening wave. Yep, that's red. So listening for the spotters, we have one designated spotter when the lineup point, when the primary takeoff zone is this far out in the ocean at the low tide. These surfers look like ants from where we're sitting. So we have one person with binoculars that's the designated spotter to let the judges know which surfer they're watching on the takeoff. Third priority goes to white. We have an opening score for red, 3.60. Yeah, and so Ixa, super excited to be featured in El Diario, the newspaper here from El Salvador, speaking about my time in El Salvador and all of the surf here. And the headline reads, El Salvador has more surfable waves all year long than anywhere in the world, and I believe that. Third priority white, fourth priorities with red. We have 17 minutes remaining. Tercer prioridad blanco, cuarto prioridad rojo. La primera ola de blanco, 4.0. Primera ola de rojo, 3.60. Restan 16 minutos, 45 segundos. So all of our friends tuning in around the world, we are appreciative of your company, and thank you for joining us. This is the first time we have live webcast from our second podium, so we're happy to be able to connect with you guys. Looks like we're going to have green and white splitting the peak. First priority goes to blue, second priority goes to red. So we do have some left options off the top of the peak. As blue up and riding. This is the opening wave for Team Venezuela. Red as first priority. So the cool thing about that in a contest is if you start to paddle and someone's holding a higher priority, you just turn and you go the other way. Don't avoid any type of priority interference call. First priority red. White's second wave is a 1.0. And the left is looking really fun at this incoming tide, so there's going to be some options in any of our goofy footers that are dying to go front side. We'll be able to take that left option, which puts you right back into position quickly without fighting that current on the way back out. 15.5 minutes. Blue's first score is in. It's a 2.67. Waiting on the first of green. La primera ola de azul, 2.67. Faltamos un puntaje más de verde. Primera prioridad rojo, segunda prioridad blanco, tercera prioridad azul. 15 minutos. So we got 15 minutes remaining. We're waiting on the opening wave of France, and we'll give an update in the situation. So in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll start sending out our next heat competitors to move out to the standby buoy. We do advise everyone, there is a much less sand in the shore break than the earlier days. So please be very careful as you're stepping to enter the water, and be careful of the bottoms and fins of your boards as you're placing your board on the surface of the water. Green's first wave, 5.0. France goes to the lead with a 5.0. White is in second. Team Sweden has a 4.0 and a 1.0. Red Costa Rica has a 3.60, needing 1.41. Blue up and riding, second wave for Team Venezuela. Red is in third, needing a 1.41. Time call just under 14 minutes. Red has first priority, second priorities with white, and we'll have another score for blue in just a moment. White up and riding. Third wave for Team Sweden. Red has first priority. 13.5 minutes remaining. Scores coming in for blue and for white. Faltamos el último de azul y último puntaje de blanco. Primer prioridad rojo. Restan 13 minutos, 20 segundos. We'll let those scores come in for white and for blue, and we'll give an update. Red has first priority, green second priority. White's last wave comes to 2.60. White, you now have third priority. Waiting on the second wave for blue, and I'll give you an update. Última ola de blanco, 2.60. Tercer prioridad, blanco. Faltamos un puntaje más de azul. 13 minutos. 13 minutes waiting on the last of blue. So we are very excited to be back here for our 11th World Championship here in Surf City, El Salvador. Since our first World Sup and Paddleboard Challenge back in 2019, when they just elected the President Nayib Bukele, who joined forces with Minister of Tourism's Mrs. Marina Valdez and Karim Bukele in charge of sports and events for El Salvador. And we've had a great partnership ever since. 11 World Championships with amazing waves every time. Blue's second wave is a 5.50. La segunda ola de azul, 5.50, le subió a primer posición, 5.50 y 2.67. So white up, and there's that left, producing that oncoming ramp. Here we have red up and riding. First priority goes to green, and look at that swell filling in with the incoming tide. It's going to start pumping from now on. So the magic machine point of El Sunzal is turning on. And this is showing a new swell, showing new potential. We haven't seen the shoulders reach all the way to where the standby zone is. So that is a great sign that we have an improved swell direction to really reel these rights through and stand those walls up for some high-scoring rides. 11 minutes. Scores coming in for red, green, and white. So on white's wave, I think that was one of the first completed aerials that we've seen on a left. And this place, as the tide fills in, you get that energy coming on the oncoming right as you're on that left, making an amazing launch ramp for the aerial maneuvers. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Estamos esperando el último puntaje de rojo, de verde y de blanco. 10 minutos 20 segundos. Blue has first priority. Time call 10 minutes. White up and riding. Oh, and a full rotation this time for white. First priority blue. So, as I mentioned before, the goofy footers have the option of going frontside on the left. And although Surf City is the home of the right surf, we have some fun lefts as well. First priority blue, second priority green, and third priorities with red. Now waiting on 2 scores for white, a score for green, and a score for red. Ahora faltamos 2 puntajes de blanco, un puntaje de verde, y un puntaje de rojo. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. We need to get these scores in before I can give an accurate, updated situation call. So we'll let those scores fill in. As I have those scores coming in from our head judge, I will read them out to you. First priority is with blue, second priority is with green, and third priority is with red. So we're down to 9 minutes. Previous of white was a 5.03. Now waiting on white's last wave. Waiting on the last wave of green and the last wave of red. And our next heat, you guys are welcome to make your way out towards the standby buoy. Just be careful of those rocks. Ola anterior de blanco fue 5.03. Seguimos esperando el último de rojo, verde y blanco. 8 minutos 15 segundos. So for all of our friends around the world tuning in to our ISAsurfing YouTube channel, we are on our Podium 2, the superstar right point wave here of Surf City, El Salvador, El Sunzal. Currently 12:30 in the afternoon, and we have an hour past the low tide, and the incoming tide has pumped up the conditions since this morning. As we have red up and riding, this will be the third wave for Costa Rica. Still waiting on his second score. Seven minutes and 20 seconds. Blue has first priority, second priority green, and third priority is with white. So now waiting on two scores for red, a score for green, and a score for white before I can give an accurate, updated situation call. We appreciate your patience. I'll get those scores to you as soon as I can. First priority blue, second priority green, and third priority is with white. Six minutes and 30 seconds remaining, working on scores for red, green, and white. Seguimos esperando dos puntajes de rojo, uno de verde y uno de blanco. Last of white is in, 7.07. So white, Sweden, Grayson Grant, you have a 7.07 and a 5.03. Waiting on scores for red and for green. Último de blanco fue 7.07. Second wave of green, 5.33. So change in situation, green went to second. However, we got one more score to work out for red. Last of red, 4.40, puts red in second. So attention riders, updated situation call. White in the lead with a 7.07 and a 5.03. Red is in second with a 6.67 and 4.40. Green, France, is now in third with a 5.33 and a 5.0. Fourth, blue has a 5.50 and 2.67, needing 5.58. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority white, and fourth priority now with red. We're down to 5 minutes. Segunda ola de verde, 5.33. Tercera ola de rojo, 4.40, le subió a segunda posición. Verde, tercero, buscando 5.75. Y cuarto, azul, buscando 5.58. 4 minutos, 45 segundos. Primera prioridad azul, segunda prioridad verde, tercera prioridad blanco y cuarta prioridad rojo. So a lot happened in that last exchange. A lot of waves ridden. White's already got 5 scores. 3 for red. So just showing the frequency of that wave energy has gotten shorter. We got those sets closer together and a lot of waves on offer. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. That incoming tide is going to bring even more. 4 minutos 15 segundos. Con el empuje de la marea hemos visto un poquito más tamaño y también las olas están estirando. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority white, fourth priority red. Just under 4 minutes remaining. So the ISA is proud to now have 119 national federations, and the membership has grown by 27% since 2016, going from 94 national federations to now 119 federations. And ISA continues to push deeper into the new continents filled with emerging surfing nations, trying to stimulate surfing all over the globe. And we're happy to have some new nations joining us in this World Surf Games, which are Angola for the very first ISA event ever. We welcome them. And also Vanuatu returning to us for the first time in 15 years since being a World Surfing Junior Championship attendee in 2010. 3 minutes. Red up and riding. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority is with white. White up and riding. First priority blue, second priority green. Primer prioridad azul, segunda prioridad verde. 2 minutos 25 segundos. Faltamos un puntaje de blanco y de rojo. So we are going to let those scores come in for red and for white before reading off the updated situation. We're down to 2 minutes. 2 minutos. First priority blue, second priority green, now third priority with white, waiting on the last of red and white. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Resta 1 minuto 30 segundos. Blue up and riding, now first priority goes to green, second priority goes to white, as we watch the third ride for Team Venezuela. Last of red, 5.43, waiting on the last of white. And now we'll have a third score for blue to work on. First priority green, second priority white, third priority red. We're down to 1 minute remaining. Último ola de rojo fue 5.43. Faltamos un puntaje más de blanco y ahora el puntaje para la tercera ola de azul, 55 segundos. We're down to 45 seconds remaining. Last of blue, 4.57. Still third, green needing a 6.77, blue fourth needing 6.61. We're down to 35 seconds. Último de azul, 4.57. Sigue tercero, verde buscando 6.77. Cuarto azul buscando 6.61. 25 segundos. We're down to 25 seconds remaining. Green has first priority, second priority white, and third priorities with red. 20 seconds remaining. 10 seconds. Blue up and riding. We're going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So blue, buzzer beater for Venezuela. We'll have another score to work out for him. Waiting on the last of blue. Faltamos un puntaje más de azul. Heat 4, please move into position. We're still waiting on one score from our previous heat. Blues last wave, 5.23. Next heat, in position. We're going to start up our next heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We just started our heat number 4 of the Reprecharge round 4. In red for Portugal, Federico Moraes. In blue for Morocco, Redouane Redraghi. For Israel in green, Ido Hagag. And for Chile in white, Manuel Selman. So here we have the previous heat final results. Winning that heat for Sweden, Grayson Grant with 12.10 points. Second was red, Darshan Antequera, Costa Rica with 12.10 points. Third place was blue, Rafael Pereira for Venezuela, 10.73 points. Fourth was green, Sam Peter for France, 10.33 points. So we are now in our Reprecharge round 4 of our men's division, heat number 4. So for all of these surfers in the water, this is their second time to surf today. And now they're getting to surf in improved conditions because they were surfing as the tide was going out this morning with the tidal energy pulling that energy out to sea. Now we have the tide pushing in, a lot more waves on offer and better conditions than the morning. So these guys got to be stoked to be able to surf again today. Time call 17 minutes and 45 seconds. So far, no waves ridden in this heat. We'll call up our next heat to check in. That's going to be Leandro Luis Osuna for Argentina, for the Republic of South Africa, Avile Ndamase for Puerto Rico, Sage Katz, and for Chinese Taipei, Chia Chiyu. We'll let them check into the Beach Marshals tent, pick up their jerseys, and we'll send them out in the water at the 10-minute mark. So we are very happy to have all our friends and surf fans from around the world joining us here live from Surf City, El Salvador in this edition of the 2025 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Currently 12:45 in the midday here in Surf City time. We had an 11:15 low tide, an hour and a half of the tide starting to push in up until 5 o'clock this afternoon. So we surf all the way through our heat number 12 of this Reprecharge round 4 today. And all through the day are at some of the best tide conditions of the day. So you guys are going to get the best of this magic El Sunzal point through the rest of this day 6. 16 minutes and 20 seconds. We also have beautiful conditions, a better direction of swell, really stretching these waves across this reef. And just below these surfers, we have this beautiful triangle-shaped rock reef that goes all the way out into the sea. And with the right direction and right tide, these waves can stretch for 2-minute rides. 16 minutes remaining. And here we go. We'll have an opening ride for Team Portugal. Federico Moraes. Wide up and riding, opening wave for Team Chile. This is Manuel Selman up and riding. Scores coming in for Portugal and Chile. We'll have opening scores and an update for you guys in just a moment. Time call 15 minutes. Estamos esperando el primer puntaje para rojo y para blanco, Portugal y Chile. Cuando tenemos 14 minutos 45 segundos. So for all of our new surf fans, you're getting to see the best of Surf City El Salvador. This is one of the world-class premier point breaks, El Sunzal. And currently we have 2 simultaneous competitions going on. This is our Reprecharge round. We have our main round. Actually, I believe we're in our women's Reprecharge round over at the La Bocana Peak by now. Yes, we are. And that's just on the south end of this strip on the other side of the Tunco Rock. As we have white up and riding again. We're waiting on the first of red, first of white. That will be the second wave for Team Chile. Now third priority goes to red. So for all our California surfers, this would be the equivalent of Malibu or possibly Rincon. Almost a little more of a Rincon than a Malibu. And just down the beach on the other side of our Tunco Rock, which separates these 2 breaks, we have La Bocana, which is a river mouth point break, a little more similar to a trestle-style wave. A little punchier, a little shorter. 13 minutes and 20 seconds. Third priorities with red. And we have blue up and riding. Opening wave for Team Morocco. Green now has first priority. White's first was a 3.17. We're waiting on the second score for white and the first score for red. And we'll work on an opening score for blue as well. 13 minutes. La primera ola de blanco fue 3.17. Faltamos un puntaje más de blanco. El primero de rojo. Y ahora el primero de azul. Green has first priority. Second priority is with red. 12 minutes and 40 seconds. So beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. We are in El Salvador, nuzzled between Guatemala and Honduras. This is the smallest country in Central America with the most amount of waves of almost any place I visited in the world. 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Red has first priority, second priority is with green. We're waiting on a score for white, red, and blue at the moment. We're going to let those scores in so we can give them an accurate update of the situation. Blue up and riding. Second wave for Team Morocco. So one thing that's beautiful about a wave that is this long, stretches about 2 football fields in length, sometimes 3, is you can just pick up a wave on the way back out. And even from the inside, it's still probably longer than the waves you get at your home break. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. Second wave of blue, 0.50. We're still waiting on the first of red. First of red, 5.67. Primera ola de rojo, 5.67. Primera ola de blanco, 3.17. Faltamos el segundo de blanco. Blue's first score is in, 3.27. Second wave for blue, 0.50. Now waiting on the second wave for white, and I'll give you an update. Red has first priority. Priority change. Now second priority blue, third priority green. Había un cambio de prioridades. Segundo prioridad azul, tercer prioridad verde. Green up and riding. First priority red, second priority blue. So we'll have an opening score for green, Team Israel, in just a moment. Blue up and riding. First priority red. Now second priority goes to white. 10 minutes and 15 seconds. So we're now down to 10 minutes. Next heat is welcome to enter the water. Please remember, there's no sand right there. We're starting to have that tide fill in. It's going to be an easier paddle out soon where you'll be able to come in and out of the water much more safely. We have another score to come in for blue. Green's first wave comes in as a 0.77. Red up and riding. First priority goes to white. Second priority now goes to green. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Blue's third wave was a 3.83. Red's second wave, 0.93. So blue's last wave, 3.83, moves blue to second. Red in third, now needing 1.43. Green in fourth, needing 6.33. We have 9 minutes. And 9 minutes remaining. Leandro Asuna, Lele, we need you to check into the beach marshal's tent, pick up your jersey. We're starting to send the other competitors for your heat out to the standby buoy. Just under 9 minutes. And this is the third ride for Team Portugal. He'll see another score in just a moment. And we will keep you updated as those scores come in. We have 8 minutes and 30 seconds. White has first priority. Second priority is with green. Con la última ola de azul, 3.83. Azul subió a segunda posición, pero ahora estamos esperando el último de rojo. Primera prioridad blanco, segunda prioridad verde. 8 minutos, 15 segundos. Third priority now goes to blue. And red's third score, 3.50. Federico Moraes, Portugal, goes to the lead. Change in situation. Red in first with a 5.67. And a 3.50. White is now in second. White's second wave, 4.67. White, Team Chile in second. Morocco now in third, needing a 4.02. And green, Israel in fourth, needing 7.07. La segunda ola de blanco, 4.67, le subió a segundo. Tercero azul, buscando 4.02. Verde en cuarto lugar, buscando 7.07 para avanzar. Primera prioridad blanco, segunda prioridad verde, tercera prioridad azul, 7 minutos y 20 segundos. So while we have a break in the action, I will remind you of the scores. Federico Moraes, red for Portugal, has 5.67 and 3.50. Manuel Salman for Team Chile in second. White has 4.67 and 3.17. Blue is in third. Team Morocco's Redouane Redraghi with 3.83 and 3.27. Blue is needing 4.02. And green is in fourth. Israel's Ido Hagag has a 0.77, needing 7.07. Time call, 6 minutes and 30 seconds. First priority white, second priority green, third priority blue, and fourth priority now with red. Green up and riding. Second priority goes to blue. Third priority goes to red. This is the second wave for Team Israel. Time call 6 minutes. And we'll work on a second ride for Team Israel, green second wave, and we'll announce that score as soon as it's in on our board. Friends at home, we haven't forgotten about you, but the competitors are first in line as far as our information, our jobs. Myself and Ixa Marietta is usually technical beach announcer, which means no flavor, just the raw scores and competition information, which is vital to each of these competitors to be able to map out their heat and plan out their next move depending on what their scores are or what the other competitors' scores are. So anytime we have all of that important information out and we can take some breathing room, we will try to entertain you as much as we can. But for the moment, we've had a lot of action. And right now, I'm waiting on the last score of green so we can let Team Israel know where they sit in this competition. Time call, 5 minutes. First priority white, second priority blue, third priority's with red. I'm waiting on green, second score. Second of green is in. Now we have white up and riding, I believe. Green's second score, 6.33. Third priority now with green. So green, you have a 6.33 and 0.77. Ito, you now need a 1.51. As we just saw the third ride of white. So we'll have a score to work out for him. At the moment, green is in third, needing 1.51. Fourth blue is needing 4.02. And now, last of white, 3.53. So blue, you're now needing 4.38. You're in fourth place, needing 4.38. First priority now with red. Second priority is with green. We're down to 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Segunda ola de verde fue 6.33. As we watch Morocco's fourth wave, connecting this one through to the inside. And there we have green on his third wide for Team Israel out the back of him. First priority red, we're down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Now red's up. Federico Moraes for Team Portugal. And so blue, green, and red all on a set wave. It just shows you what a machine this place is. 3 minutes. We'll now have to work on scores for green, blue, and red. First priority now with white. 2 minutos, 50 segundos. Primer prioridad blanco. Y tuvimos 3 olas enseguidas por azul, rojo y verde. Estamos esperando sus últimos puntajes. Scores coming in for blue, red, and green. White has first priority. We're down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm going to let those 3 scores come in, and I will give another update in the situation. So the longer the wave, the longer the judge's replay is when they're reviewing those rides. They want to be sure to give the most fair score for each rider. And when you have a long ride, sometimes you can't pay attention to the other rider's wave. So we go back and do a reference. Each of our riders have a designated camera on each one of them. So when our judges need to look and review a certain ride, we have a separate camera for each wave of each rider that we can go back and watch again. And the head judge will have the judges look at the wave again if he thinks that there's a spread between what they think the wave is worth, and then he releases that score to me. So now I'm waiting for blue, red, and green to be released. First priority is with white, and I have 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Last to blue, 4.90. White has first priority, second priority red. Last to blue, 4.90. Último de azul, 4.90. Primera prioridad blanco, segundo prioridad rojo. Cuando tenemos un minuto, we got 1 minute remaining. Now waiting on scores for red and for green. We are down to just over 50 seconds. Cuarenta segundos. Faltamos un puntaje más de verde y de rojo cuando tenemos 35 segundos. 30 seconds. Blue up and riding, 20 seconds. This is the fifth wave for Team Morocco. We're down to 15 seconds. Green up and riding, fourth wave for Team Israel as we are down to 10 seconds. And I am going to count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And white as well. Team Chile getting their fourth wave before the buzzer. So with this incoming tide, if they start at the top of the peak, they are surfing about 2 to 3 football fields in length to make it all the way to the inside. And Team Israel rides 3 football fields in length and pops a little reverse in the shore break. Got scores coming in for green, blue, red, and white. It's going to take a moment to get started, so we invite our Heat 5 to casually move over to the primary takeoff zone, and we will put you guys on standby, and we will give you a heads up before getting you started, but we are catching up on some rides here. So it will take a moment. We appreciate your patience. All right, the conditions are pumping in this beautiful day 6 of competition for our 2025 edition of our Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. Still have scores coming in from our heat number 4. That was our previous heat that we just ended. We had a 4.50 for Portugal. Scores coming in for Morocco, Israel, and Chile's last waves before we start up our next heat. Still got 3 more scores to work out. White's last wave 2.70. Still scores coming in for blue and for green. Last to blue 3.0. Waiting on the last to green and we can move on. Heat 5, stay put. We'll give you a heads up before getting you started. We got 1 last score to work out. So 1 last score for green to work out before we move on. Last of green, 4.90. Next heat, starting you up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So heat number 5, it's on, and we're gonna give the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, green Ido Hayash for Team Israel with 12.26 points. Coming in second, red Federico Moraes, Team Portugal with 10.17 points total. Finish in third, blue Redouane Regragui, Team Morocco with 8.73 points. And fourth place for white Manuel Selman, Team Chile with 8.20 points.
Yeah, I don't understand what the stress is. What's the issue?
No, it's because we don't press start until the thing's cleared out.
Oh, okay. So Terry told you to go.
Terry takes a long ass time. And then, come on.
Yeah.
So I'm like, and the thing never refreshed.
Ah.
Boys are stressing today.
Oh yeah, they get a bit stressed.
Fucking man was losing his shit.
Yeah, oh yeah, Kerry was like, oh, Mono wasn't really like yelling at Ben personally per se. He was just more like read the priority change.
No,
But it's like,
no, because he told me when we were outside, he goes, dude, that was too late. And I'm like,
but it's his job.
yeah,
He needs to read it.
I'm reading scores.
Yeah. He has a microphone.
Yeah.
His own microphone
That's
to
why
do that job.
He didn't pick the microphone up, and he got up to distract me here.
And like, in all honesty, even if he doesn't read it out or you don't read it out, it's up to the surfers to look at the big priority board.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
the
tells
main.
them. I know.
They also know that they paddled.
Yeah, and if they're not sure about it, they're looking. And if they're not looking, they shouldn't be in the contest because that's what professional surfers
But
do.
then the very last one, the three competitors were getting back out. Not a wave in anywhere within the vicinity of anybody. And there was a priority change, he said. And he goes, that was too late. And I'm like, dude, I'm watching the countdown. I have to count down in 5 seconds. I'm not watching your fucking priority. I was like, that's why I went out there and yelled at him. I'm like, dude, you're fucking losing it, guy. Like, don't make us fuck up for you fucking tripping out.
As we're down to 17 minutes and 10 seconds, we're going to make the call for our next heat to check in at the Beach Marshall area, please. Will Hardy, Team New Zealand. Liam Wilson, Team American Samoa. Lucas Silveira, Team Brazil. Luke Lepron, Team South Africa. Now in the water is heat number 5 of this men's repechage round 4. In the red jersey, Leandro Usuna, Team Argentina. In blue, Abuyile Nidamase, Team South Africa. In green, Sage Cats, Team Puerto Rico. In white, Chia Chi Yu, Team Chinese Taipei. First off, green, 4 points.
He's always been such an asshole.
Such a Trump boy.
He's totally sick. He's like that's
Such a weirdo.
that's exactly the kind of American like gringos that I fucking hate. So
The whole world hates.
sí, pretty much. So I don't fucking care about him. Just like hey.
I did a pretty cool recording for Surf City.
Primera ola de verde para Puerto Rico, 4 puntos. 15 minutos con 55 segundos en el reloj.
Hey, you have to try the lunch. So good with the shrimps.
Shrimp?
Sí, shrimps. Y verduritas salteadas como wok style con sesame seeds. Están súper ricas.
Don't need any more on top of what we got. They have a very good strawberry lemonade.
Today.
And Jamaica, if you want one.
Gracias, tengo,
I have very good things for the
tengo propóleo, pero gracias igual.
14 minutes and 40 seconds. 14 minutos con 40 segundos. Esto es...
Ay, ¿qué color dijo? Bamba, ¿qué color es? Bamba, ¿qué color?
And we have an opening right for wide, Team Chinese Taipei. First of white, 2.6. So in the lead, green Team Puerto Rico with 4 points. Second white, Team Chinese Taipei with 2.6. Still no rights for red and blue. Both needing a 2.61 to advance. 13 minutes and 50 seconds. Third priority green. Este es el sexto día de competencia. Estamos en el podio de el Sunzal, viviendo la ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones. Este es el hit número 5. Y les cuento que el día de hoy es el último día que vamos a tener 2 podios simultáneos. Ya desde mañana, según lo que nos informan, es que solamente vamos a tener el podio de la Bocana activo. Ha sido un placer estar acompañándolos no solamente acá en vivo y en directo a nuestros competidores, sino también a todos los fans, amigos, familia que nos acompañan a través de la transmisión en vivo.
Gracias. Ah, tiene tea tree oil.
Sí, de todo, de lavanda, tiene muchas cosas. Aquí no se me quita.
Gracias.
Muchas cosas.
Gracias, más de
Metes dos o tres veces al día, 5 gotas, 2 a 3 al día. Si quieres, antes de salir,
Otra más.
otra más para empezar a salir.
Gracias. Sería bueno. Gracias.
12 minutes and 30 seconds, 12 minutos 30 segundos. Priority goes to blue for Team South Africa. Second priority green for Team Puerto Rico. And we have the first of red for Team Argentina at 0.77. 0.77 para el argentino. Está tercero rojo buscando un 1.84. Está cuarto azul, necesita 2.61. 12 minutos y 5 segundos restan de competencia. La prioridad azul, prioridad 2 blanco, prioridad 3 verde. 12 minutes remaining. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority green. Time call 11 minutes and 50 seconds. So in the lead position, green Team Puerto Rico with 4 points. In second, white Team Chinese Taipei with 2.6. Third place, red Team Argentina with 0.77, needing a 1.84 to advance. Fourth place, blue Team South Africa, still no rights, needs a 2.61 to advance. Priority blue, second priority white, third priority green, fourth priority red. 11 minutes and 20 seconds. Priority change, first priority white, second priority green, third priority red, fourth priority blue. Cambio de prioridad, primera para blanco, segunda verde, tercera rojo, cuarta azul. And we have green up, second red for Team Puerto Rico. Priority remains with white, second red, third blue. Time call, 10 minutes. Next heat can enter the water. 10 minutos. Ya cruzamos la barrera de la mitad de este hit número 5. Esa es la señal para que el hit número 6 ya puede ingresar al agua. Waiting for the second of green to give you an update on the situation. 9 minutos en el reloj. Esperamos el puntaje para esa segunda ola de verde de Puerto Rico. Just under 9 minutes. We have the second score of green, 4.67. Green Team Puerto Rico is in the lead with 4.67 and 4 points back up. In second, white Team Chinese Taipei with 2.6. Third place, red Team Argentina with 0.77. Red needs a 1.84 to go to second. Fourth place, blue Team South Africa needs a 2.61 to advance. 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority white. Second red, third blue, fourth green. 8 minutos con 10 segundos restan de competencia. La situación del hit está liderando verde de Puerto Rico con 4.67 y 4 puntos. Segundo, blanco de China Taipei con 2.6. Tercero, rojo el argentino con 0.77. Rojo, necesitas 1.84 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarta posición, azul de Sudáfrica buscando 2.61 para ir al segundo lugar. La prioridad la tiene blanco, prioridad 2 rojo, prioridad 3 azul, prioridad 4 verde. Cuando vemos ola para verde se escapa con la cuarta prioridad. El puertorriqueño que está liderando este hit número 5. Se mantiene la prioridad 1 con blanco, 2 con rojo, 3 con azul. Y vamos a ver qué ocurre en este momento. Viene blanco aprovechando esa prioridad. El competidor de China Taipei. Ahora la prioridad se va para rojo de Argentina. Prioridad 2 azul de Sudáfrica. Priority red for Team Argentina. Second priority blue for Team South Africa. 7 minutes remaining. 7 minutos en el reloj. Last of green, 3 point... Sorry, it's not confirmed yet. Just waiting on the last of green. Also the second of white. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Last of green, 3.1. Second of white, 3.43. Current hit situation in the lead, green. Team Puerto Rico with 4.67 and 4 points. Second white, Team Chinese Taipei with 3.43 and 2.6. In third, red Team Argentina with 0.77. Red needs 5.26 to advance. Fourth place, blue Team South Africa needs a 6.03 to advance. Priority red for Team Argentina. Second priority blue for South Africa. Third priority green for Puerto Rico. 5 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Y viene rojo en ola, la segunda para el argentino. La prioridad se la lleva azul, prioridad 2 verde. Priority blue, second priority green, 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Just under 5 minutes remaining, waiting on that second scarf for red Team Argentina. 4 minutos con 45 en el reloj. Esperamos el puntaje para el argentino. 4 minutes. 4 minutos. La prioridad la tiene azul, prioridad 2 verde, prioridad 3 blanco. Estamos viviendo ya el quinto hit de esta ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones. La ronda 4 tiene 12 hits. And we have the second score for red in. It's a 5.5. Changing situation for Team Argentina. He goes to second. So quick rundown of the situation. In the lead, green Team Puerto Rico with 4.67 and 4 points back up. Second, red Team Argentina with 5.5 and 0.77. Third, white Team Chinese Taipei with a 3.43 and a 2.6. White needs a 2.85 to go to second. And fourth place, blue Team South Africa needs a 6.27 to advance. We have red up and out the bag. Opening right for blue Team South Africa. Priority green for Team Puerto Rico. Second priority white for Team Chinese Taipei. 2 minutos con 45 en el reloj. Bien en su tercera ola el argentino, quien pasó al segundo lugar con su segunda ola. Va a poder cambiar ese 0.77 para complementar el 5.5. Esperamos puntajes entonces para la tercera ola de rojo y la primera de azul. Restan 2 minutos y 25 segundos. Venía nuevamente el sudafricano. La prioridad la tiene verde de Puerto Rico. La prioridad 2, blanco de China Taipei. Como les contaba, son un total de 12 hits en esta ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones. Ya vamos en el hit número 5. Está preparado el hit número 6 y avanzan rápido los días de competencia en este Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games 2025. Estamos en el 6º día de competencia en una 10ª edición de un Mundial ISA que se realiza aquí en El Salvador en las distintas disciplinas. Partimos el 2019 con el SUP, continuamos con los World Surfing Games, nos animamos a los Longboards Events, también a los Masters y hemos vuelto también con los Juniors. La verdad es que tenemos una alianza maravillosa entre Surf City y ISA para desarrollar estos torneos que además siempre que venimos son bendecidos con buenas olas acá en El Salvador. First of blue for South Africa 1.3, second of blue 1.4. Blue in 4th place needing a 4.88 to advance. Waiting now on the last of red to give you an update on the situation. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Remaining priority green, second priority white. And we have the last of red, 5.3. He goes to the lead position. We're down to 20 seconds. "12 seconds. And we are ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for heat number 5. Please, next heat, move into position. We have scores coming in for green and white. Last of green, 1.57. Last of white, 0.37. And we are good to go. Just waiting the confirmation of our head judge. Thierry? All right, count you into the start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So heat number 6 is on, and we have the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, red, Leandro Luis Usuna, Team Argentina with 10.80 points. Second, green, Sage Cats, Team Puerto Rico with 8.67 points. Finish in third, white, Chia Chi Yu, Team Chinese Taipei with 6.03 points. In fourth place, blue, Abuyile Ndamase, Team South Africa with 2.70 points. We're going to introduce the surfers of this heat in number 6 of this men's repechage round 4. In red, Will Hardy, Team New Zealand. In blue, Liam Wilson, Team American Samoa. In green, Lucas Silveira, Team Brazil. In white, Luke Leprand, Team South Africa. So next hit, please check in at the beach marshal area. That will be hit number 7 of this men's repechage round 4. Luke Guinaldo, Team USA. Romeo Taves, Team Colombia. Cody Young, Team Canada. Afonso Antunes, Team Portugal. Ya es tiempo de que el próximo hit número 7 de la ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones vaya a registrarse con el Beach Marshal. Luke Guinaldo de los Estados Unidos, Romeo Taves de Colombia, Cody Young de Canadá, Afonso Antunes de Portugal. And we have opening score coming for red and green as we watch white, Team South Africa. The priority goes to blue for Team American Samoa. Y comenzamos activos en este hit número 6 en estos primeros 2 minutos. Estamos desde el podio de el Sunzal y aprovechamos de agradecer a quienes están aquí presentes, a los guardavías de Protección Civil, a los guardavías del equipo de voluntarios de Surf City Water Safety, a los guardavías de la Policía Nacional, gracias también a la Marina Nacional y el Ejército. Agradecemos a la Fuerza Armada también que está aquí presente, a los doctores de FOSalud y el Ministerio de Salud. Gracias a la Policía Nacional Civil, los equipos de tránsito en la carretera. Muchas gracias a los fisioterapeutas del Instituto Nacional de los Deportes INDES que están presentes apoyando la salud de nuestros atletas. Gracias al Comité Olímpico de El Salvador, al Ministerio de Turismo, al equipo de Surf City El Salvador, a Banco Interamericano del Desarrollo, BID, y a todos quienes hacen posible este evento para que llegue a sus casas también a través de la transmisión en vivo. Así que agradecemos también a Cabal Internet que nos mantiene a todos conectados. En verde, aparece verde la primera ola para verde de Brasil, 5.33. Opening score for green Team Brasil, 5.33. Waiting on the first of blue, first of red, first of white. Priority red for Team New Zealand, a second priority white for Team South Africa. Time call, 16 minutes and 20 seconds. And we have white up, second right for Team South Africa with Luke Leprand. Priority red for Team New Zealand, time called 15 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. $15 minutos con 20 segundos en el reloj. Y tenemos la primera para rojo, 3.5. Opening score for red, Team New Zealand, 3.5. Green is up, second right for Team Brazil. Waiting for 2 scores of white, 1 of blue. So we're down to just under 15 minutes. Priority red for Team New Zealand. As we're down to 14 minutes and 15 seconds, we are waiting for scores. The first of blue for Team American Samoa, second of green for Team Brazil, and 2 scores for white, Team South Africa. As soon as I have those scores in, I'll let you know the hit situation. As we watch Team New Zealand, Will Hardy on his second wave. Just under 14 minutes. Priority board is clear. Y tenemos a las delegaciones, a los equipos apoyando a sus compañeros acá en el podio de El Sunzal, que está simultáneamente ocurriendo la competencia. En este momento, cuando son las 1 de la tarde con 30 minutos, ya van a terminar la ronda 5 de repechaje de las damas en la Bocana y nosotros aquí seguimos con rondas de repechaje 6 por el lado de los varones. Hemos tenido 6 días de competencia en este mundial con podios simultáneos en la Bocana y acá en el Sunzal para avanzar con la competencia y ya desde mañana todo el mundo se va al podio de la Bocana, así que eso va a ser lindo también tener a todos juntos en un solo lugar. Eso va a funcionar también increíble para los medios de comunicación que están haciendo difusión de este mundial. Así pueden conseguir esas entrevistas y contar esas historias de lo que está ocurriendo acá en El Salvador. No solamente para los fanáticos del surf, sino que también para esos medios de comunicación que vienen de parte de la Secretaría de Prensa de la Presidencia, que son medios de comunicación que llegan a todas las casas de los salvadoreños. Por lo tanto, es hermoso que ustedes puedan contar sus historias para que la gente de El Salvador sepa lo que está haciendo el Ministerio de Turismo con este proyecto que es Surf City. Tenemos puntajes, así que vamos a comunicárselo a los muchachos. Open score for white, Team South Africa, 7 points. Now waiting for scores, 1 for red, 2 for blue, 1 for green, and 1 for white. For now, time call, 12 minutes and 5 seconds. The priority is with red. In the lead position, white, Team South Africa with 7 points. Second, green, Team Brazil with 5.33. And third, red, Team New Zealand with 3.5. As soon as I have those scores locked here in the board, I'll let you know the heat situation and requirements. 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Opening score for blue, Team American Samoa, 4.9. Blue in third. We still have 1 more score for red, 1 for blue, 1 for green, and 1 for white. A lot of work for our judge panel. They're watching the replays. That takes a little longer because here in El Sunzal, these at least 40 seconds, between 40 seconds and 2 minutes rides, they have to go and check those replays, and that's why they take longer. So we are down to 11 minutes. Second score for red, Team New Zealand, 5.13. Second of red for New Zealand, 5.13. So now red, Team New Zealand in the lead with 5.13 and 3.5. In second, white with 7 points. We're waiting on your second wave, white. Third is green, Team Brazil with 5.33. We are waiting on your second wave. You need a 1.68 to advance, and fourth place, blue, Team American Samoa with 4.9. Needs a 2.11, but we're waiting on that second score. 10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority red for New Zealand. Second priority white for South Africa. Second of white for South Africa, 4.87. He goes back to the lead, so Team South Africa in white is in the lead with 7 points and a 4.87. In second, red, Team New Zealand with 5.13 and 3.5. In third, green, Team Brazil with 5.33. We are waiting on your second wave, green. You need a 3.3 to go to second. And fourth place, blue, Team American Samoa with 4.9 needs a 3.74 to go to second. And we are waiting on your second wave. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Priority red for Team New Zealand. Second priority white for Team South Africa. Third priority green for Team Brazil. Fourth priority blue for Team American Samoa. Next heat can enter the water. Y lo siento muchachos, me salté el anuncio de los 10. Estábamos pasando los puntajes, pero ya pueden ingresar al agua. Hacemos nuevamente el llamado para el team de Portugal, Afonso Antunes, Team Portugal, Afonso Antunes. Your heat is already entering the water. We're down to 8 minutes and 30 seconds of this current heat. You are next. So please, Afonso Antunes, Team Portugal, you need to check in immediately at the beach marshal area. And we have the second score for green in is a 4.73 that takes green to second. And second of blue is in 3.83. Blue is in third. So current hit situation in the lead white with a 7 point and a 4.87. In second, green Team Brazil with 5.33 and 4.73. Third place, blue Team American Samoa with 4.9 and 3.83. Blue needs 5.17 to go to second. Fourth place, red Team New Zealand with 5.13 and 3.5. Red needs a 4.94 to go to second. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Priority red, second priority white, third priority green, fourth priority blue. 7 minutos y 30 segundos aparecen los puntajes y la situación del hit es la siguiente. Lidera blanco de Sudáfrica con 7 puntos y 4.87. Segundo, verde de Brasil con 5.33 y 4.73. Tercero, azul de Samoa Americana con 4.90 y 3.83. Azul necesita 5.17 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto, rojo de Nueva Zelanda con 5.13 y 3.5. Está buscando 4.94 para ir al segundo lugar. 6 minutos con 50 en el reloj. La prioridad la tiene rojo, prioridad 2 blanco, prioridad 3 verde, prioridad 4 azul. Cuando vemos a rojo aprovechando esa prioridad, viene el neozelandés. Él está cuarto buscando un 4.94 y la prioridad se la lleva blanco, prioridad 2 verde, prioridad 3 azul. Priority white, second priority green, third priority blue, 6 minutes and 20 seconds. As we watch green Team Brazil on his third, right priority remains with white for Team South Africa, second priority blue for Team American Samoa. 6 minutes remaining. Time call 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Five minutes remaining. Últimos 5 minutos. de este hit número 6, sexto día de competencia de este Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games 2025. Gracias a toda la gente que está sintonizando esta transmisión en vivo en el podio del Sunzal, el podio 2, en el que están escuchando el audio de los locutores de playa. Soy Ixa Marieta junto a Ben Way. Estamos compartiendo principalmente la información técnica, el puntaje que los competidores necesitan, lo que llevan, el tiempo, las prioridades, pero además también para que ustedes se vayan enterando un poquito más del torneo, vamos haciendo comentarios sobre Surf City, sobre la historia de la ISA, sobre nuestros patrocinadores y dándoles también esa imagen de lo que es este podio 2 en el club salvadoreño, en la ola del Sunzal, para que ustedes conozcan lo que ocurre en este torneo. Tenemos puntaje de verde, last of green 5.6 goes to the top two scores, and green is in second, Team Brazil with 5.6 and a 5.33. In third, blue Team American Samoa needs a 6.03 to go to second. And fourth place, red Team New Zealand needs a 5.8 to go to second. 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Priority white, second priority blue, third priority red. 3 minutos con 30 segundos restan de competencia. Dos minutos y 45 segundos. 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Y parece que se nos viene acción. Y así es, tenemos a rojo en ola. Bien, el neozelandés se escapaba con la tercera prioridad para ir en esta, su cuarta ola. Mantiene la prioridad el sudafricano en blanco. Tiene la segunda prioridad azul de la Samoa Americana. Está con la tercera prioridad verde de Brasil. So priority white, second priority blue, third priority green. Time call 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. In and out for Green Team Brazil, just under 2 minutes remaining. Last of green, 0.37. Waiting for the last of red. One minute and 20 seconds. Still working on the last of red. So we are down to 1 minute. Último minuto de este hit. $45 seconds. Casi no estaba confirmada, casi lanzo la nota. Aparecía confirmada por un segundo, pero todavía no está la ola de rojo. Últimos 30 segundos, still waiting on the last of red. As we have white up for Team South Africa in the last 20 seconds. $15 segundos. 15 seconds. Attention, riders, for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So last of red is in 4.7. Was not enough to go to second. Last of white 3.1. So next heat number 7, please move into position. We're gonna count you into the start next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So heat number 7 is on. And we have the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, white Luke Lepron, Team South Africa with 11.87 points. Also advancing in second, green Lucas Silveira, Team Brazil with 10.93 points. Finish in the third place, red Will Hardy, Team New Zealand with 9.83 points. And fourth place for blue, Liam Wilson, Team American Samoa with 8.73 points. Y le voy a dar la bienvenida de vuelta a la cabina a Ben Way, que va a estar acompañándoles, va a introducir el hit número 7 y que además esta noche va a estar siempre alegrando las vibras de El Tunco. ¿Qué es lo que más te gusta del Tunco, Ben?
Bueno, déjame introducir los competidores y luego hablamos sobre eso. We just started our men's repertoire round 4. Good question, though. Heat number 7. So far, we have a score coming in for blue. Team Colombia, Romeo Chavez with 2.83. In red for USA is Luke Guinaldo. Up and riding is Cody Young's Canada. Cody Young for Canada in green, and for Portugal in white, Afonso Antunes. So coming up next in our heat number 8, we're going to have Brian Perez for El Salvador. Eli Bakken for Israel, for Argentina, Nacho Gunderson, and for the Republic of South Africa, Thomas Lindhorst. So back to your question, Ixa. What do I love about El Tunco? El Tunco, there's a bunch of cool shops, restaurants, cafes, coffee shops, and it's kind of the meeting point of the community. And the amazing thing about Tunco Plaza is we have opening way for Portugal. Now first priority goes to red. Got a score coming in for green. We'll let that score come in. But unlike many plazas, all of the owners of every business are all part of a community and they're all friends. Everyone lets you grab food at one place and eat it at another restaurant, which is just unheard of. So if someone's a vegetarian in the crew, they can go somewhere else. If someone wants a coffee while everyone else is hungry, someone can get a burger, someone can get a beer. Everyone can grab things from different businesses around Tunco Plaza, and they can still stay with their crew while enjoying what they want to choose. They don't all have to pick from the same restaurant. So it's like a big buffet of whatever you want.
What about the artists?
First priority green, second priority blue. Scores now coming in for white, green, and red. Of course, our Surf City artists. Armando Marquez has his surf cafe, and you can see all of the art that you see around our airport and everywhere else. We're going to give these guys their scores. They're finally in. I'm going to let this whitewash go by so they can get a clear audio signal from us. We do have scores in for blue and green. So now, first of blue, 2.83. Green's first wave, 5.67. Waiting on scores for white and red at the moment. Green has first priority. Second priority is with blue. 16 minutes and 30 seconds.
It's too much.
We got way too much going on right now. We will fill in the blank spaces later on and talk about our favorite place, our city, El Salvador, in just a bit. But we do have some important scores coming in. First of red, first of white. First of white comes in as a 4.17. Currently green, Team Canada, Cody Young leading the heat with a 5.67. Portugal, white has a 4.17. Green has first priority, second priority is with blue. And we have an opening score coming in for red in just a moment. La primera ola de azul, 2.83. Primera ola de blanco, 4.17. Primera ola de verde, 5.67. Faltamos un puntaje más para rojo. So we're going to let red's first score come in and we'll give an update on the situation. Red's first wave, 4.10. So attention riders, here's the updated situation. Cody Young, Canada, in the lead with a 5.67. In second, white, Team Portugal's Afonso Antunes has 4.17. Red, Luke Ronaldo in third for USA with a 4.10, needing 0.08. And blue, Colombia's Romeo Chavez has a 2.83, needing 1.35. So just gotten things started. We have 15 minutes remaining. And we have seen a lot of action, and that title push is in full force as we get close to our afternoon high tide. I will check the tides again to update you guys on what's moving, but we do know that all of that energy is being pushed in by the tide, and whatever swell is out there is having its best effort to come in with the aid of the ocean moving towards us here on the beach. Also makes it easier for our surfers to get in and out of the water as we have more water on the shore break. The sand has almost virtually disappeared in the last few days of this pumping swell and exposed all of the rocks on the shoreline. 14 minutes. Green has first priority, second priority blue, third priorities with red. All right, and so we had red up, second wave, going left, getting that oncoming section. We saw some airs done on that earlier. 13 minutes and 30 seconds. We have that little corner right there. We get the converging energy. The left shoves into that right direction, and you have that oncoming section. We'll have a score for Reds hit on that section in just a moment. First priority green, second priority blue, down to 13 minutes and 15 seconds. Estamos esperando el segundo puntaje de rojo, primer prioridad verde, segundo prioridad azul. Red second wave, 5.0 changes the situation. Red now in the lead with a 5.0 and a 4.10. Green is second with a 5.67. White third with a 4.17 with third priority needing 1.51. Blue in fourth with a 2.83, needing 2.85. Fourth priority now goes to red, 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Pero el momento rojo está liderando el hit con 5.0 y 4.10. Segundo verde con 5.67. Tercero blanco con 4.17, buscando 1.51. Y cuarto lugar azul tiene 2.83, buscando 2.85 para avanzar. 12 minutos, 15 segundos. The next couple of minutes, we'll start to send out our next heat. That'll be the heat number 8, and we'll send them out to the standby buoy. We still have 12 minutes remaining. At the 10-minute mark, we'll send them out. So for all of our friends tuning in around the world on our YouTube channel, we appreciate your company. We are now in our men's reprecharge round 4, heat number 7, and all of the surfers in this round have already surfed here this morning in our round 3. And so everyone got some familiarity with the conditions of today, different direction of swell, different conditions, and now we have the improving conditions due to that incoming tide. So red up and riding. Third wave for Team USA. So this morning, we started our competition at 7 a.m. with our round 3. First priority green, second priority blue, third priority white. With some higher tide conditions receding out until about 11:15 this morning. And now we have it filling back in for the next 3 hours. 2-meter sweep, 2-meter push of tide. So a lot of energy coming in towards the beach, bringing that improved swell out there. We're waiting on the third score of red, and we'll give an update. Red went into that last wave in the lead with a 5.0 and a 4.10. We'll let that last score come in, and we'll give an update. Last of red, 5.07. Red stays in the lead now with a 5.07 and a 5.0. Última bola de rojo fue 5.07. Green is in second with a 5.67. White is in third, needing 1.51. And blue is in fourth, needing a 2.85. We have 10 minutes. 10 minutes remaining. Heat 8 is now welcome to start making their way out to the standby buoy. So over the last 5 days of competition, Ixa Marietta and myself, who normally do the technical beach commentary, which just means the scores, the situations, and the priority, as well as the time remaining in each heat. This time we are live with you guys and ISA surfing fans around the world as we have a live webcast for this Podium 2. So trying to keep our friends at home entertained while we maintain all of the competitors with all of the information they need to map out their heats. 9 minutes. So once we have delivered all of the important information and there's no changes in the situation, we will keep you guys entertained at home. Red up and riding. So I love that left off the top of the point. Well, you'll have 20 people fighting for the right. Sometimes that left is sitting all by itself. I have a ton of fun, as well as sometimes wanting to go backside. So if you want to go backside, or if you're a goofy footer that wants to go front side, you go down to Bocana, where there's a beautiful left. Or if we have these conditions, you have this left option here at Sunzal as well. 8 minutes. White up and riding. Second wave for Team Portugal. First priority green, second priority blue. Third priority with red. We'll have a second score for white, 2.0. So change in situation. Portugal now goes to second. Green, you've dropped to third, needing a 0.50. And fourth, blue needs a 3.35. Segundo ola de blanco 2.0 le subió a segunda posición. Tercero, verde buscando 0.50 y azul en cuarto lugar buscando 3.35. 7 minutos, 20 segundos. We're down to 7 minutes and 15 seconds. So this is our 11th World Championship here in Surf City, El Salvador. Since the start of our great relationship with Surf City and the ISA, beginning with our World SUP and Paddleboard Championship that was here in 2019 on my first trip. And we have had a great relationship ever since, holding multiple World Championships here every year since. Green up and riding. Second wave for Team Canada. Blue has first priority and second priorities with red. White up and riding. So that was the third wave for Portugal. As we have red up now. First priorities with blue. So scores to work out for white, green, and red. 6 minutes. White also took advantage of that left. So it's fun to see that we can have scoring options as well, both directions at this predominantly right point break of El Sunzal. We have scores coming in for white, green, and red. First priority blue. Last of red, 2.33. Doesn't factor into his top two. Red's still in the lead. Now waiting on scores for white and for green. First priority blue, second priority red. Último ola de rojo, 2.33, no entre sus mejores dos puntajes. Faltamos Lo del tercero, la tercera ola de blanco y el segundo ola de verde. 5 minutes and 15 seconds waiting on scores for green and white, and we'll give you another update. Blue has first priority. Second priority is with red. Third priority now with green. Waiting on scores for white and for green. Fourth priority goes to white. Seguimos esperando. El segundo de verde. Tercer puntaje para blanco. 4 minutos 30 segundos. So right now we're waiting on two important scores for green, one for green, one for white. We're going to let those scores come in before we get back to you guys at home. We're down to 4 minutes. Last of green, 7.17, changes the situation. Canada goes to the lead with a 7.17 and a 5.67. Now waiting on the last of white. Segundo ola de verde, 7.17, le subió a primera posición. Faltamos un puntaje más de blanco, 3 minutos 30 segundos. Primer prioridad azul, segundo prioridad rojo, tercer prioridad verde y cuarto prioridad blanco. Three minutes remaining, waiting on one score for white, and I'll give you an update. At the moment, Cody Young has a 7.17 and a 5.67. He's in the lead. We're waiting on the last of white. Red scores are 5.07 and 5.0. Blue up and riding. Second wave for Team Colombia. First priority red, second priority green, third priority white. Red up and riding on the left on the outside. Green has first priority, second priority white. So now working on scores for white, blue, and red. Still waiting on that third score for Portugal. Time call 1 minute and 45 seconds. Green has first priority, second priority is with white. We're waiting on the third score for white, second score for blue, and the last of red. Red blue up again on the inside. So now we have two scores to work out for blue, a score for white and a score for red that we're waiting on. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Faltamos el tercer puntaje de blanco, última ola de rojo, y ahora dos puntajes de azul. We're down to 1 minute remaining. First priority green, second priority white. Waiting on two scores for blue, a score for white and a score for red. 45 segundos. We're down to 45 seconds remaining. Still waiting on white, blue, and red's last scores before I can give an update in the situation. 35 seconds. 30 segundos. Third of white was a 5.53. White up and riding, we're now down to 20 seconds. 15 seconds. White's third wave was a 5.53. We're needing 2 more scores, one for red, one for blue, but we are down to 10 seconds. And I'm counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time. We had waves ridden before the buzzer, still waiting on some scores from before. So we have to catch up on a few scores before getting started. Next heat, take your time getting into position. It's going to take a moment while we review those rides before we start our heat number 8. So heat 8, please stand by. Last of blue, 4.63, waiting on 2 scores for red and a score for white. We also ask we still got scores coming in, still waiting on 2 for red, 1 for white. Previous of red, 6.93. Last of white, 2.70. Last of red, 0.90. Next heat in position. Heat 8, we're going to start you up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is the start of our men's repertoire, round 4, heat number 8. In red for El Salvador, Brian Perez. In blue for Israel, Eli Bakken. In green for Argentina, Nacho Gunderson. White, Republic of South Africa's Thomas Lindhorst. So we have the previous heat final results, unofficially winning the heat. Green, Cody Young for Canada, 12.84 points. Second was red, Luke Ginaldo for USA with 12.0 points. Third place was white, Afonso Antunes for Portugal with 9.70 points. Fourth place was blue, Romeo Chavez for Colombia, 8.30 points. Coming up next in our heat number 9, we're going to have Carlos Humberto Escobar for Guatemala, Tosh Talbot for Costa Rica, Geroyd McDade for Ireland, and Oliver Heinz for Netherlands. So already 1 score on the board for El Salvador. Red's first wave, 0.23. So El Salvador was very excited to have Brian Perez competing as an Olympic surfer in Paris 2024 in French Polynesia, the island of Tahiti at Teahupo, one of the most dynamic waves in the world. As red is up and riding. Time call 18 minutes. That was the second wave for Brian Perez. So that was the first wave for green. Just taking a look there. Green's first wave comes in as a 1.93. Now waiting on the second wave of red. La primera ola de verde, 1.93. Primera ola de rojo, 0.23. Faltamos un puntaje más para la segunda ola de Brian Perez de aquí en El Salvador. 16 minutes and 40 seconds. Third priority goes to green. And we'll have a second score for red in just a moment. So Brian Perez, an amazing ambassador for Surf City. And also a great host to all of our international competitors that come for different world championships here in Surf City. 16 minutes. We're going to have a second score for red, and I'll give an update in just a moment. Green's first wave was a 1.93. Green has a third priority. So we are proud to have had two successful inclusions of our sport of surfing in the Olympic Games, both Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024. Red's second wave, 8.33. Red in the lead with an 8.33 and a 0.23. La segunda ola de rojo, 8.33. We have our first ride for the Republic of South Africa. First priority blue, second priority green. And what an amazing feat of bringing surfing into being an included Olympic sport, here to stay, thanks to the efforts of our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, riding the impossible wave of convincing the Olympics to give us a chance in Tokyo 2020. And the Olympic broadcasting system was so pleased at the engagement during surfing. Everyone basically turned off every other sport just to see surfing. And they decided to include it forever. For here to stay is surfing in the Olympics now. And we're looking forward to Los Angeles 2028, where the third inclusion of surfing in the Olympics is going to be held just 20 minutes north of my hometown in Southern California at Trestles, the premier reef break. White's first wave is in. It's a 5.0. So here's the situation. Brian Perez, Team El Salvador Red in the lead with an 8.33 and a 0.23. White is in second with a 5.0. Green is in third with a 1.93. Green's needing 3.08 to advance. Blue holds first priority. Blue needing 5.01. 13 minutes and 45 seconds. First priority blue, second priority green. Por el momento, rojo está liderando el heat con 8.33 y 0.23. Blue up and riding, opening way for Team Israel. Now green has first priority. We'll have an opening score for blue in just a moment. Estamos esperando el primer puntaje de azul de Israel. Primer puntaje verde. Primera ola de blanco fue 5.0. Primera ola de verde 1.93. Rojo está liderando el heat con 8.33 y 0.23. Y estamos esperando el primer puntaje de azul. Waiting on blue's first score, and I'll give you guys an update on the situation. We're now down to 12 minutes and 35 seconds. Green has first priority, second priority white. Third priority now goes to red. Blue, your first score is a 2.93. Change the situation. Blue now goes to third, needing a 2.08. Fourth, green needs a 1.93. Blue now has fourth priority. 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Por el momento, rojo liderando, segundo blanco. Tercero azul buscando 2,08 y en cuarto lugar verde buscando 3,08 para avanzar. Just under 12 minutes remaining. So we've seen some amazing conditions here, and we've seen the variety of personalities here at the Sunzal point, as we had an outgoing tide in the morning, incoming tide now, and we definitely have much improved conditions over the surf that we had yesterday. There was a little more bumpy texture and a little less waves on offer. It's a lot more consistent today. And here we have Brian Perez up on his third wave. Third priority now goes to blue. Blue up just for a moment there. That'll be the second wave for Team Israel. First priority green, second priority white. As we will see a third score for red in just a moment. Ahora estamos esperando el puntaje de la tercera ola de rojo. Blue second wave 0.30. La segunda ola de azul 0.30. First priority green, second priority white, third priority is with blue. We have 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Next heat, just wait 30 seconds, please. We got to keep it fair for everyone. It's a 10-minute paddle out. Waiting on that last of red. I know it's hot down there. You guys just hang tight. 5 seconds, I'll send you out. Last of red, 4.40. Next heat, go ahead and start paddling. Sorry, guys. First priority green, second priority white. We've had another ride by Team Israel. We'll have their third score in just a moment. Updated situation. Red is in the lead now with an 8.33 and a 4.40. Última ola de rojo fue 4.40. En primera posición, rojo, el surfer de aquí en Surf City, El Salvador, tiene 8.33 y 4.40. Faltamos un puntaje más de azul. Primer prioridad verde, segundo prioridad blanco, tercer prioridad azul. First priority green, second priority white, third priority blue. Now fourth priority is with red. We've got one more score to work out for blue. Last of blue, 3.10. Change in situation. Israel now in second with a 3.10 and a 2.93. White is now in third with a 5.0, needing 1.03. And green is in fourth with a 1.93, needing 4.10. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Green has first priority. Second priority white. Green up. That was blue up. First priority green, second priority white, third priority is with red. Last of blue, 0.67, does not factor. Primera prioridad verde, segunda prioridad blanco, tercera prioridad rojo. 8 minutos 20 segundos. Blue's last wave, 0.67, will not factor in. No change in situation. Still first red, second blue, third white needs 1.03, fourth green needs 4.10. We have 8 minutes remaining. Green has first priority, second priority white, third priority red, and fourth priority is with blue. So Brian Perez uses surfboards built by my hometown buddy in Oceanside, California, Jason Bennett. He rides those chemistry surfboards. He's been making him some great equipment over the years. And Jason Bennett used to be the hottest surfer at the Oceanside Pier when I was young. And he shapes boards for some of the top competitors and quite a few competitors in this competition. 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Estoy diciendo a mis amigos que las tablas de Brian están hechas por un amigo de mi pueblo, de Oceanside en San Diego, la marca Chemistry. Here we got blue up, going front side. So this time, Team Israel trying out the left. That will be the fifth wave for blue. Blue winner that wave in second place. We're going to have another score for him in just a moment. 7 minutes. First priority green, second priority white, and third priorities with red. Green up and riding. First priority white and second priority red. So here we have our surfer from Argentina, Nacho Gundersen. He was holding that priority for a bit there. Found a wave that he likes. He had first choice over the pack. Now red has first priority. Last to blue, 3.53. Does go into your score line. As we had green up. And this is white on his second wave. First priorities with red. We're down to 6 minutes. So that was the second ride for our surfer from the Republic of South Africa. So we'll work out scores for green and white, and we'll give you an update in the situation. Red has first priority. Second priorities with blue. 5 minutes and 45 seconds. So beautiful long stretching rights here at this machine point of El Sunzal. And I've had some of the longest rides of my life. When there's size and you take off at the top of the point and kick off on the sand, you've never felt your legs burn so much as you can get about a 2-minute ride, and you're able to do about 20 turns on the good days here. 5 minutes. Waiting on scores for green and for white. Red still with first priority, second priority blue. We're waiting on scores for green and for white. Primera prioridad rojo, segunda prioridad azul. Faltamos el segundo puntaje de verde y de blanco. Red up and riding. First priority now goes to blue. This will be the fourth wave for our surfer from El Salvador. Four minutes and 30 seconds. White, your second wave is in. It's a 4.77. So with White's second wave, he moved to second. Change in situation. Red is in the lead. Second White. We're watching Red on his fourth wave. Waiting on the second score for green to give an update. We're down to 4 minutes. La segunda ola de blanco fue 4.77. Con eso le subió a segunda posición. Tercero azul buscando 6.24. Faltamos el segundo puntaje de verde. 3 minutos 45 segundos. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Now waiting on scores for green and for red to give a proper update to these surfers out in the water. Blue has first priority. So in the dying moments of this heat, we're down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. We need that score from Argentina. Waiting on the second one of green and the last of red. Just under 3 minutes. First priority blue, second priority green. We're waiting on green's second score, and the last for red. Red was already in the lead, but green definitely wants to know what he got on that second ride so he can plan out the rest of this heat. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, waiting on the last of green. White up and riding, third wave for South Africa. Green, your last wave, 5.27. Green is in third, now needing 4.50. Última ola de verde, 5.27. Ahora verde en tercer lugar buscando 4,50. Primer prioridad azul, segundo prioridad verde. Faltamos un puntaje más de blanco. Last of white, 3.83 does not factor in. So attention riders, red in the lead with an 8.33 and a 7.17. White is in second with a 5.0 and a 4.77. Green is third with a 5.27 and a 1.93, needing 4.50. Blue in fourth with a 3.53 and a 3.10, needing 6.24. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Green up and riding. Third wave for Team Argentina. First priority with blue. 1 minute and 25 seconds. Blue up and riding. This will be the sixth wave for Israel. They got 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. We're down to 1 minute remaining. So Green sticking with this one. Wants to get the most out of it that he can. We're down to 50 seconds. We got scores now coming in for blue, green, and white. We're down to 40 seconds. Estamos esperando los últimos puntajes de azul, blanco y verde cuando tenemos 35 segundos. 35 seconds remaining, waiting on 3 scores. So no one out in the primary takeoff zone at the moment. No priority established on the board. We're down to 25 seconds, waiting on scores for white, blue, and green. "15 seconds. 10 seconds. And we are counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So white sneaking one in before the horn. So we'll have some scores to work out for those dying moments of that heat for blue, green, and white still finishing his ride. Next heat, please move into position. It's going to take a moment before we get you started. So get yourselves through this set. We won't be starting that soon. Last of white, 2.57. So some long competition days and a lot of heats to call here at the Sunzal Peak. Luckily, I've got my work sister, Ixa Marietta, keeping the vibes high here in the booth, keeping the energy up. She's going to be calling the next heat, but we still have scores coming in from that previous heat. High vibes and low maintenance. I like that one, Ixa. All right, so we are still waiting on scores for green and for blue. And look at these sets are pumping through the outside. I know Heat 9 has got to be hungry to start. We still got to work out these last 2 scores. Last of blue, 5.63. Now working on the last score for green. Got one more score to work out for green. La última de azul fue 5.63. Faltamos un puntaje más del hit anterior. Así que no podemos empezar el hit número 9 hasta que se metan ese puntaje. Vamos a despejar la pantalla de puntajes y empezar el siguiente hit, pero faltamos un puntaje más del hit anterior. Still waiting on one more score before we can clear out our point screen and move on. So Heat 9, we appreciate your patience. We are reviewing the last wave of green. So for all our friends at home, as we had mentioned earlier, we have a panel of 5 judges. Each of those judges will score each wave. And the top and bottom score will get dropped, and then we will create an average, which then gets released by the head judge. If there's too much of a spread, if one judge thinks it's a really good ride, the other one doesn't think it's such a good ride, they will review a replay so they can rethink that. They have a chance to put another score, go back and change their minds, and then after they discuss it, the head judge releases it to us so that we can read out to the surfers. So there is a process to judging each wave that explains the little extra bit of time on those long rides.
Are you like AI or what? Not a better way to explain it. Do you give the judging crew?
So what's really cool is we have such a talented panel of expert judges. We have 10 judges per panel at the moment, per podium. And each of them will do, I believe, a heat on and heat off rotation. And so 5 judges for each heat. They get to refresh, rest their eyes, and come back fresh again as they switch through their team for each heat. We're still working on that last one for green. Seguimos esperando el último puntaje para Argentina, para verde. Still waiting on Nacho's last score. Last to green, 4.63. So heat 9, please stay in position. We're going to get you guys started. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I know you guys have been waiting patiently for those previous heat final results. Unofficially winning the heat, Team El Salvador, Brian Perez Red with 15.50 points. With that last score, green, Nacho Gunderson in second for Argentina with 9.90 points. Third place was white, Thomas Lindhorst for Republic of South Africa with 9.77 points. Coming in fourth for Israel, Eli Balkan with 9.16 points. And we have just started our heat number 9. As I'm going to hand the booth over to Ixa Marietta to keep you guys entertained and keep the competitors informed for these next 2 heats. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Así es, estaré acompañándoles y voy a introducirlos a este hit número 9, no solamente para quienes están aquí en la playa, sino para quienes también nos están acompañando en la transmisión desde donde sea que se encuentren. Este es el podio, el Sunzal, lo pueden escoger en la página web como Podio 2. Hit número 9, en el agua. En rojo, Carlos Humberto Escobar de Guatemala. In blue, Tosh Talbot de Costa Rica. In green, Jer McDade, Irlanda. In white, Oliver Haynes de los Países Bajos. Nos estamos acercando al final de este 6º día de competencia y a pesar de que son largos días de competencia, realmente pasan muy rápido. Y sí, están volando los días acá en el podio del Sunzal, pero ya desde mañana solamente vamos a tener un podio, así que nos vamos a encontrar todos los del staff, todos los competidores, todas las delegaciones, todos vamos a estar en el podio de la Bocana. Así es, para que ustedes también en casa lo sepan y si mañana quieren ver la transmisión, estar acompañando su día con lo que está ocurriendo en este Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games 2025. Va a ser mucho más fácil seguir a sus surfistas favoritos de este mundial. Solamente lo vamos a tener en un podio y además vamos a tener la transmisión oficial en español y en inglés que ustedes pueden escoger con nuestros periodistas especializados que le dan toda esa información extra del background de los atletas, sus resultados, también lo que pasa de vuelta en los países, los programas que tiene de desarrollo la ISA, hablan todo de Surf City, por lo tanto, ahí van a poder escuchar aún más información para mantenerlos entretenidos en la compañía de la transmisión. Estamos con 17 minutos y 20 segundos en el reloj mientras vamos a introducir a nuestro próximo hit número 10. So hit number 10, please check in at the Beach Marshall area. Lenny Jensen, Team Germany, Abubakar Buwada, Team Morocco, Noel de la Torre, Team Chile, Uriel Uciel, Team Israel. Es tiempo ya, muchachos, de que vayan a hacer el registro al área de Beach Marshall para prepararse y entrar a su hit número 10, de un total de 12 que tiene esta ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones. Todavía si no la hace este hit número 9 y queda poco también, quedan solamente 3 hits para despejar el Sunzal, porque sabemos que los locales ocupan mucho esta ola, no solamente por diversión, sino que también lo ocupan para hacer clases de surf. Ya pronto, en tan solo una hora más, vamos a dejarles la cancha despejada para que puedan disfrutar de las olas del Sunzal en este día jueves 11 de septiembre. Time call, 15 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Y si hasta ahora tienen mucho calor, les recomiendo que vayan a nuestro punto de hidratación oficial con Gatorade y la nueva versión Gator Light. Ahí pueden tomar el Gatorade que quieran, sin límites, para mantenerse hidratados en estos calurosos días aquí en el Sunzal. Aprovechen todos los servicios que tiene Surf City en el Mundial. Además, les recuerdo que tenemos a nuestros fisioterapeutas de Indes que están apoyándolos para ir aflojando esos músculos que están ocupando principalmente aquí en la competencia. Si es que tienen alguna lesión, también se pueden ir a chequear. Por supuesto, pueden ir también a preparar ese cuerpo con el Pilates Reformer, que está presente gracias a Bamboo Lifestyle. Si es que no han ido todavía, los invito a que vayan al Bamboo Lifestyle Information Desk. Ahí van a poder buquearse para los shuttles gratuitos que tienen y los llevan a recorrer los puntos más emblemáticos de Surf City. ¿Ustedes sabían que hay un parque muy cerquita aquí, un parque de diversiones en el Puerto de la Libertad? ¿Qué tal una tarde libre, ir a mirar el sunset por allá, justo frente a la ola de Punta Roca? Bueno, ahí se las dejo para que vayan armando su programa en estos próximos días de la competencia. Si es que también tienes ganas de hacer algo distinto, ir a reírte un rato con tus compañeros de equipo, con los nuevos amigos que te hiciste acá en el Mundial, vayan a la cancha de minigolf. Está justo en la entrada ahí del Club Salvadoreño, donde nos deja los buses en la rotonda, en el redondel, como dicen aquí. Ahí está la cancha de mini golf y se están haciendo pequeños torneos, también hay clases de golf, así que vayan a disfrutar de todo lo que hace Surf City para todos nosotros que venimos a visitar El Salvador. We have scores in for green, first wave, 1 point, red, opening right, 0.5, and first for blue, Team Costa Rica, 3.67. Current hit situation, in the lead, blue Team Costa Rica with 3.67. Second, green Team Ireland with 1 point. Third, red Team Guatemala with 0.5. Red needs 0.51 to go to second. In fourth place, white, still no rights, Team Netherlands needs a 1.01 to advance. 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining as we watch a second ride for Team Costa Rica with Tosh Talbot. Priority white for Team Netherlands. Second priority red for Team Guatemala. Second of blue, 1.27, improving your hit total in the lead. Blue, Team Costa Rica with 3.67 and 1.27. In second is green, Team Ireland with 1 point. Third place, red, Team Guatemala with 0.5, needs a 0.51. Fourth place, white, Team Netherlands needs a 1.01. Tenemos entonces la situación del hit. Está liderando Azul Tosh Talbot de Costa Rica con 3.67 y 1.27. Está segundo Verde de Irlanda con 1 punto. Está tercero Rojo de Guatemala con 0.5 buscando 0.51. Y cuarto se encuentra en blanco el competidor de los Países Bajos todavía sin olas buscando 1.01. Y gracias al equipo de Papaya Garden que siempre nos traen comida exquisita y nos hacen engordar. Así es. Nos traen ahora un postre, no sé si lo vieron pasar por ahí, pero hay un postre. Yo veo al Ben, se está devorando una crepa. Gracias a Papaya, los queremos mucho. Gracias por siempre darnos la buena onda, esa energía, esa vibra, ese carisma que tiene la gente de El Salvador. Y la verdad que el equipo de Papaya lo representa de manera, pero es que impecable, hermosa. Los queremos mucho. We're down to 10 minutes, so next hit can enter the water. Próximo hit ya puede ingresar al agua, muchachos, del hit número 10. Nine minutes and 20 seconds. 9 minutos con 15 segundos. Y esperamos. Ahí los vemos. Ahí vemos entrando entonces a nuestros competidores del próximo hit número 10. Bueno, y esta tarde quería pasarles la información para que lo anoten quienes quieran una clase de yoga con Luna a las 6 de la tarde en el sitio donde hicimos la ceremonia de apertura. Vamos a tener una clase de yoga que es libre, es gratuita, por si quieren venir a aflojar ese cuerpo, a estirar un poquito, a activarse al atardecer. Están bienvenidas y bienvenidos a participar. Cuando tenemos a rojo en ola, la segunda para el competidor de Guatemala, él es Carlos Humberto Escobar. La prioridad la tiene blanco, prioridad 2 verde, priority white, second priority green. As we watch red for Team Guatemala on his second wave, just under 8 minutes remaining. Priority white, second priority green. Solo un recordatorio a nuestros competidores que deben llegar a la línea de prioridad, donde está la zona primaria del takeoff. Es ahí cuando les van a marcar la prioridad para que, si es que no escuchan la prioridad todavía, es porque todavía no están en el área, ¿ok? Así que ahí recién le pasan la prioridad azul. So now priority is with blue. 6 minutos con 50 segundos restan de competencia. Second of red for Team Guatemala, 2 points. Segunda de rojo, 2 puntos. Rojo está segundo con 2 puntos y 0.5. Está tercero verde buscando un 1.51 y cuarto está blanco buscando un 2.5. Van a ingresar puntajes para verde y para blanco. We're down to 6 minutes and 10 seconds. So the second of red, 2 points. He goes to second. Green in third
Tire
needs a
change.
1.51. We're waiting on your second wave, green. And in fourth place, white needs a 2.5. Waiting on that opening score for white, Team Netherlands. Priority red for Team Guatemala. Second priority blue for Team Costa Rica. Time call, 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Y aquí en el Inside encuentra una oportunidad del competidor Oliver Heinz de los Países Bajos. 5 minutos y 10 segundos en el reloj. Prioridad con rojo, prioridad 2 azul. And we have the second score in for green, 3.93. That takes him to the second place. So now green in second with 3.93 and 1 point back up. And third place, white, your opening wave 4.1, your second wave 4.23, so situation change. Now in the lead, white with a 4.23 and a 4.10. In second, blue team Costa Rica with 3.67 and 1.27. Third place, green team Ireland with a 3.93 and 1 point. Green needs 1.01 to go to second. Fourth place for red with 2 points and 0.5. Red needs a 2.95 to go to second. Segunda ola de blanco 4.23. La segunda de verde 3.93. Situación del hit. Está primero ahora blanco con 4.23 y 4.1. Segundo azul de Costa Rica con 3.67 y 1.27. Tercero verde de Irlanda con 3.93 y 1 punto. Verde necesita 1.01. Cuarto está rojo de Guatemala con 2 puntos y 0.5, buscando un 2.95 para avanzar. 3 minutos con 50 segundos restan de competencia. Prioridad verde. Última de rojo, 1.97, entra en su sumatoria. Está cuarto rojo buscando un 2.95. Last of red, 1.97 goes to his score line. He's still in fourth, needing a 2.95. So once again, quick rundown of the situation. In the lead, white with 4.23 and 4.1. Second, blue with a 3.67 and a 1.27. Third, green with 3.93 and 1 point. Green needs a 1.01 to go to second. In fourth place, red with 2 points and 1.97. Red needs a 2.95 to go to second. Priority green for Team Ireland. Second priority red for Team Guatemala. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. 2 minutos con 45 segundos. Está liderando blanco con 4.23 y 4.10. Está segundo azul de Costa Rica con 3.67 y 1.27. Está tercero verde de Irlanda con 3.93 y 1 punto. Verde buscando 1.01 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarta posición rojo de Guatemala con 2 puntos y 1.97. Rojo necesitas 2.95 para avanzar. Prioridad verde, prioridad 2 rojo, prioridad 3 azul. Restan 2 minutos con 10 segundos. Y viene rojo en ola. Él es el competidor de Guatemala. Priority remains with green. Second priority blue. Time call 1 minute and 45 seconds. Y ahí terminando frente a los jueces, el competidor de Guatemala. Vamos a esperar por ese puntaje. Resta 1 minuto con 8 segundos. La tercera prioridad la tiene blanco. 1 minute. Priority green, second priority white, third priority blue. La prioridad cambió. Atento ahí. La prioridad 1 la tiene verde, prioridad 2 blanco, prioridad 3 azul. 35 segundos. Still waiting on the last of red. We're down to 25 seconds. Estamos esperando todavía la última de rojo. Restan 20 segundos, muchachos. 10 seconds, 10 segundos y nos preparamos para el conteo. Ready for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No cuenta. So that way it's not gonna count for Team Ireland. He took off right after the buzzer. And last of red, 3.17. With that last wave, Team Guatemala advance to the next round. Última de rojo, 3.17 lo lleva a avanzar a la próxima ronda. Next hit, please take your positions. Just waiting for our head judge to let us start the next heat. All right, count you into the start. Next heat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So hit number 10 is on, and we have the unofficial previous heat final results. Winning the heat, white Oliver Heinz, Team Netherlands with 8.33 points. Also advancing in second, red Carlos Humberto Escobar, Team Guatemala with 5.17 points. Finish in third, blue Tosh Talbot, Team Costa Rica with 4.94 points. And fourth place, green Garrett McDay, Team Ireland with 4.93 points. And now we're going to introduce our surfers in the water for heat number 10. In the red jersey, Lenny Jensen, Team Germany. In blue, Abubakar Bawada, Team Morocco. In green, Noel de la Torre, Team Chile. In white, Uriel Uziel, Team Israel. And as you are down to 19 minutes, we're going to invite our surfers for heat number 11 to check in at the beach marshal area. Levi Epenetos, Team Greece. Agustín Zanota, Team Uruguay. Alex Suarez, Team Ecuador. Patrick Landon Dark, Team Great Britain. And we have the first of blue in for Team Morocco, 2.83. First of green for Team Chile, 0.77. Third priority green. Fourth priority blue. Time call 17 minutes and 50 seconds. Y quienes recién se están conectando a nuestra transmisión para seguir a sus surfers favoritos, les damos una gran bienvenida desde el Podio 2, el Sunzal, donde estamos viviendo el sexto día de competencia ronda 4 de repechaje de los varones. En el agua, el hit número 10. Ya nos estamos acercando al final de nuestro día. Nos queda este hit número 10 y vamos a ir hasta el 12, al hit número 12, que será el último de esta ronda 4 de repechaje, para mañana continuar con toda la acción desde el podio La Bocana. Mañana solo nos cambiamos a un podio, así que nos vamos a concentrar todos en La Bocana, para que mañana también sigan la transmisión del Mundial a través de nuestro sitio web oficial ISAsurf.org y por supuesto también a través de nuestro canal de YouTube. Chile, su segunda puntaje 0.37. Esperamos la primera de blanco para Israel. Waiting on the first of white, the second of green 0.37. Time call 16 minutes and 40 seconds. Priority red for Team Germany. Second priority blue for Team Morocco. Third priority green for Team Chile. Prioridad 1 para rojo, prioridad 2 para azul, prioridad 3 para verde y entra la primera nota de blanco. Opening score for white, Team Israel 5 points. So current hit situation in the lead, white, Team Israel with 5 points. In second, blue, Team Morocco with 2.83. Third place, green, Team Chile with 0.77 and 0.37. Green needs 2.07 to advance. Fourth place, red, Team Germany, still no rides, needs a 2.84 to advance. Just under 16 minutes remaining. Priority red, second priority blue, third priority green, fourth priority white. Restan 15 minutos con 45 segundos. Está liderando blanco de Israel con 5 puntos. Está segundo azul de Marruecos con 2.83. Está tercero verde de Chile con 0.77 y 0.37. Verde necesitas 2.07 para ir al segundo lugar. Cuarto todavía sin olas, el rojo de Alemania necesita 2.84 para ir al segundo lugar. Prioridad 1 rojo de Alemania, prioridad 2 azul de Marruecos, prioridad 3 verde de Chile, prioridad 4 blanco de Israel. Y ahí tenemos al chileno, viene en su tercera ola, Noel de la Torre, 14 minutos con 50 segundos en el reloj. Just under 14 minutes remaining, and we have the last of green for Team Chile. 6 points. That takes him to the lead position. So new hit situation. In the lead, green Team Chile with 6 points and 0.77. In second, white Team Israel with 5 points. Third place, blue Team Morocco with 2.83. Blue needs 2.18 to go to second. And fourth place, red Team Germany needs a 5.01 to advance. Priority red, second priority blue, third priority white. 13 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Cuando vemos a blanco en ola, le pasamos el puntaje al chileno. 6 puntos en su última ola. Verde estás primero con 6 puntos y 0.77. Segundo está blanco de Israel con 5 puntos. Tercero azul de Marruecos con 2.83, buscando un 2.18. Y cuarto está rojo de Alemania buscando un 5.01. Cuando continuamos con la ola del competidor de Israel, él es Uriel Uziel, que llega hasta la orilla. Priority red, second priority blue, 12 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Waiting on that second scarf for white to give you an update on the situation. Time call 11 minutes and 10 seconds. Priority red for Team Germany. Second priority blue for Team Morocco. Third priority green for Team Chile. 11 minutos en el reloj, la prioridad rojo, prioridad 2 azul, prioridad 3 verde. Esperamos el puntaje para esa segunda ola de blanco y ya les entrego una situación actualizada de este hit número 10. Ya nos acercamos a la mitad de este hit para que ingrese al agua el hit número 11. Precavido, próximo hit. Y busca más en el inside, se escapa con la tercera prioridad. Noel de la Torre, el chileno, está buscando cambiar ese 0.77. Restan 9 minutos con 50. Ya puede entrar al agua el próximo hit as we're down to 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Next hit can enter the water. Priority red as we watch blue Team Morocco on his second wave. And out the back, red is up. Opening right for Team Germany. 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Second of white for Team Israel, 5.77. Now white in the lead with 5.77 and 5 points. In second, green Team Chile with 6 points and 0.77. We are waiting on your last wave. Third place, blue Team Morocco with 2.83, needs 3.95 to go to second. We're waiting on your second wave. And the opening score for red is a 1.93. Red in fourth needs a 4.85 to advance. 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Priority white, second priority red. Last of green for Team Chile, 4.17. Green in second with 6 points and a 4.17. Third place, blue Team Morocco needs a 7.34 to go to second. We're waiting on your second wave. And fourth place, red Team Germany needs an 8.24 to advance. 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining as we watch red for Team Germany, priority white, second priority green. White is up for Team Israel. Now priority goes to green Team Chile. Y entra esa energía acá en el Sunzal, se activa esta serie y viene el chileno. Él es Noel de la Torre en su quinta ola. Bajo los 7 minutos restan de competencia, la prioridad no se define por el momento. Estamos aguardando por notas para rojo, azul, verde y blanco. 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. Waiting on the second of red, second of blue, last of green, and third of white. First priority white, second priority blue, waiting for scores, and we have the second of blue is a 4.83. Blue in third needs a 5.35 to go to second. Still waiting on the second of red, last of green, and last of white. 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Entra la segunda de azul, 4.83 para el marroquí. Él está tercero buscando un 5.35. Tienen que ingresar puntajes todavía. Entra la última de blanco en 2.53, no en la sumatoria para el israelí. Last of white, 2.53 does not factor in for Team Israel. Just waiting on the last of green and second of red. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutos. Y viene Uriel Uziel en su cuarta ola. Él es el líder de la serie por el momento. La prioridad la tiene azul. Priority goes to blue. We're down to 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Last of green for Team Chile, 4.93. Changing situation for Team Chile. He goes to the lead. So now green in first with 6 points and 4.93. Última de verde, 4.93. Se va a la primera posición el chileno con 6 puntos y 4.93 de backup. Van a ingresar puntajes todavía para Israel y para Alemania. 4 minutos con 5 segundos en el reloj. Prioridad para azul, prioridad 2 para verde, prioridad 3 para rojo. 4 minutes remaining. Waiting for scores. The last of white and second of red. So now the first place is with green, 6 points and 4.93. In second, white with 5.77 and 5 points. Waiting on your last wave. Third place, blue needs 5.94 to go to second. And fourth place, red needs an 8.84 to go to second. And we are waiting on your second wave, red. Red, second wave, 4.47. So your requirement in the fourth place, red, is a 6.3 to advance. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Priority blue, second priority green, third priority red. Just waiting on the last of white for Team Israel. Last off white for Team Israel, 7 points, and he goes back to the lead. So now white in first with 7 points and 5.77. In second, green Team Chile with 6 points and a 4.93. Third place, blue, top two scores, 4.83 and 2.83. Blue needs a 6.10 to advance. Fourth place, red Team Germany with 4.47 and 1.93. Red needs a 6.46 to advance. Just under 2 minutes remaining. Priority green, second priority red, as we have the third right for Team Morocco. Last of blue, 3.73 goes to your top two. Blue still in third, needing a 6.1 to go to second. Time call, 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. Priority green, second priority red. $45 seconds remaining. Ya se nos acaba este hit número 10. $30 seconds. Blue is up in the last 15 seconds. $10 seconds. And we're ready for the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Y se nos acaba el tiempo del hit número 10. Nos movemos ya al hit número 11. Next hit, please move into position. Last of blue, 1.4. All right, count you into the start. Next hit in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Y le voy a pasar el micrófono a Ben Way, que ya está aquí en la cabina, para que les entregue los resultados del hit anterior y que haga la introducción al hit número 11. Bienvenido de vuelta a la cabina para estos últimos 2 hits del día, Ben.
Gracias, Ixa. And so we are now in our heat number 11 of this men's repechage round 4. In red, representing Greece, we have Levi Epinetos. Blue for Uruguay, Agustin Zanota. For Ecuador, in green, Alex Suarez. And in white, for Great Britain, Patrick Langdon Dark. Here we have our opening ride for Team Ecuador. While I give the previous heat final results, unofficially winning that last heat was white, Uriel Uziel from Israel with 12.77 points. Second was green, Noel de la Torre for Chile with 10.93 points. Coming in third, blue, Abu Bakr Bawala for Morocco with 8.56 points. And fourth place was red, Lenny Jensen for Team Germany, 6.40 points. So we'll have an opening score for green in just a moment. He's not even done riding his wave. So now I look off the point screen. He's still riding his first wave. We'll have an opening score for white. So now we'll work on scores for green and white's opening waves. Here we have blue up and riding, opening wave for Uruguay. First priority now goes to red. Esto va a ser la primera ola de Uruguay. Están ingresando los puntajes de la primera ola de verde y de blanco. Primer pilar rojo. So for all our friends around the world, thank you for keeping with us here on this live webcast of our Podium 2 here in Surf City, El Salvador for the 2025 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. We are on our second round of the Reprecharge rounds. We started Reprecharge round 3 of the men's division, and we're now in our Reprecharge round 4. We've got this and one more heat to finish off the round. So all of these surfers have already surfed once today here. 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Red as first priority. Second priority is with white, while we wait on scores for Great Britain, Ecuador, and Uruguay. Restan 17 minutos, 25 segundos. Primer pilar rojo, segundo pilar blanco. First of white, 2.17. La primera ola de blanco, 2.17. Faltamos un puntaje de verde y de azul para sus primeras olas. So we thank you to all the surf fans following us on the live all day long. We have been excited to share our Podium 2 on the live webcast for the first time. Myself and Ixa Marietta have been doing our normal technical beach announcing, keeping the riders up with all of the technical information, their scores, everyone's position, priority situation, as well as the remaining time. We're waiting on scores for green and blue. Red as first priority, second priority white. Waiting on the opening score of green and the opening score of blue. 16 minutes and 30 seconds. So that tide has filled in. We still have about 2 hours more for the tide to push in, but the primary takeoff zone has been deemed farther inside. So not having to go quite as far out to get into the priority rotation at the moment. We have red up and riding. First priority now goes to white. Desde las 11:15 de la mañana, con la marea seca, he subido un montón la marea y sigue subiendo para 2 horas. Así que la zona principal, que está distinguido por nuestro juez de prioridad, ya he movido más adentro, así que no tiene que remar hacia tan afuera para entrar a esa rotación de prioridades. First priority white, second priority blue. Now waiting on scores for green, blue, and red. White up and riding. Second wave for Team Great Britain. First priority is the blue. So this amazing machine right point here at El Sunzal is the equivalent of Malibu, or a little more like Rincon if you're from California, of here in Surf City. Perfect waves all the time. Much more consistent than California's Rincon, that's for sure. We have waves here every day. 15 minutes remaining at the moment.
She's watching the live and she's like,
So we now have a second score coming in for white and for green. All surfers are still owed their first score. White's first score was a 2.17, now working on white's second wave. We've got 2 scores coming in for green, a score for blue, and a score for red. Estamos esperando la segunda ola, el segundo puntaje de blanco, primera y segunda de verde, primero de azul y primero de rojo. 14 minutes and 15 seconds. So as those scores feed in, we will be delivering those to you guys to keep you in the know and help you map out the rest of your heat. 14 minutes remaining. Waiting on 2 scores for green, a score for white, a score for blue, and a score for red. So with the swell direction, especially with the incoming tide, we've seen some of our waves ridden on the left. Couple launch ramps on it as well, where we've had some of our scores made with some frontside air rotations off of that oncoming section. 13 minutes and 30 seconds. So while Surf City is the home of the right surf, you can also go left as well. Blue's first score is in 3.90. La primera ola de Azul, 3.90. First of green, 4.83. La primera ola de Verde, 4.83. Faltamos el primero de Rojo, segundo de Verde, y segundo de Blanco. Still waiting on the first score for Red, second of Green, and second of White. Blue has first priority. I'm going to let those other scores come in so we can give you an accurate update of the situation. Just under 13 minutes remaining. Coming up next, we'll have Joshua Burke for Barbados, Ruben Vitoria for Spain, Sebastian Williams for Mexico, and for Finland, Eli Timperi. Want to make sure that they're checked in. And at the 10-minute mark of this heat, we will send them out to the standby buoy. Primera prioridad azul, segunda prioridad verde. Tenemos 12 minutos, 30 segundos. Faltamos el último de blanco, último de verde, y primero de rojo. Still waiting on the first of red, second of green, and second of white, so I can give you an update. Third priority now goes to red. So still working on scores for green and for white. Red, your score is in, 6.33. So Greece goes to the lead with a 6.33. Currently Ecuador in second. We do have scores coming in for green and white. So to give you an accurate update, I'm going to wait for the last of green and for white. 11 minutes and 30 seconds. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority red. La primera ola de rojo, 6.33, le subió a primera posición. Segundo, verde. Todavía faltamos el último de verde y último de blanco. Primera prioridad, azul. Segunda prioridad, verde. Tercera prioridad, rojo. 11 minutos, 15 segundos. Second wave of green, 3.03. Verde, su segunda ola, 3.03, te subió a primera posición. Segundo, rojo. Todavía faltamos la segunda de blanco. Estamos esperando el segundo puntaje de blanco. Waiting on the second wave of white, but with green's second wave, that moved him to the lead. Red in second. We're still waiting on the second wave of white before I can give you an accurate update. 10 minutes and 40 seconds. First priority blue, second priority green, third priority is with red. Restan 10 minutos, 20 segundos. Faltamos un puntaje más de blanco. Last of white is in, 4.73. So here's the updated situation. Green, Ecuador, Alex Suarez in the lead with a 4.83 and a 3.03. White, Great Britain's now gone to second with a 4.73 and a 2.17. Red, you've dropped to third with a 6.33, needing 0.57. And blue is in fourth with a 3.90, needing 3.01. Next heat, you're welcome to start paddling out. We'll have you paddle out to the standby buoy and please stay in position to hear the two horns at the end of this heat. Por el momento, Verde está liderando el heat con 4.83 y 3.03. Red taking off. This will be the second ride for Team Greece. First priority blue, second priority green. Just over 9 minutes. Primera prioridad azul, segunda prioridad verde, 9 minutos. We're going to let that last score come in for red. and we'll give another update in the situation. 8 minutes and 45 seconds. Blue has first priority, second priority green, third priorities with white. Faltamos un puntaje más de rojo para que les pueda decir en situación renovado. Restan 8 minutos 20 segundos. Faltamos un puntaje más de rojo. Waiting on the second of red before I can give you an updated situation. So, waiting on that second one of red. We're going to let that come in. I want to thank all of our surf fans around the world watching us live on the YouTube channel for the ISA. We're coming to you from Surf City, El Salvador, premier surf destination where the waves will never stop. It's 3:30 in the afternoon at the moment. We have a 5 o'clock high tide, so we got this tide surging in, filling in that shore break, and stretching these waves all the way to the beach. The lineup spot has moved in considerably since our low tide, where we had the surfers way out to sea. Now we have that second score for red. Red, last wave 3.93. You move to the lead with a 6.33 and 3.93. La segunda ola de rojo, 3.93. Le subió a primer posición. Verde segundo, tercero blanco buscando 3.14 y azul en cuarto lugar buscando 3.97. So situation changed. Greece, red goes to the lead. Second green. Third white. Great Britain needing 3.14. And Uruguay in fourth needing 3.97. 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. 6 minutos 45 segundos. Primer prioridad azul, segunda prioridad verde, tercer prioridad blanco y cuarto prioridad rojo. So the waves have been nonstop for the 6 days of competition. Yesterday, the conditions were a little bit unorganized. We still had great surf due to this perfectly shaped reef break underneath the surface of the water here, helping any energy in the ocean stand up and turn into a perfect right. 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Want to give a special thanks to our sponsors. Queremos agradecer los patrocinadores de ese gran evento. Our official hydration sponsor, Gatorade and the new Gator Light. Pepsi, Suprema, Pollo Campero, Del Sur, El Urbano, Publimóvil, Cabal Internet, Bamboo Centro Comercial, Vodka Misata y Ufichi. Muchísimas gracias por su apoyo. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. We're now down to the last 5 minutes. Red, Team Greece is in the lead with a 6.33 and a 3.93. Second is Alex Suarez for Ecuador with a 4.83 and a 3.03. Patrick Langdon Dark for Great Britain in white is in third with a 4.73 and a 2.17, needing 3.14. And blue, Agustín Zanota for Uruguay has first priority. He's in fourth with a 3.90, needing 3.97. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So our friends at Surf City, Ludio, the activities director, has arranged a free yoga class at 6 p.m. with our friend Luna. So anyone who wants to do yoga class at 6, please go to the information center to find out more. 4 minutes remaining. Blue up and riding. Second wave for Team Uruguay. A las 6 de la tarde vamos a tener una clase gratuita de yoga con nuestra amiga Luna. Para más información, ve al sitio o la página de Instagram de Surf City para más información. First priority white, second priority red. Now waiting on the last score of blue. Faltamos el último de azul. And last of green. También estamos esperando el último de verde. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Last of green, 1.33, does not factor in. First priority white, second priority red. Último de verde fue 1.33, no entre sus mejores dos puntajes. Faltamos uno más de azul. White up and riding, third wave for Great Britain. Now red has first priority. Blue's second wave was at 2.77. Segunda ola de azul, 2.77. Two minutes and 45 seconds. Now waiting on a score for white. Red has first priority. Red up and riding. Third ride for Team Greece. Waiting on the last. Waiting on scores for white and for red. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Faltamos el último de blanco y de rojo. Primer prioridad verde. Green has first priority, second priority white. 2 minutes remaining. Waiting on scores for white and for red at the moment. We'll give you an update as soon as we get those scores. Down to 2 minutes. Green has first priority and second priorities with white. Last of white was a 1.07, didn't factor in, waiting on the last of red, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Last of green was a 1.33, that did not factor in. Updated situation, red, Greece, we're waiting on your last score, and we'll update everyone with the updated situation. 1 minute and 20 seconds, waiting on the last of red. Green has first priority, second priority white, third priorities with blue. Faltamos un puntaje más de rojo. Last of red, 3.30, did not factor in. Red still in the lead. Second green. Third white, needing a 3.14. Fourth blue, needing a 3.97. We're down to 1 minute. First priority green, second priority white, and third priority is with blue. Último ola de rojo, 3.30. No entró sus mejores dos olas. Así que sigue primero rojo, segundo verde, tercero blanco, buscando 3.14 y azul en cuarto lugar, buscando 3.97. 45 segundos. We're now down to 40 seconds. Green has first priority. Second priority white, third priority blue. Now fourth priority goes to red. $30 seconds. 20 seconds. Blue up and riding. 10 seconds. Green has first priority. We're going to count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That wraps up our heat number 11. Still has some rides ridden, so we're going to work out these scores. Heat 12, move into position. It'll take a few moments before getting you guys started.
You have to do the voiceovers. Time should I say to the driver then? Because we're gonna finish around 4. Should I tell like 4:15?
Scores coming in for blue, green, and white from our previous heat. So we kindly ask our heat number 11 to please stand by. Last of white, 0.50. Waiting on scores for green and for blue. So still working out 2 scores from our previous heat. Faltamos 2 puntajes del heat anterior, así que agradecemos tu paciencia. Vamos a empezar a lo más pronto que podemos. Faltamos 2 puntajes más del heat anterior. Still waiting on scores for Ecuador and Uruguay. All right, last of green, 3.43. Último de verde, 3.43. Faltamos uno más de azul. Waiting on the last of blue before we can move on. Hang in there, Heat 12, still waiting on one score. Last of blue is a 3.13. All right, we're going to start up our next heat, number 12, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We just started our heat number 12, our men's repertoire round 4. In red for Barbados, in red, Joshua Burke. Representing Spain in blue, Ruben Vitoria. Representing Mexico in green, Sebastian Williams. And for Finland in white, Eli Tempedi. 19 minutes and 35 seconds. Just got things started. And here we'll have those previous heat final results. Unofficially winning the heat, red, Levi Epinetos for Team Greece with 10.26 points. Second was green, Alex Suarez for Ecuador, 8.26 points. Third place blue, Agustin Zanota for Uruguay with 7.03. Fourth was white, Patrick Langdon Dark for Great Britain, 6.90. Here we have the opening ride for Team Mexico. Sebastian Williams up and riding. That was the first ride for Green Team Mexico. We'll have his opening score in just a moment. As I mentioned before, all of these surfers did surf the same podium this morning in the round 3. So getting to have 2 sessions at El Sunzal with just 3 other competitors in the water is an absolute treat. More waves than everyone needs. 18 minutes and 20 seconds. So this 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games is our 11th World Championship here in Surf City since our World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in 2019 with the recent election of the President Bukele, Nayib Bukele. And he and our Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Morena Valdez, along with Senor Bukele's brother, Karim Bukele, have constantly pushed to put the amazing world-class waves that never stop here in El Salvador on the world stage by holding multiple world championships. And we've had a great relationship ever since, holding world championships here every year since 2019. Green, your first score, 4.0. La primera ola de verde, 4.0. Fourth priority goes to green. We're down to 17 minutes. So in this edition, we have more athletes than ever. 291 athletes from 61 different countries here with us, all enjoying the variety of waves that are on offer here in Surf City. Both here, which is the rincon of Surf City, if you will, for this long stretching right point. And just down the beach on the south, on the other side of the Tunco Rock, we have the Rivermouth Reef Break Bocana, where our Podium 1 is. And that's basically the Trestles wave of here in Surf City. So you got beach breaks in between on the other side of the rock and up and down this coast, beautiful right point breaks. A lot of you know Punta Roca, which is just down the beach about 15, 20 minutes, where they hold the WCT events. Wide up and riding. This will be the opening ride for Team Finland. So green has third priority. That was the opening ride for Team Finland. We'll work on his opening score, and we'll keep our riders updated. So we've been running these World Surf Games for 61 years, since crowning the first champions of Manly Beach, Australia in 1964, when it was called the International Surfing Federation World Championships, and we've been crowning champions ever since. We're waiting on the first score for white. Faltamos un puntaje de la primera ola de blanco. La primera de verde fue 4.0. Tercer prioridad, verde. Restan 15 minutos. World Surf Games also have served as Olympic qualifying events, both in 2019 in Miyazaki, southern Japan, the island in southern Japan, and 2021 here in Surf City, El Salvador, which is a qualifier for Paris 2024 Olympics. Third priority is with green. White's first wave, 4.40. So here's the updated situation. Finland, Eli Temperi in the lead with a 4.40. Mexico in second with a 4.0. And red and blue currently in a tie for third place, needing 4.01 to advance. 14 minutes and 25 seconds. So our amazing sport of surfing, the sport of kings, now has had two successful Olympic inclusions, both Tokyo 2020 and Paris 2024, thanks to the efforts of our ISA president, Fernando Aguirre, riding the impossible wave of winning over the Olympic Committee into letting us have a chance to show surfing on the world's biggest stage. And with a huge success in surfing in the Olympics in Tokyo 2020, they decided that surfing is here to stay. So we have an announcement, non-priority paddling interference, white on red. Third priority goes to green. Fourth priority goes to white. First priority red. We had blue up and riding. The third priority was with green, so he decided to dip out and go left to avoid any kind of priority interference. Whoever's holding the higher priority in the rotation has the right of way. And green up and riding. Picks off the next one. First priority red, second priority white. Tuvimos una interferencia de no remada. Perdón, una interferencia de remar sin prioridad, blanco en rojo. 12 minutos, 30 segundos, 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Green second wave was a 0.50. With that, that moved him to the lead. We're still working on another score for him and a score for blue. So we're going to let blue and green scores come in, and we'll see how that affects the situation. 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Red has first priority, and second priority is with white. Faltamos el primer puntaje de azul Y tercer para verde. 12 minutos. 12 minutes remaining. Waiting on the third of green. First of blue. Red has first priority and second priority is with white. So our World Surf Games next year will serve as an Olympic qualifying event for the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics, which will be held in one of the most famous world waves in the world, just 15 minutes north of my hometown in San Clemente at Trestles, which has its similarities of Bocana just down the way. Nice punchy round rock reef, 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Not too much sand over there either. We have first priority with red, second priority white. We're waiting on scores for blue and for green. Red up and riding. This is the opening wave for Team Barbados. Now white has first priority. And we're seeing that tidal surge bring in that energy as we're seeing waves pump out to sea off the outer reef of El Sunzal. Just showing that improvement of that incoming swell. We have more size on the forecast for the next few days. And we'll see improving conditions. We'll see this really pump. First of blue is in, 7.17. La primera ola de azul, 7.17. La primera ola para España, 7.17. Azul está en primera posición, pero faltamos una nota más de verde y uno de rojo. Green keeping busy. We're still waiting on his previous score. And he stacked another one on that. So now waiting on two scores for green, a score for white, and a score for red. La primera ola de Rubén de España, azul, tiene 7.17. Faltamos dos puntajes más de verde, uno de blanco y uno de rojo. 9 minutos 45 segundos. So a lot of rides to catch up with here. I will get the scores as soon as they come up on my screen. First priority is now with blue. Primer prioridad azul. So waiting on two scores for green, a score for white, and a score for red. I'll give you guys the updated situation when we get those scores in. 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Resta 9 minutos 20 segundos. Primer prioridad azul. Second priority goes to white. Segundo prioridad blanco. Tercer prioridad verde. Third priority goes to green. Nine minutes remaining. So waiting on two scores for green, a score for white, and a score for red. Red, you now have fourth priority. 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Cuarto prioridad rojo.
Tiene tumbado.
8 minutes and 15 seconds.
La Fania Record. Adolescente de Nueva York para el mundo.
So we are waiting on two scores for green, a score for red, and a score for white.
Oye, la negra tiene tumbado.
8 minutes. Tenemos 8 minutos. Faltamos dos notas de verde, una de rojo y el último de blanco. Red taking a look there. First priority blue, second priority white, third priority with green. So it's taking a bit to get these scores, guys. I appreciate your patience. I am ready to rapid fire those scores out as soon as we get them in. Red second wave 0.50. We're waiting on two scores for green and a score for white. First priority blue, second priority white, and third priority is with green. 7 minutes and 15 seconds. So we're waiting on some important scores to map out the heat for the rest of our competitors. They need the updated situation. We're waiting on 2 scores for green and a score for white. Seguimos esperando los últimos dos de verde y el último de blanco. Primer prioridad azul. White second wave, 3.50. Unfortunately, due to the paddling, non-priority paddling interference, his backup score is removed. So he has 1 score of a 3.50. We're waiting on 2 scores for green. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Blue has first priority, second priority white, third priority green, and fourth priority is with red. Signola de blanco, 3.50. Por la interferencia solo tiene un puntaje y faltamos 2 de verde.
Fue non-priority. So it doesn't take the full second score, take just the half. But if you erase the...
Last previous of green, 4.53. Sebastian Williams went back to the lead. Second blue, third red needing a 3.35. And white, Eli Temperi needing 5.43.
takes the wave that you do the interference, and then it takes half of the second best score when it's a non-priority.
So as I just mentioned, thanks to the help of Manita, once again, that non-priority paddling interference took the exchange wave, and from there it will take half of the backup wave. So right now, first priority is with white. He's got a 3.50, needing 5.43. We have 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Green is in first, second blue, waiting on the second score for blue to give an update. Ahora faltamos un puntaje más de azul, 5 minutos. Primer prioridad blanco, segunda prioridad verde, tercer prioridad rojo. We're going to let that second score come in for Team Spain, 3.77, change in situation. Now Spain goes to the lead, green in second, red up and riding now. La segunda ola de azul le subió a primera posición, verde segundo, tercero rojo buscando 4.70. Last of blue 2.20. You're in third needing 4.70. White has a 3.50, now needing 6.78. We have 4 minutes and 25 seconds. First priority white, second priority green. So I repeat, blue in first, second green, third red needs 4.70, fourth white needs 6.78. We're down to 4 minutes and 15 seconds. So a lot going on. We had some scores we were waiting on. We needed to deliver those scores, but I'm back here with you guys watching us around the world on our YouTube channel. This is the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games, and we are excited to bring the action from this Podium 2 over to you guys wherever you're watching around the world. This is our men's repercharge, round 4, heat 12, last heat of this round, and it'll be the last heat of this competition, day 6, where we've seen amazing conditions all day long. A lot of variety through the different tides today, but we've had great contestable conditions in waves that are probably a lot better than a lot of these countries' best wave. 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and this place hasn't even shown what it can do. We'll see that incoming swell in the next couple of days, and we're really going to see some pumping conditions here. 3 minutes and 15 seconds. White has first priority, second priority green, third priority is with blue. So once again, situation red. You're needing a 4.70. Your third wave was a 2.20. You need a 4.70. Fourth white needs a 6.78. Two minutes and 30 seconds. Blue first, second green, third red needing 4.70. White in fourth, needing 6.78. Fourth priority with red. So I believe red wanting to know his priority position. The primary takeoff zone moves from heat to heat. and the priority judge is pretty strict with where they want the surfers to paddle back out to regain their priority position. Fourth priority is with red. First position is blue, second green. In third is red, needing 4.70, and fourth white, needing 6.78. 1 minute and 45 seconds. So when the surfers raise their hands in the air, that's a situation call. That means they want to know information. A lot of times it's wanting to know what your last score is in. All the scores have been delivered, but they also ask to wonder why they're not in the priority rotation at times. We need to keep them up with any information they want, and that is the signal for any competitor if they are needing more information to raise their two hands in the air, and we will deliver that information for that color. 1 minute and 15 seconds. First priority white, second priority blue, third priority is with red. As we have green, this is his fifth wave. And Sebastian Williams, known for those front side rotations. In the last 1 minute of this heat, we're down to 50 seconds. 45 seconds. We'll have another score for green to work out. White has first priority, second priority blue, third priority is with red. 35 segundos. And Sebastian Williams getting some boost off of his interesting AU fins that he uses. We're going to see what the judges give him for that one. 25 seconds. I know that Sebastian Williams has had great support by Firewire, putting him on some high-performance equipment, but he's one of the only surfers that uses some pretty interesting fins. He's got the curved AU fins. They worked on that air. So we're going to count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so another ride for white right before the buzzer, using that heat management, making sure he was in position to get a wave before the buzzer. And so the wave will count. Blue also riding in. It's up to the judges to decide if he was up before the horn or not. Both of these surfers putting their best effort in these last two rides. So we've seen some amazing surfing from the beginning of the day at 7 a.m. when these surfers were in a different round, in round 3, all the way to the end of the day. Last of green, 6.17. And I don't see the judges working on that third wave of blue, so I'm not sure that that will count, but white has a score coming in. We're going to let that last score come in, and we will give our unofficial heat results, and we're going to call it a day. So that was the last heat of our day 6 of competition of this 2025 Surf City El Salvador World Surfing Games. And what an amazing day it's been. Beautiful conditions and great surfing by all of our competitors. Also, happy birthday to our surfer from Angola, Domingo Sabalo. We'll see you in town to celebrate in just a bit. We're waiting on the last score of white. Last of white was a 5.27. So I'm making sure all of those scores are in before I give the unofficial previous heat result. At the moment, it's looking like first was Ruben Vitoria for Team Spain with 10.94 points. Second, green, Sebastian Williams for Mexico with 10.70 points. Ellie Timpetti came in third for Finland with 7.02 points. And Josh Burke, fourth. Red had 6.03 total points. And that wraps it up. So all you free surfers, go out and get some. We still have a little bit of light here in Surf City, El Salvador. It's been an amazing day 6. I want to thank all of the viewers at home tuning in around the world. We still got more to go. Tomorrow we get a 1 podium. And so tune in on our YouTube channel on Podium 1 where you'll see all the action. And it has been amazing. Thank you to all of our local friends and everyone that made this contest possible. all the locals for giving us these two great venues for all of these days of competition. Tomorrow we'll just take one back from them for the final days of our competition. Thank you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action. Tomorrow's action starts at 7 a.m. Be sure to tune in. Have a great evening.